Welcome to the Esports World Cup, the pinnacle of esports competition, waged over 7 action-packed weeks, featuring the world's best players competing in the best games for a chance to take home a share of our life-changing prize pool. There's a ton of money on the line, so let's break it down. $44 million will be split across game championships, qualifiers, and achievements, with the remaining $27 million reserved for the best performing clubs across all tournaments in the club championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever before, all kicking off with a jaw-dropping opening ceremony. Rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see. And it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, teams have traveled across the globe to battle it out and earn their spot in the playoffs of the Honor of Kings World Cup.
Paws Gaming, the champions of WKS. Watch as they look to be the best at KWC 2025.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Come closer. Close. Too close, too close. Back off, back off. Give me a little space. Let me tell you a little bit of a secret in that I need to apologize to the KM West champion, Twisted Minds. This is a team that's on a tear, a la Nongshim Red Force in Season 3. They've beaten Kagendra and 2 teams from MKL, Black Shrew Esports, and Alpha Gaming. This is a very scary lineup beware of twisted minds as they're coming for you in the playoffs.
Nova Esports, the final hope of MKL region. They were the winners, the champions of Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitationals. And right now, they set their sight at the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. Let's go.
OG Esports, the KMW hopefuls, and they are the ones to watch today.
As we enter the playoffs, some dreams will come true and some dreams will be crushed. Only time will tell and find out who will be crowned king and champion of the Esports World Cup Honor of Kings. So what are we waiting for? Let the games begin.
Eu tenho um sonho, estar onde as lendas estão.
Ini adalah jalan untuk membuktikan bahwa kami layak berada di puncak.
Gunung di hati kami, suatu hari nanti pasti kami daki.
站在世界之巅，才配称为冠军。
Nos chamam de azarões tantas vezes, sempre presentes, nunca temidos. Mas isso vai mudar agora. Quero provar que o Brasil pode estar lado a lado com os melhores. Cada derrota me ensinou o quão longe estamos do topo, mas também o quanto já subimos. Estamos escalando. E sei que um dia alcançaremos o cume. Enfrentaremos jogadores como Yuno em nível de igualdade.
Saya tahu bagaimana rasanya kalah di panggung dunia. Saya telah melihat apa yang membuat tim KPL begitu tangguh. Saya meninggalkan rumah untuk berkembang, untuk membuktikan bahwa bahkan dewa pun bisa dikalahkan. Dan saya ingin melakukannya saat berdiri di hadapan Ino, pemain yang saya hormati. Saya di sini bersama tim ini untuk membawa kebanggaan. Bukan sekadar bersaing, tapi untuk menang.
Kami pernah berasa bagaimana rasanya ditakuti, tapi belum lagi dihormati. Untuk benar-benar dihormati, kami perlu kalahkan yang terbaik. Dan itu adalah Ino, lawan yang paling kami hormati, dan gunung yang perlu kami daki. Perjalanan ke puncak bermula dengannya. Gunung di hati kami, suatu hari nanti pasti kami daki.
去年的职业生涯让我经历了太多，身边的队友都各奔东西，唯有我坚守此地。如今我们已臻于完美之境，铸就属于 AG 的王朝。金色的雨已为我们的荣耀而落下，但我们的梦想还没结束。我将带领 AG 建立属于我们的王朝。当别人提到王者荣耀， 你会立刻想到一诺这个名字。无懈可击，这就是我。准备好再次向我发起挑战了吗？
The warm-ups are over. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the quarterfinals. This is the end of the road for some, and this is the first step towards the trophy for others. The Esports World Cup brought to you live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is Honor of Kings, the KWC 2025. I'm your host, Isaac Peña. For the next days, I'm gonna bring you the analysis of the top level of competition in our game. But clearly, that's something I couldn't do on my own, so I have brought some friends of mine, old faces, some new friends. Phil, Dave, how are you guys?
I'm doing great. Just landed here a few days ago in beautiful sunny Riyadh here. And wow, coming into the venue is absolutely amazing. Breathtaking, you know? Something you can't really explain in words. Dave, you've been here around for a few days now. What do you think?
Well, I actually have been here for a little bit more than Phil. And I gotta say, I love the food, okay? If you haven't tried the meat here in Riyadh, guys, it's awesome. Get your plane tickets. Come here and try some meat you have never tried before.
I'm telling you, not only the food, the people have been amazing. It's been super friendly. Everyone right over here has been top level, treating us as what they need to be. Man. Like everyone is just in here, friends playing games.
For sure. I've been only in here for a few days, being treated like family. You know, everyone here is super nice and hospitable. It's amazing.
Yo, everywhere you go, they're like letting you go first. You can go first. It's so the amount of hospitality that you're enjoying here locally, especially on the boulevard. But everywhere you go, like they can give you free food. A lot. Just the other day, they give me a free water because it's too hot outside. It's awesome, bro.
I love it, Dave. I love that you're having a great time. You know what? It's not only about winning. It's about making friends, and of course, it's about building legacies. Let's take a look at the big picture. Let's look at our STC Club Championship updates. We have teams in here that they're trying to fight for points, to try to make it to the top level of the competition, to try to be on that first place. That first place right now is taken by Team Vitality that is going to be participating in our competition tomorrow. Genji Esports, sadly for them, they've already out of our KWC 2025. And if you look at that fourth place right now, AGAL coming into our competition tomorrow. So AGAL, they still have an opportunity to try to go and take that first place from Team Vitality.
Word on the street here is AGL. They're primed to take it, right? They're the favorites to win it all here. And they're fourth place right now. As you mentioned, Genji, they recently got knocked out, so they're locked into second place here. Whereas AGL, because a lot of points to earn still.
Oh my God, AGL is the gold standard for Honor being competitive here.
I agree.
And they are definitely aiming for nothing less than the crown. And that's a lot of points going to the club championship.
I'm telling you, that crown over there at the top of the rankings is going to be at 27 million US dollars. That is a lot of money.
Oh my God. Phil, what are you going to do with that?
Life-changing. So many sports cars, you know, all right? You can get multiple. Every win from here on out gets you another sports car.
Bro, literally, if you come to the boulevard, there's so many exotic cars lining up outside the gate.
Beautiful.
The thing about Saudi here is so cool. Like, it's a different world, right? Because life starts after 7 p.m. People party until 4 a.m. in the morning. Like, you literally, around 4 p.m. in the afternoon, you can't even find a restaurant open. But 7 p.m., bro, everywhere is hyped. It's open.
That is true.
Yes.
That is the moment when the life starts right over here, right? And it's been a lively event in here with the new format that we have brought to you this year. We started with the group stage, then we moved into the last chance. We moved to the group kings, and today we're starting the playoffs. That format, never seen before, Phil.
Of course. Now, a lot of people say this format is extremely cutthroat, and while that is true, it makes it so that every single match matters, right? You can get into the group kings, you can get into the last chance. Every match matters. It gets you into a better position in playoffs, potentially, if you win all the way through, but it gives you a second chance as well in the lost chance.
I would say like this entire format is so creative. In the groups though, although it's random, but it's so emotional, right? You got the same region going against each other. And then once they go to the group kings, you're really deciding how you want to be seated coming into the playoff, right? The last chance, oh my goodness. If you were not in the venue, you're missing out, right? There's so much yelling.
I'm telling you, man, like I'm telling you, it's been since day one, it's been amazing because of the fact that you needed to win that first game. And if you did not, then you did not have any more respawns. Since day one up until day 6, we've had top clutch plays. And Kidia has been in charge of just collecting all of them and put them together in our Kidia top plays. Let's look at some of these. Some of them, they were very funny. Some of them, they kept us at the edge of our seats. But I'm telling you, this has been clutch after clutch after clutch.
While Honor Kings is traditionally like, a 15, 20-minute game, you see here in a lot of these clips, we see insta-kills come out. Every second matters. You cannot misstep. You cannot make a mistake. You need to be focused and locked in the entire time.
Absolutely. And guys, when you're watching the KWC, one thing to really want to do is take home all the combos that you see on the screen, right?
Yes.
I know that today we're going to see some games from Paws Gaming, for example. They're a team known for combos. And not just them, every single team here, they're going to demonstrate how to play a character, how to rotate with that character, so you can take it back and rank up with yourself, with your friends.
They have a lot of great combinations that you're going to see at home, guys, when you guys play traditional ranked games and such. And to be able to see it at the highest level is amazing too.
Yeah, take a look at this combos that you're watching right now. You got Dwayne in the front, tanking tremendous amount of damage, but they just got turned around because the other team, the red team, Twisted Mind, they have a twisted mind, right? And they want to show something completely different. And now we're seeing the players' emotion on screen right now.
I'm telling you, some insane plays in here, but what's even better is just the reactions from the players. These Crunchyroll reactions, they never disappoint.
The energy in the stadium is absolutely contagious here. We mentioned here that every game matters, and because of that, the pop-offs are even greater than ever before, surviving death and not elimination.
I gotta say, my favorite reaction has to go to Twisted Mind Hailan, bro. This guy on a whole different level. Just look at him! Bro, he made group stage feel like he won the championship, bro. Like, every single game. There's one time like he won, I forgot exactly which team he went against. This guy just stood up, and you can saw the emotion on his face, and after a game, like, yo, bro, what did you, have some beef with the other teams or what's going on? No, I just won. I just want to feel good.
Some people just like winning. And you know what? Just one little game just takes you to the side of the bracket that you want to be. If you want to be on the top bracket, you need to win all the games. Otherwise, it's going to send you to the lower bracket. You know what? We're got into the top 8 right now. There is no weak team in here. The top side of it is going to have teams like TT Global and Team Vitality fighting it out tomorrow. And the bottom side of it, AGAL against Alpha 7 Esports.
As we've seen from these brackets here, why the Kings Group League is important here is if you win that, you come into playoffs not having to face against the unlockable character teams from...
Yeah, absolutely. This is quite important. That's why the Groups King stage, like you mentioned, is really important. But today, we're going to see a long day, all right? Because these teams, they're on the same level, same playing field. Paws Gaming versus Twisted Mind upcoming, and we have Nova Esports versus OG. Bro, these are longtime rivals, and they're about to face each other again in today's playoff.
The stakes couldn't be higher than what they are right now. These two games are going to decide the fate of who is going to be going back home tomorrow and who is going to be able just to stay alive and try to fight for that prize pool, right? It is a $3 million prize pool in total, with the first place taken home $750,000.
As we were mentioning earlier, every win here has an enormous pay jump, as you can see. From 5th to 4th here, a $70,000 pay jump. From then on, it's another $110,000. Every win, you want to go even further.
Bro, $750K, you go home, everybody walks home with a Porsche, all right? I mean, this is just a whole new different level. But I think, Isaac, you mentioned, the team who have been eliminated, they got about, just today, winning or losing, you guarantee $130K. But you take a step forward, you get $200,000.
I'm telling you, it's been not only these last 2 weeks, it's just been a very long road for these teams to make it right over here. They came on in their own regions. They had to be champions of their own regions. They needed to be on the top 3 in some other places. So some of them, they have really proved themselves. For some others, this is their last opportunity to prove that they belong in here. Before the stream, we came together and we put together some different tiers. So to see how the teams are going to stand in our Aramco Power ranking. I'm going to explain to you a little bit of how this works. We broke it into 3 different tiers: S tier, A tier, and B tier. With the S tier, gotta be AGAL and TT Global. The A tier, Nova Esports, Paws Gaming, OG Esports, and Twisted Minds. And in B tier, we needed to have Team Vitality and Alpha 7 Esports. Phil, talk to me about the distance in between the tiers, because we had a good conversation about that, right?
For sure, the S tier here is going to be a good amount cut above the A tier here. These are teams that got a direct ticket into playoffs here, skipping through groups, and that's for good reason. These are some of the strongest teams coming from the KPL, and as mentioned before, they're projected to take the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this team's amount of training they had, the familiarity they have with each hero in each position, how to rotate. When they see a character, they have in the back of their head, they know exactly what they do. And you can see the distance they keep, knowing that the capability of their opposition. That's so important playing Honor of Kings.
Dave, you had some interesting takes on that, right? You had some hot takes. What about if you give us some doctor's notes, mate?
Oh, absolutely. I got my notes right here. So the pulses. No, we're taking a look at A and B tier because the team are so close, right? We're talking about A tier with all this team coming so close to each other, but I think Nova is just slightly above from a historical statistic standpoint, right? From all the past World Series we have seen, even in the scrim or in the group stage, Nova is just built different. The resilience this team have, the consistency this team have is on a different level. But at the same time, all the other teams we've seen like Vitality or Alpha 7, I have talked to Alpha 7 quite a bit. The coaches, Coach Joko, that talk about shifting strategies for the team. They used to have CR7 on the marksman, well, on the jungle. Now CR7 is the marksman, is the farm lane, and they have shifted their focus towards the farm lane with Danny playing support, tank, jungle, and funnel resources to the farm lane. And I think the strategy is pulling wonders. So I look forward to the fight Alpha 7's gonna give to AGAL.
I'm telling you, it's difficult for us to be able to understand that there are no clear lines in between the teams. Everything is just very blurry. They're trying their very best in order just to move a little bit closer to each other. But you know what? Thank you, Dave. Those were our doctor's notes, your meta checkup that is brought to you by the Al Habib Medical Group. What about if we move into match number 1 of our quarterfinals? It is going to have Paws Gaming against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, they had a little bit of a slow start, but then after that, they've been taking win after win after win after win. But Paws Gaming, they haven't lost yet a match. Paws Gaming is coming in with 7 games, 6 dubs. They haven't literally lost a match since they started right over here. Let's talk Paws Gaming.
For sure, both teams have definitely not felt defeat in a while here, right? But Paws Gaming have not encountered an opponent as strong as Twisted Minds yet here. These matches today here are gonna be our highest potential for ultimate battles here. The most grueling, the most 50-50 potentially, and it's anyone's game.
Yo, by the way, guys, this is Phil's favorite player, Feng Jie, holding the key, all right? Listen, whoever loses today, we talk about this is do and die, this time to level up. Whoever loses today, they will have that key being crushed live in front of millions of viewers.
Not only their keys, man, that their dreams are going to be crushed. And we do not want to see that. We talked about how important Fengji is going to be for the composition of Paws Gaming. On the other side, Hailang is going to be very important for Twisted Minds, isn't it?
Oh my God, I want to see more explosive emotions, okay? Hailang came in and said, he has one sentence, right? We can beat any team, just give us a shot. And now you're looking at him holding the key. This is the key to his dreams and to his team's dreams.
With Hailang's energy and confidence, I believe it. It's honestly anyone's game here. And Dave, don't get me started on Feng Jie here. I have a lot of notes about him. I cannot wait to go into it.
Phil, you look excited, like you've done a lot of homework. I am really, really digging this whole information vibe that you're giving, man. Thank you very much on that. Paws Gaming, Xiao Yang, Feng Jie, Myosotis, Qingling, and Snow. The 5 men that they're going to be defending Paws Gaming's key, so their dreams and their key are not going to be crushed.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Paws Gaming in general. This team has scrimmed against the KPL region, right? We're talking about you become as strong as your opponent, so you're as strong as your environment, and that's exactly what Paws Gaming brings to the table. They might be a wildcard team, but coming in, they are just as strong as any other region, and they have shown it with 100% win streak.
Again, when we were doing the tiers, it was just so difficult just to try to see who's S, who's A. There is a little gap, but that gap every single day is just becoming shorter and shorter and shorter. And on the opposition, Twisted Minds, Clean, 90, Highland Shanks, and City Boy. The 5 men that Twisted Minds are going to send us in order just to keep their drive going for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, not a team to be understated as well. The winners of the Kings Major West League, that's how they earned their ticket into here, the Kings World Cup here. And they're going to be against Paws Gaming. While they have some experience against, you know, the KPL teams, I don't think they're going to be ready for Twisted Minds.
Bro, if you have not come to the Boulevard and went to the Twisted Mind building. Ooh. You gotta go, all right?
He went there.
You see the plushie? I got 3 of those, all right? That was goated. You have to get them. They have the lucky charm on them. And today I want to see them Twisted Mind because it's all about a mental game with Twisted Mind.
Boys, we need to start wrapping up a little bit on this. Let's talk about Twisted Minds against Paws Gaming. It's going to be a battle of 2 different strategies. I do believe that Twisted Minds is a little bit more of a fist. It's 5 fingers all together into a fist, as I believe that Paws Gaming might depend on Fungi a little bit too much.
Of course, Fungi here is the pivotal player. It's no secret he's one of the strongest players here on Paws Gaming here. And how they play around him, he's a very resource-heavy player, you know? And when you put all your eggs in one basket like that, you know, when the ship goes down, when he goes down, the ship goes down with it.
No, I agree completely. But on the other side, like, he's going to be facing Shanks, right? And if you analyze the Twisted Minds roster, Shanks might be, from the 5 of them, the one link that might be the opening for Paws Gaming.
But see, different teams have different strategies. When I look at Twisted Mind, I'm looking at Hailong carrying the team's momentum.
Yes.
I'm also looking at 90, which is a player to watch for me personally, right?
Of course.
This guy has brought so much to the table with the engages, with the flanks. Have you seen the fatigue in the group stage? I mean, this guy can 1v3. He just doesn't die. Like, when he activates ultimate, he becomes undying warrior.
For sure, Fatih, one of the newest characters on the Gorge here, and Knightley, one of the first person to adapt to it very well, picking it up and performing excellently with it.
Boys, tell me, what are you expecting for this game? Are we expecting to make it all the way to 7 games, or is it going to finish in 5 or 6?
Oh, absolutely.
Dave.
There's so many different combos I'm ready to share. Again, to the audience, right? If you're watching, this is your time to take some notes.
Yes.
Get your friends, get your grandparents, get your parents. I mean, I don't know if they play, but get them to play
Make them play.
Make them play, right? Because there's so many combos. The thing about Honor of Kings is a community game. You got to play with your friends. You got to play with your family. And we have seen that actually in all around the world with people playing together. And I want to see some great combos like Sun, Lady Sun and Ming, Da Qiao and Fuzi coming out.
Dave, look at that. The screen is ready.
Whoa.
The stage is ready. We started with 18. We're down to 8 teams. The last chapter of our story is going to finish right over here. It's the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to send you to the Amazon Arena. This is the Honor of Kings KWC 2025 quarterfinals. Are you ready? Let the battle begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honor of Kings fans from all around the world, welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025 here at the EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The stakes are higher, the pressure is intense, and only the best remain. My name is Mara Aquino here with Milosh, and we're here to be with you throughout the journey.
We have an incredible journey to go through over the next few days. It's an honor to be here with you, Mara, to witness everything in person. Well, only 10 or so days ago here in Riyadh, 16 teams landed to compete, and only 6 are left through our group stage, with, of course, 2 squads joining us, invitees from the KPL ACL. It is a single elimination bracket. It's simple. You lose, you're out. There are no second chances, and it's all for one thing, for a beautiful KWC trophy this Saturday.
And it's not just the trophy that they're gonna get to bring home, but also what they're fighting for is the whopping, jaw-dropping $3 million USD prize pool. That's amazing.
That is a life-changing amount of money. $3 million prize pool plus the glory that you get to carry for the rest of your life that you were a KWC winner here at EWC.
That's right, representing the nation. And I know they're excited to get started. So how about let's get to it?
Let's get to it. A special tournament requires a special hello to all of our teams. Let's introduce them all to you, starting with TT Global. Jing, Sunrise, Crane, Snowy, and Joy.
TT Global, one of the only two teams with direct invitation to the playoffs as the ACL champions. TT Global comes into the tournament with incredible momentum and a huge weight of expectations on their shoulders. All eyes will be on them to see if they can convert this privilege into championship glory. Now it's time to introduce the next team, AGAL. Zan, Zoe, Shang, Inwo, and Shuai.
The KPL Spring Champions are arguably one of the most decorated teams in HOK, and their incredible performance in 2025 has also giving them this huge opportunity, a qualification invitation directly into our quarterfinals here at KWC in Riyadh. Though, next up, our third squad on the stage, it's Nova Esports. Chuan, CY, Wendy, Muchi, Wapit.
Nova Esports, the reigning Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3 and MKL champions. Now their reputation coming into their tournament is a formidable one. With that championship victory fresh in their mind and bringing along that confidence, they're considered to be one of the tough teams to beat here in the tournament. Now up next, let's welcome Alpha 7 Esports. Niap, Danny, Fury, CR7, and Villa 1.
Now, qualifying out of the Brazil Fall Championship, they shattered expectations. And also here at KWC at the Esports World Cup, where they went through Group B, taking out both Loops and Team Vitality before making it to this main stage. Who doesn't love an underdog story? Next up, though, on stage, it's Team Vitality. Tufts, Jean-Q, Neil, Zon, and 19.
Team Vitality, a squad that knows how to fight through the fire. They may have finished third in the IKL, but they are turning heads here in the international stage. Now, they are the last remaining Indonesian team, and they carry the hope of a nation. They're still standing, and they're not done yet. Up next, we have OG Esports. Keke, Dao Dao, Wen, An, and Muchen.
The phone rang for OG and they picked up the last call to make it to KWC at the Esports World Cup. And boy, did they make an impact, going 2-0 in Group D. They definitely have aced their exams so far here. The question is, how far does that flawless run go now that we've made it to the main stage with 8 of the best in the business? These are our first 6 teams. Our next 2, however, will kick off our quarterfinals at KWC at the Esports World Cup 2025.
我觉得他们是本次 KWC 的最大的黑马，因为他们先前是被分在了我们一个俗称的死亡之组嘛，可是他们还是硬生生从这个死亡之组杀出来了，我感觉他们真的非常厉害。
Paws Gaming is a pretty good team. because he has the players that call Qingling, and then also Feng Jie. He's a very good ADC. You know that every players from KPL is very strong, so I think it's a pretty hard game to fight with Paws Gaming.
我觉得 Twisted Mind 里面最有威胁性的，当然就是他们的打野 Clean， 无论是蓝领野还是野河都玩得很好的选手，他都做得非常的好。虽然 Twisted Mind 你们是本次 KWC 里面最大的黑马，可是我相信明天我会在赛场上击败他们的。
Paws Gaming are here for top 8.
And now, it's time to start with the first quarterfinal match of the day, starting with Paws Gaming. They are the team that's proving to belong amongst the best. Snow, Myasotis, Xiaoyang, Feng Jie, Qinlin. Paws Gaming has been on a mission from the very start. Their rise began in the Wild Card King series, where they went completely undefeated, claiming the championship in a dominating fashion. Now that perfect run, it wasn't just a fluke. They are warning, a threat to everyone that comes to their way.
And I'm sure every other team is listening very dearly to what Paws have been saying. So it's time to see what will happen against their opponents. The team with the hometown buff, it's Twisted Minds! Nighty, Clean, Hailang, Shanks, and CT Boy. Well, in the inaugural season of Major West League, they went through a gauntlet of the best Western teams to earn their spot at KWC. It wasn't an easy run there, and it wasn't an easy one when they got to Riyadh over the past week. But that comeback that they had in Group C was absolutely incredible to witness, and that's how they got to this main stage today. How many times will Lightning strike with the squad? We'll have to see. Though, Twisted Minds, Paws Gaming, please, you may place your tablets and take your seats for our first matchup.
And now it's time to start our best of 7 series. Twisted Minds versus Paws Gaming. We're gonna head to our panel, Lead the Gorge.
Our first best of 7. This is a completely new game field. Best of 3, best of 5, all that is gone. Best of 7, this is going to be where the big boys can play only. And if you do not bring your hero pool ready, I'm telling you, you better go home, Phil.
You don't just need a hero pool, you need a hero ocean. In a best of 7, by game 6, a lot of heroes are going to be off the board here, banned or picked already, and you're not going to be able to have them anymore. So going into these games here, they're going to need to strategize and play for the long haul, try to get picks all around.
Now, for those who are new here, what that means is the heroes that you picked in the same series for the same team cannot be used again. And that's why we love Global Ban Picks so much, because you can see so many synergies and learn from the pros and see how they maneuver, how they pilot those characters, and to really show off and maximize the effect of those characters.
Since the beginning of a Global Ban Pick, we've already said that the game completely just changed. It was the evolution of our game, because right now, 2 heroes, not enough. 3 heroes, not enough. 4, you're starting over there. 7, 8, or 9 is going to be the minimum that they need to master.
For sure, you're going to need to be a jack of all trades and master of all. Unlike a traditional MOBA where you see, the same few characters every now and then, you get to see the widest array of characters and strategies out in these best of 7s.
The characters that you want to watch, if you can dream it, it's going to be done, all right? It's going to be shown on this stage. As I mentioned before the segment, there's so many different combos, and you really want to get all your friends, if you're trying to make a team, to build a community, well, this is the time to get them to watch how these players is going to do all those combos. It's going to be awesome.
I'm telling you, in here, the players, you can sense it. Even though we're in the studio and right now there's a little bit of a distance between us and the arena, I'm telling you, I can sense the tension in here. I can feel how for all these players, this might be one of the most important games that they've ever played.
I've been hearing a lot about secret weapons, strategies that they've held here for the playoffs. here where every match matters here, because losing means you're going home. And in these best of sevens, you're going to see all kind of strategies, traditional and non-traditional.
My favorite has to be Pei and Byron, okay? Because it's not just Pei and Byron. There are different things that you can combo with that. Because really, you can have a hyper carry farm lane. You can then even have Foods, as you saw, right?
Of course,
Paws
yeah.
as a farm lane as well. Just have a hyper carry jungle. There's so many different varieties that this combo can work with, Phil. And I want you, because you have been focusing on this specific strategy, why don't you talk more about it?
It's one of the bread and butters here, but pass it back to Isaac here for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready. As Dave just mentioned, there's different strategies, there's different compositions, there's like different heroes that can be played, and we're gonna have to really look forward to what the players are going to choose. Phil, what do you think is going to be their first pick?
I think there's a lot of first picks that can happen here. A lot of strategies, you know, they think about going ahead and removing either the strongest picks initially, but in a best of seven, you can't remove them forever, right? So we're going to see more targeted bans come out, I would assume, and we're going to see all these strong picks be allowed open, because you can only play them once anyway.
The two teams have completely different playstyles. We mentioned this already. Paws like to go a little bit of rank master mode, right? Like they want to pick combos. Even with Marco Polo and Yaria, right? The stuff that you've seen in rank.
People love that combo.
That's how they grind rank points. But coming in here, when they go against Twisted Mind, this team is flexible. They pick on the spot. Whatever makes sense, whatever contests your lane to give us a little edge, they will do it. And that's what makes this team so strong and so unpredictable.
When you think about Twisted Minds, you think about communication. What would be one word that you would use to describe Twisted Minds, Phil?
If I had to describe Twisted Minds, I would say camaraderie. You know, they do everything together. You know, they win together, they lose together. You were mentioning the energy they bring. You can't even tell if they win or lose after a game.
Absolutely.
They're such good friends afterwards, and they love playing the game, and everyone here is here for the love of the game.
Yep, in the group stage, Twisted Mind had a story of Hailan, right? Right after a loss, they came back. The first thing we heard from the stage, because we're so close to it, is like this guy saying, yo, did you see the play I made? The other guy, yeah, that was a great play, bro. You should do more of those. So like this team, it just make you confused. Like, oh, did I just win or did I just lose? What happened?
It is going to be shown to us what is going to happen, as right now we're moving into the beginning of our game number 1. The ban and pick is going to be the first phase, the first stage of this game. And you know what? We'll analyze the game after it comes back to us. I know that Sagi and Bland, they're ready to jump. Boys, take it from here.
How's it going, everybody? We are going to be your casters for the game number 1 today. It is your boy Blam, and with me is my co-caster for KWC. It is none other than Sagi. How are we feeling today, Sagi?
Of course, we are stoked because we are finally pathing towards the playoffs. The last week, we have been putting stone after stone, blocks after blocks, and right now we are coming to our first series of the playoffs. Paws Gaming versus Twisted Minds here, Vlad.
Yeah, brick by brick, we're going to be seeing the first game composition come through here already, and obviously we saw Dave and Phil talk about the party pick here onto the side of Paws Gaming. They're going to lock it in for themselves for game number uno.
Ooh, game number uno. First strike coming in with the Fatih here. This pick, onto Snow, onto 90. They have had such an amazing performance, especially when it comes to jumping the backline onto this newly released hero. On the side of Twisted Minds, when we talk about anti-dive, we cannot be forgetting about Yu Huan and Long. These two picks, oh my goodness, their ultimate is a bailout button for them. Perfect to fight against this Fatih.
Yeah, I can say, interesting point you make there, right? Obviously, Fatih into the backline is looking for that backline pickoff, but when you got the unending sorrow from the Yu Huan, when you have the infinite vastness from Lung, it's going to be hard to dive, but if you need some extra dive potential, this Doom pick here is definitely what you need, right?
Exactly. It's like Paws Gaming is spelling one thing. We want to go in, we want to disrupt whatever Twisted Minds want to be, because as our panelists mentioned, they want to be in one mind, and if they are disrupted by all these multi-angle dives, maybe that's one of the ways to dissect them as a whole team.
Again, with this obviously dive potential here, you do need a little bit of zoning as well, right? I feel like this Lady Jen here for the side of Paws Gaming, Xiao Yang has picked this pick quite a few times already. Destructive Deluge is going to be a great means of zoning.
Oh, that's definitely going to be the case here. And check out the bans real quick. Coming in game 1, we have the Dharma. This pick, man, Miracle Maker, Playmaker, Multi-Man Knockout has been banned as well from the side of Paws Gaming. Luna as well. We've seen this hero. So much mobility, so much ultimate refreshes, this hero can do it all. And if you check your screen right here, Byron as well. Why is this pick so prized? It's because of how strong it is in the early game. It can sustain lane, it can win lane, given the scenario it is given. So right now, this Byron has been locked in for Twisted Mind as well as we progress towards the second phase of the pick and ban.
Yeah, pick and bans here, obviously very sort of support-centric over to the side of Twisted Minds, right? Obviously the Dolia being banned out because already locked in the Dune. The Ming here is going to be banned out because we know the Paws Gaming love the Ming and Lady Soon combo, right? So already Twisted Minds showing that they've done a little bit of homework here. And then final bit of ban here, they are looking to take away some more burst potential from the side of Twisted Minds. The Ganon Mo is on the ban bench.
This is the beauty of global ban pick, right? Sometimes you don't have to fully push out all your prize picks.
Yes.
We talk about how expensive certain team compositions are. Imagine you pull out all the big guns, all the tier S heroes in game 1, but you manage to lose, or you manage to get a tough win. Going to game 2, game 3, 4, 5, 6, it's gonna be escalating. The difficulty is gonna get harder and harder for your team to draft a perfect composition.
Yeah, I mean, just on the point you was making there as well, right? I mean, in terms of like expensive picks, we've actually got quite a few on the board already, right? I mean, locally, we already know that Lung is very expensive, Barty's already very expensive, but here and right now, this has been a pick that's been really kind of dominating the latter part of the group stages, right? Their shirt come through is going to be the control that they need, right? Really going to be a good counter here for the dive from the Barty and the Dune to kind of just like, hey, you think you've got the pace? We are going to change that tempo for you.
And that's what she does the best, right? You go in, you get pulled by a Silk Imprint, and she just pulls you towards the team here. And she's also a very good playmaker, especially when we talk about zone control. So both teams here, Xiaoyang and Hailang here, both picking zone control mages here. It's a battle between who controls the battlefield and allow their team to set up for these big team fights, right?
Yeah, especially, I mean, in terms of those big team fights, you're going to be looking for those key pickoffs. And speaking of key, we was hearing it just before we switched over to us. As Dave was just like, hey, the Marco Polo Yaria is what they've been using to climb in ranked games, and Paws is like, hey, let's bring this combo out. A lot of CC, obviously pairing with the Fever Barrage Ultimate is going to be pretty scary here for the side of Twisted Minds, right?
Especially when we talk about Yaria here. Why is Yaria so good in Marco Polo? Marco Polo, amazing mobility towards the mid game, so much kiting potential, you have so much playmaking with the ultimate, but you need to get yourself alive in all these situations here, and what's going to be better than that is a Yaria protecting this Marco Polo. But the thing is, Marco Polo Yaria, ooh, this duo, extremely weak in the early game. Will Twisted Minds be able to punish them for that?
I mean, we could really only hope so, right? We see over, look at the Twisted Minds, they do have their late game ticket, right? They have the Loon come through, so you know that Twisted Minds, now that they picked up the Agudo, that's going to be a lot of resources down to the bot side of the map, right? They're really playing into, hopefully, Shanks being able to perform on this Loon and not get caught out by the side of Paws Gaming.
And that is the task that Shanks have to really take on about. And we talk about the Agudo, right? When we see the team pick the Agudo, it spells one thing. You want to make sure that your tempo is fast. You want to be getting these side towers because the Wild Growth coming in from Agudo, you get so much critters and you can attack the tower without the minion wave. And that's the beauty of Agudo here. And we talk about this. Marco Polo Yaria, extremely weak in the early phase until the first or two items, like the Sparks Forge, like the Doomsdays. Yes. Before that, if they keep breaking apart, that's going to be a big deal coming in from Paws Gaming's drop.
This is what we can only really hope for here for the side of Twisted Minds, right? That they have that dominant early game. But I don't think Paws is going to allow them to have that, right? But this is going to be the first draft of this best of 7. And already, like we spoke about, there's been some expensive picks and then others not too expensive. We see here the Marco Polo, the Aria. We haven't really been seeing this game number 1 for the group stage, but now we're in the best of 7 format. This is where we start to see that, okay, let's go for group 1. Like, game number 1, we go for some expensive picks and some not so expensive picks. But right now, getting into game number 1, this is going to be the kickoff of the playoffs of the KWC 2025. Paws Gaming going up against Twisted Minds.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be an epic showdown between these two teams as we want to talk about some of the winning conditions here.
Yeah.
If you're Paul SG, you definitely have to be banking on Feng Jie and Qingling. Once these two picks come into fruition towards the mid game, you'll be seeing more of these sideline pressures coming from this duo. However, if you're Twisted Minds, you're gonna be banking on all your early picks here, making sure that you break this early game apart and you get the early game team fights going on for the side of your entire draft.
Yeah, I mean, we could already see a little bit of rotation between the two lanes, right? Those side lanes are not going to be facing head-to-head with the marksman. They are looking to just kind of funnel and control the side of Paws Gaming at this point, and then obviously to the top side of the map. What's one good way of obviously taking down Fatih in the early game is having some long range, right?
Oh yeah, that's definitely the case. Especially if you look at this case, it's pretty beneficial coming in from the side of the Marco Polo here. He gets the fire beat, he has a very smooth laning phase, making sure that, okay, we're sacrificing snow onto the Clash Link here, but our win condition, which is Feng Jie, that star player on this Marco Polo, gets a stress-free environment in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you really want to create, right? When it is your star player, you want to create as little stress as possible, especially in such kind of high stress situations that we have right now onto the Gorge. I mean, not only just in the Gorge, but the tournament itself.
The tournament itself, well said there, Blem. And just look at the mid side right now. There is so much pressure coming in from both teams here to really secure this mid priority. When we talk about mid priority, what is it about? It is about getting the push first and allowing your teammates to be able to push, to be able to gank the side lanes here. So whoever gets this mid control gets to move first.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one scary thing about Twisted Minds draft here as well, right? I mean, they got a low AoE. They've got to kind of try and acknowledge onto the side of Paws Gaming. They obviously have the Wild Growth. They have the stun come through here for City Boy on the Hue 1. So they're really looking for the potential CC and making sure they're not getting caught and taking like any unnecessary damage. Like we're seeing right here, the Silk Imprint comes through and serves Myosotis to the side of Twisted Minds. First blood going over to 90.
Hailong coming in big with the Silk Imprint there. Yes, Myosotis, kind of a bit of an overaggression there. Thinks he has that passive to heal him up, but Hailong heading that Silk Imprint, pulling him towards the arms of Twisted Mind. That was beautifully played by Hailong.
Very well played by Hailong. I mean, he's kind of like the guy at the party, right? You don't want to dance, and then he kind of does a little lasso, and then he goes around you, pulls you in, and then all of a sudden, you're into the mix and you're dancing the tango. And that's exactly what they did to the side of Paws Gaming there. Myosotis, like you were saying, Sagi, doesn't quite have that sort of sustain in the early game just yet. We're kind of looking for that itemization, right? Potentially a bit more tanky items coming through, but in terms of damage, it's going to be passed up into the top side of the map there. Paws repaying that first blood.
Blow for blow, 90. He expended the flash just now at the mid lane to punish Myosotis here. Xiaoyang, they have that information, comes up with a beautiful roam, punishing 90 for that aggressive play.
Yeah, again, this is how, like, real useful these common skills are, right? If you use that flash, it could be your deathbed, and Death Rope came through there to the top side of the side of Twisted Minds. But right now, I see a little bit of a stalemate at this moment in time. Obviously, we do use the Agudo there for a ball coming through just to get a bit of knock-up, maybe just trying to push away and lock down that balance into the mid lane.
But we're coming to the first Tyrant of the series here, Blam. Usually we talk about, oh, early kills, not the greatest, not the best, but we talk about 4-minute mark. We want to see what the players, what the teams are prioritizing. Are we looking at fighting for the Tyrant? Are we looking for trading certain objectives on the map, like the buff, like the towers here? As we slowly approach, the Tyrant has been spawned onto the map.
Yeah, I mean, one of the clear indicators is obviously pressure down to the bot side of the map, but right now, Myosotis is just trying to kind of poke and prod both City Boy and Hailong here, just try and make sure they're looking a little bit worse for wear as they try and go for this neutral objective fight. We do see, however, Feng Jie in the sideline. Is he going to try and go with the Fever Barrage with Steel? Doesn't quite have the confidence at this point in the game. Going over to Twisted Minds is the first Tyrant.
Indeed it is, but I want to prize Paws Gaming as well. We talked about this, the Feng Jie on his Marco Polo. He needs some time here, but City Boy here gets forced out the ultimate here. All big, that's what we talk about, the bailout opportunity. That's the beauty of the Yuhuan roam.
The beauty of the unending sorrow as well, right? The undying sorrow is going to be there coming through to actually just basically just bait a lot of those skills to come out of your enemy team. We didn't see the Fever Barrage being used. We can see here, obviously, the common skill for Feng Jie. He wants to go for the cleanse because there is quite a lot of CC, a lot of control over to the side of Twisted Minds that could really upset the flow with the Fever Barrage.
And that is correct here, but a bit of a pressure comes from the side of Twisted Minds here as they look to punish Xiaoyang here. Xiaoyang forced to flash out and forced towards safety here. This is the side selection we're talking about, right? When you have numbers towards a certain side, you cannot be playing overly aggressive. Even if you have the common spell, you will be punished. And look at Myosotis here. Does not have the numbers here. getting punished so hard in his own jungle.
Yeah, had to use the unruly blade to get out of there. He'd still obviously be able to soak and tank up and regain that HP at this part of the game. But look at the top side of the map. We do see the Paws Gaming actually got their way in. A little bit of a golden ticket. They got the T1, was able to kind of put a little bit of pressure onto the T2 into the top side as well. But the control coming through from Clean and Highland combo here. But Shanks picking up the kill. There is going to be a kill trade up to the top side of the map because 90 was doing his best to keep the T2 alive.
Ooh, a 1-for-1 trade here, but Paws Gaming, you drop a kill, you get a tower top side as well. This is the potential of the Marco Polo Yari we're talking about. You don't stop them, you don't halt them in the early game, they are going to be such a menace in the side lane. And let's check out this replay real quick. So, Fengjie finds 90. 90 punished immediately by this Marco Polo.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of flashed in a little bit too early there, then dashed out. And at that point, it was kind of like, it's taken too much damage. It's going to be a little bit of a kind of like, all right, FF, I need to go and just reassess back at base after that death takedown. But now we're starting to see the Paws Gaming again a little bit more control onto the Gorge. They take the T1 down to the bot side as well.
As the game progresses at this point, Fengjie and Qingling is slowly becoming this side lane monster.
Yeah.
It's like a pseudo marksman that's roaming around the map. Roam and gun right now. Just look at bot side right now, 90. Once again, punished for his aggression.
Yeah, punished for his aggression. That is going to be the takedown there. Snow coming through with a clean kill. Obviously, Furball doing quite a bit of damage, keeping him away from that second engage that we saw in see Brew there. Obviously, Myosotis coming from the back end of the Crimson Tyrant there, the Crimson buff, sorry. And then it was just kind of like, hey, no, Furball is going to do the pseudo tank job.
And look at the members coming from Twisted Mind here. They want to punish this mobile marksman coming in from Fengjie. There's no one on the side of Paws that's coming for his rescue. And he overextends into the bottom side of the map, gets punished, bails out, double kill for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but I mean, double kill for the potential T1 here. I mean, 90's really got a job on his hands as they obviously now the cavalry arrives. They do lose the T1 into the middle of the map, which is going to be a not as good trade, right? I mean, yes, you get 2 kills, but what can Twisted Minds do a little bit more here?
Oh, Twisted Mind gets the pull onto Myosotis here once again. Hailang pulls Myosotis in. This is the matchup between Hailang Shi and Myosotis. It makes the dude extremely awkward here, and Shanks wants to go for the Flaming Paw, but does not get the range.
Yeah, I mean, they claim back the T1 down in the mid lane as well, right? That is going to be a good kind of switcheroo here for Twisted Minds. In terms of goal lead, it's still only 1K. It's been very, very sort of like near and in between for both of these teams. But for Paws Gaming, they put a lot of pressure into that top side of the map, right? So really, we're kind of already seeing a clear potential backdooring, right? When we get these kind of later neutral objectives, the Shadow Tyrant, the Shadow Overlord, there's going to be a lot of pressure to that top side of the map.
That's exactly the case, but this Marco Polo and Yaria, it's a very good combo. It's like super good in the side lane. It provides so much healing and shielding for the marksman, but if you do overextend like what Fengjie did, you're going to be punished as a 1v2 and you're going to be dropping 2 kills instead of 1.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. They've got to be careful when obviously Yaria is on top of the Marco Polo. You've got to kind of make a case for that one within these dives into the bot side of the map. But right now, they're not really facing the consequences of that action, right?
Exactly, and look at tempo right now. 9 minutes on the clock, 1 minute until the Shadow variant, the Empowered Overlord, Empowered Tyrant that's going to be spawned under the map. It's a 50-50 game between both these two teams. We haven't yet seen a full blown-out team fight yet from both these two squads.
Yeah, they're holding on right. I mean, you can kind of see here, we saw that obviously Snow was pushing a bit of pressure up into the top side of the map, and then rightly so, down to the bot side, they had a minion wave crashing through for the side of Twisted Minds. So they're really kind of negating this sort of like 75-25 damage here for the side of Paws Gaming, but the Arabs take that Overlord there. The pressure is definitely being neutralized here.
Pressure is neutralized here, but Twisted Minds knows the map formation here. They invade this Azure Golem and they potentially have an angle towards the mid tower here. But look over to the bottom side real quick as Fengjie and Qingling further causes trouble as they are so strong in this side lane.
Very strong. I mean, you can see already 4 members on the side of Twisted Minds potentially going for the gank here. Looking to try to take off the carry before the Shadow Tyrant and spawns in about 14 seconds. There it is. Silky Beauty splits them apart into the back line. It is 90, but gets hit with Destructive Deluge. Can you get a pick off onto Fengjie? Fengjie tries to go in with the Fever Barrage, but this is going to be the turnaround here for Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds at the 10-minute mark gets 3 kills onto Paws Gaming here once again. Paws Gaming's Fengjie and Qingling gets punished hard for overextending in the side lane. And with this triple kill coming in for the side of Twisted Mind, they secure the first Shadow Tyrant of the series.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing a lot of damage being translated into the team fights already naturally for the side of Twisted Minds, but now they have that Shadow Tyrant, which is going to give increased damage and a speed boost, right? I mean, already fast with the Agudo. This is just going to make them go even faster.
Exactly, and check out the replay real quick. This is what we talked about. Yes, you get the tier 2, but you're so deep into enemy territory. You don't have mid-priority, you don't have to push, your teammates are slow. Xiaoyang gets caught up by 90 here, and immediately cavalry arrives. Fengjie, you have a lot of dashes, but how many dashes can it take you to really escape from this?
Yeah, it's a lot, right? But even with the Primal Bond on the cards, Twisted Minds is like, hey, let's not give them the Overlord, because if they are able to get the Shadow Overlord, they get the Shadow Vanguards, which is going to create some more pressure that really, this could be the weak point of Twisted Minds in this game number 1.
Oh yeah, that is the case here. And look at the goal lead right now. 2 minutes before we're saying, it's a 50-50, nothing much broke out.
Yeah.
But that is the pain that you have to suffer if you break out a team fight like this. You lose members, you lose out objectives on the map, and objectives provide you with all these gold. And right now, Twisted Mind, healthy 3000 with all the wave control, and they're going to be pushing all these towers down.
Yeah, I just want to point out, obviously, Xiaoyang onto the Lady Chen there, obviously, in terms of damage output, but again, Fengjie and Qingling may get punished here as they try to poach the top side of the map. Obviously get phase check here. The right person to do it is going to be City Boy because he has the heals and the sustainability. Down goes Fengjie once again. They are being punished for the same reasons, not even like moments ago.
How many times do I have to teach you this lesson here, Paws Gaming? Once again, as we mentioned, Fengjie Qingling very far towards the play here. Just look at this. They know for a fact that, okay, we go for the push. They will want to sneak a clear onto the side lane here. So, what do we do first? We clear them off of the side lane, then we commit on our push, which is right now happening in this tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're down for around about like 11, 12 seconds, right, before this comes through. Destructive Deluge is going to be potentially enough here to take out the Vanguards into the mid lane. Can Twisted Minds convert this into that T3 into the top side of the map? Hailang may get caught out here because we see Snow into the back line, using the flash to get out, but it is going to be the damage. Infinite Vastness, Unending Sorrow come through. Is this going to be enough to keep the side of Twisted Minds alive? And it is!
The double bailout we talked about in the draft here. Yes, no, you got an amazing flank coming in, but the double bailout instantly. No further questions asked. They get out and they get out safely.
I mean, that was like escape artist level kind of get out of there, right? They really got out of jail with their free card. It was honestly looking like a collapse that could have been detrimental, because I mean, Barty, as we were saying in the draft, right, if he can get in onto your backline, that's a lot of devastation.
Exactly, and look at the item builds real quick. Shark is insanely rich in terms of gold. He went for the most expensive low build in the game.
Yeah.
No Axe of Torment, no Starbreaker, goes for the Daybreaker instead, and right now, he has it's already 4 items, soon to be full slotted.
Soon to be full slotted, but still, at the same time, Fengjie and Qingling are just trying to get that dominate into that top side of the map. But fortunately for the side of Twisted Minds, they're able to trade that T3 down to the bot side, and then that means that 90 is free to go and just mitigate that lane up the top side of the map. But right now, funneling more over to Shanks, the Crimson Golem goes over. Extra damage is not going to be the weak point here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Okay, 4 seconds onto this Tyrant here. If you're Paws G, you gotta be breaking up some form of priority, especially the side lanes here.
Yeah.
At the very least, set up the map, set up a camp here, so you can catch up some of these members coming in for Twisted Mind here, because you know for a fact, once they get this Tyrant, they're gonna be rotating towards the Overlord, and once those two are in the hands of Twisted Mind, they are looking for the game-ending push.
They could be looking for the game-ending push here as well. I mean, just more damage coming through. The Fever Barrage just being used as a wave clear here as well, right? Careful here. Yes, 90 is going to be quite spry. He does have his common skill as well. Clean, rotating through with a roll through. Also, all sides of Twisted Minds committed into the top side of the map just to take down 2. Actually, not just 2. We saw that Qingling was trying to get out of there, but that is going to be a NO for Paws Gaming.
A bit of a deja vu. I feel like I've seen this before at the exact location, the exact method of being caught out here. So Paws, Fengjie, and Qingling here, once again, being punished for being so deep into enemy territory here. And right now, 3v5 situation, it's a no-brainer that they are going to be taking this game because look at the front side. There's only 2 members of Paws Gaming here, Bland.
Only 2 members of Paws Gaming left. Snow is trying to get back, but 90 is on his tail. The minion wave is coming through. They do have an enhanced minions wave back down to the bot side of the map here, but no high ground turrets here for the side of Paws Gaming. It's going to look hard, but Shanks is looking to do enough damage, but there is no minions. Infinite Fastness being drawn out now, coming back in, renegotiating and landing on top of Myosotus. Builds the Sage's Sanctuary right in time. He's going down once, he goes down twice. Is this potentially the hold-off here for Paws Gaming?
Still a sign of breathing left for the side of Paws Gaming here. Myosotus absorbs so much damage there. Shanks, a bit of over-aggression there. He wants to go for the end, but the team has a bit of a different idea though. But let's look at the replay here. Okay, Fengjie forces out the Infinite Vastness there. Shanks goes for the Safe Sanctuary purchase, falls down, gets taken down by the AoE spell, has to force for the Destiny, but still gets taken down. That's 2 very expensive items being taken over for the side of Shanks.
Very expensive items coming through here. And definitely a little bit of a room to breathe here for the side of Paws Gaming. But this is the Twisted Minds that we normally see, right? They see the crystal, they don't really take the team fight in the bestest of fashions, and then they get punished for it.
Exactly, and they are getting punished right now with this Overlord take coming in from Paws. Even though you have 3 Tier 3's tower being taken down, they are alive and breathing right now because they are relieved of the wave controls.
Relief of the wave controls, and obviously we can see for the automation of Fengjie, even though he's get picked up like 4 times at this point in the game, he has the Succubus Cloak, right? Trying to mitigate a lot of that damage from Highland Shirt in those team fights, but is that going to be enough here? Obviously, we do see the Frigid Charge come through as well, trying to set up those like dominant sort of Diva barrages.
Ooh, if we look at Hailang here, he's sort of a control mage, but this control mage is very, very rich. 9,000 for City Boy, 9,000 for Hailang. They're both building towards these late game damage items right now. So if you even get poked by these items, you're going to be going down good. So this Cloak giving you that magic shield, perfect coming in from Fengjie.
It's a lifeline, right? It's a lifeline against that magic damage. But right now, obviously, again, just creating more pressure to the top side of the map is gonna be Snow. And this is how he's been playing for the majority of the game. He's just looking to create some more pressure for the side of Paws Gaming. Twisted Mind City Boy taking a few blows there from Snow, but he's able to because he has the sustain.
Exactly, and look at Snow right now, 3-0 and 1 coming in onto this party here. We talk about how prized this pick is. If he finds a perfect angle onto Shanks or City Boy, and they can chain the crowd control, they can't be using their bailouts, which is the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're already seeing that one attempt for Snow down to the bot side to take that high ground turret. It's paying dividends here for Paws Gaming. They have the Vanguard down there. It's already split in part the side of Twisted Minds. You're already seeing that they're not clumped together as a unit right now.
Exactly, and right now, Paws Gaming, they are looking onto the Shadow Tyrant. They have secured it. Are they going to put the gold button here because they have this extremely strong combat buff that's going to be on them for the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard 90 seconds here for the side of Twisted Minds to play this, right? I mean, yes, they are ahead in terms of the gold, but I mean, how long is that going to actually sort of stick around, and how much is that going to benefit Twisted Minds going into this late game phase of Honor of Kings, right? I mean, they're already pretty much 6 slotted.
6 slotted. Just look at the gold chart real quick. 16,000 coming in from Shanks. Coming in next will be Fengjie and 90 here. So we're approaching the path that you mentioned here. More and more of these players are getting 6 slotted. 90 potentially caught out here as he's forced to walk away, and he has expended the Pure Sky to block that one single damage output.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I wanted to point out earlier, is obviously the damage output from the Lady Gen, right? The Destructive Deluge is just so deadly within Honor of Kings. But right there, we just saw Snow. He did take a lot of Flaming Palms to the face. It did mean that he had to draw it back a little bit, but still creating that kind of pressure into the top side of the mat is going to be Fengjie and Jingling. Furball just doing his job, pseudo tank.
Twisted Mind really requires Hailang to be healing the Silken Prince here. If not, we're going to be seeing a tango coming in from the side of Paws Gaming here. They're just dancing along the waves, the lanes here as we approach the 50 seconds. That's going to be spawning of the Tempest Dragon because this Marco Polo, yes, he's 1-4. Yes, the Riara is 1-4. But they're providing so much pressure onto the side lane that Twisted Mind has to respond.
Yeah, I feel like Snow's a little bit like Nostradamus within this game because obviously he was able to create pressure in the one lane where the Tempest Dragon was going to spawn. Like if Twisted Minds had that high ground turret down there, it would be so much pressure and so much kind of like on the back of the mind of Paws Gaming that they probably wouldn't even go for it. But now they've actually managed to have those enhanced minions down to that bot side of the map. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a stall here for the Tempest Dragon.
Learning their lesson, they're backing off from this push here. A good respect being paid from Paws Gaming here. Feng Jie making sure that he's not caught out right before the Tempest Dragon. 9 seconds short, the first ever Tempest Dragon of our KWC 2025 playoffs will be spawned onto the map here, Blam.
I mean, first game of the playoffs, right? Was we not expecting a a Tempest Dragon to come through? Sorry. I mean, I think we'd be a little bit delusional otherwise, but right now it is going to be on the board. It is that 20-minute mark where we know those passive items can be upgraded.
Exactly. Like Frigid Charge gets upgraded to the Winter here. Clean here just freshly upgraded his Blood Rage into a Phantom here. More stats, more damage here, and they are slowly approaching for this late game objective as Paws Gaming. They are starting off this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to try and bait it. Obviously, Myosotis is not going to do as much damage as Feng Jie within this Tempest fight, but City Boy just trying to get a little bit of it himself, see where they are within the brushes. The spell, the ultimate has been expanded here. They got to be careful. Clean might get taken out. It's going to be Snow into the back line here. He gets the Sage's Sanctuary for now, so going down once. Can he get the hammer down on twice? But it is going to be Furball that gets the kill. Who's going to go for the Tempest Dragon? Paws Gaming secures a Tempest Dragon, but can they secure the way out?
Look at Snow though, he's still in the back line here. 90 falls down, but Feng Jie falls down with the Sage Sanctuary here. Health bars are blinking low coming in from Twisted Minds here. Shanks still standing alive, still hitting with his auto attacks. He's still on it. Goes in for the skies, comes down, flanking huge. Right now, the fight is going super close for both teams here.
Both teams here. 90 is going to be the knight in shining armor. Can City Boy and 90 withstand this 2v1 against Myosotis? He has a Sage's Sanctuary. He's taken down City Boy, but can he take down another? The shielding comes through. He sidesteps the wind slash. They are going 1-to-1, toe-to-toe. Can they go brick for brick?
1v1 goes in, the shield comes in strong. Healing from the dude is just too crazy as of this point. The dragon is firing at 90 and he gets taken down as Paws Gaming comes up huge with such a big team fight.
The Tempest Dragon Vanguards did actually do the job. They were the ones to take down and get the hit onto 90, but 90, to his valiant efforts, was able to keep alive for Twisted Minds Clean, Highlang and Shanks to get back onto the gorge. So it's not written just in the stars yet for Paws Gaming in number 1. But this replay.
Look at the replay here. Snow immediately flashing in to capitalize on the backline. The smite coming in from the side of Twisted Mind goes down and it's currently in the backline here. So on the front end, Paws Gaming gets the Tempest Dragon. As the fight further commences here, we see Snow further pondering at the backline here. And as of this point, all members are down and we see a 1v1 brawl between these two fighters into the mid lane.
I mean, this is just giving me KMW Finals PTSD, right? Where we saw 90 go 3v1 and he was able to take down the side of OG. It was incredible, but it just wasn't enough against Paws Gaming as they go for the potential final assault.
But still, due to that fight, a lot of the members do not have the Tempest Dragon buff right now. Only Myosotis has it, so it still does not form a game-winning push coming in from Paws Gaming, especially Marco Polo, not the best pusher here, but the pull comes in, forces out the Purify.
Yeah, forces out the Purify, but obviously we weren't hoping that the Agudo Furball was going to land on top as well. It's a bit of a combo, but there it is. Snow just diving in, getting a bit of damage. Destructive Deluge is just going to be such a zone-in petition at this one, but they've got to clear out these waves that are coming through into the side of Twisted Minds.
With that attempt and that team fight coming from both teams here, another tier 3 goes down over to the hands of Paws Gaming here right now. All tier 3s from Paws Gaming, not there to be living. For the side of Twisted Minds, only one remains here. With control, it's gonna be neutralized for both teams here. However, we have to look at Snow. He's gonna be the key difference maker at 90. Whoever finds the flank onto the backline will secure the deal for their teammate.
It does seem like that, right? I mean, we were seeing it in the BP at the very beginning. It's all about the access into the backline, and both of these teams have that, and they have portrayed so far that they can do it beautifully, but it's who is gonna do it at the right time.
Exactly, and we have to think about one thing. Shanks no longer have to say Sanctuary. One time it was at the crystal of the enemy team, and one time it was at this fight, which is 2 minutes ago. And ladies and gentlemen, if you expend Sage Sanctuary, which is the resurrection item twice, you can no longer use it in the game.
You can't, and that's the crucial part, right? I mean, I believe that Shanks has already used it both times already, right? At the crystal of the side of Paws and in that last team fight. But Myosotis playing very well, right? Like, he's just there trying to chunk a lot of the damage, a lot of the skills from the side of Twisted Minds.
He's a beefy boy, he's soaking up damage, getting so much information, fighting for both control here. And look at both teams here. The Clash Lane and Jungle already secured their Sky Dome, the upgrade towards their Pure Sky, more damage reduction on that single frame. But look at this pull right here. He does not purify!
He does not purify, but he does have the Fever Barrage to get out of that. Sage Sanctuary does get activated onto Feng Jet. Is it going to be enough damage from Shanks? He gets the takedown! He comes back down with the infinite vastness. Can they take out Myosotus? There's a 3v1, but he's chunking at the damage. He can't chunk enough, but Snow into the backline.
Snow into the backline, goes for the ultimate. He is conquering the battlefield, but he gets pulled by Highland once again. Swaps towards the Sage Sanctuary. He is still alive, yet to be expanded right now. Can we look for more opportunities, or will Twisted Minds close off this game with more kills?
They're looking for more kills. There's only 2 members alive. We see that Xiao Yang is able to get that Sage's Sanctuary in the last moment, but he gets taken down as well. The boys in red are coming through. Minion wave here. We see Snow trying to go back to base, but we're seeing City Boy just grief him. And game number 1 is going to be Twisted Minds.
Hailong with the crucial initiate, pulling the Marco Polo. He had no purify. That top lane was the result of the display coming in from Hailong. Feng Jie once again punished for being over-aggressive.
Punished for being over-aggressive. I mean, honestly, the Marco Polo and Yarria, it wasn't the kind of shining thing we was really hoping to see there within the BP, but it's more of a just kind of just like, hey, maybe it's going to be that kind of tactic of like, let's expand Shanks' Lung, because obviously his performance on that one was a great pick, but now, because it's the best of 7 and we have the global ban pick, he cannot have that anymore.
Exactly, and like, this is the beauty of global ban pick I was talking about with the panelists and with the casters. There are certain ways you can just be expanding all these heroes, and you can pass it slowly but surely towards the game 2, towards the game 6, as that is how you expand the hero pool.
That is how you expand the hero pool, right? I mean, but this is the first game within a best of 7. And as you just saw on the stage there, nothing is granted, right? Everything is going to be earned for these players on the Gorge within this best of 7 series. But my goodness, is there been a better way to start off the KWC playoffs than this clash between the 2 titans?
Almost a 26-minute series here, and Sage Sanctuary after Sage Sanctuary, 2 Tempest Dragons from both teams here. Fights were immaculate coming in from both these 2 teams. Until the very last moment, we had no idea who was going to be coming out top in this team fight.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly beautiful there. But I mean, it's like Isaac was saying, right? It's like, is 3 heroes going to be enough? It's not enough. Is 4 heroes? It's not enough. But there is some few solid heroes left, but it still could not be enough. And right there, we're going to throw it back to the desk to see how they felt about that game number 1.
You know what? Do you know what? Do you want to know how I feel? I feel speechless. That is exactly how I feel right now. It is how people at home is feeling. That was one fight. What a way to start our quarterfinals with Twisted Minds taking that 1-0 advantage over Paws Gaming.
Oh my god, bro. We were screaming in the green room just now. Like, that game was insane. The Tempest fight, the last fight, the macro skills demonstrated in game 1, Phil. That was insane.
You could not have scripted it any better. First game here in the playoffs, double Tempest, insane fights all throughout the game, and then we see Knightley fighting for like 2 minutes.
It was crazy. And then we're here, like, again, ladies and gentlemen, like, we're here in the studio just looking at the screen, just like, don't fight, don't fight. And they're just throwing hands. And we are loving every single second of it.
You know, we're on the topic of that fight. I want to talk about Byron, okay?
Go ahead.
That's why you must master that character. You must watch the tutorials. You must play the character. It's one of the strongest, not the strongest right now. Definitely most popular in the Clash lane. The hero is untouchable. You have the Tempest buff, right? On one side, and Byron just doesn't die. Like,
no, not at all. He's not afraid of that. And that's why in these 6 days, in this 7th day of competition, it's been part of the meta. That Byron pick right over there is a hero that everyone at home, you need to go and try to practice.
I would definitely say Byron's one of the strongest Clash laners because of that clutch factor. Standing up against, you know, a Tempest there, he was still surviving for 2 whole minutes of fighting it. And we know Knightley, we've seen what he can do on Byron here, and he can fight for a while.
That fight was so long that in some moment I thought, like, you know what? They gotta be tired, man. Like, their fingers gotta go stiff at the moment because the way that they're doing, if you have ever seen a professional player just playing this in live, like, the speed that their fingers move is insane. So I can imagine that after those 45 seconds of throwing hands in their just boxing match, they're gotta be like really tired after that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Byron is Byron has so much regeneration, right? With his skill kit, he can constantly regenerate. You can see that he was stepping back a little bit, so skill 1 touches not only the fatigue, but also the Tempest Dragon. And it was insane, the fact, Tempest Vanguard, excuse me. And that was absolutely insane how he constantly skill 1, just back and forth and regen like 1/3 of health. On the other side, the fatigue didn't die either. Oh, Duen, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, speaking of back and forth, this game was really back and forth. At first, it looks like Twisted had a great lead here, but kind of nearing the end of the game, they kind of slowed down. It started looking like Paws, you know, they got a Tempest. It was looking like it was swinging the other direction. But since they took out all those high ground towers, that was paying dividends all throughout the late game.
Like if you look at the highlights right now and if you check on the replays, you can start seeing all the items, the speed that they're changing them, the Sage's Sanctuary, the Destiny, like all of those items are just being changed in seconds.
You know, absolutely, because we're talking about, hey, where is the Sage Sanctuary? But then we mentioned that these players are so good micro-wise, they can change like in a split of a second, right? They have a preset, and you want to learn how to do that from Phil as well, right? Like he has a video talking about it, so you definitely want to learn that. Now we're looking at the stats. It seems like, whoa, that's 37% damage by Lady Jen. I gotta talk about the mages in this specific game. The mages are so effective because there's so many, like I would say, bruiser type of characters. You got a Byron on one side, you got a Fatigue on the other side, you got Duen as well. And it's kind of hard with the one-shot factor. It's more of just like poking back and forth, a lot of skill being thrown around. But everybody's so tanky, and that's why you see the mages doing so much damage.
In a long game like this, almost 26-minute game, you see crazy damage numbers. But what I noticed here on Twisted Mind's team, you see the damage is fairly well distributed. They just have one holder of all the damage. But on Paws' side, we see the mid lane here, 37% damage. So once they went down, they were losing a lot of damage there.
Yeah, same as damage taken. Look at Duen, 43%. It mentioned like how much damage like is concentrated on damage dealt by Lady Jane, how much damage taken at the same time is concentrated on Duen as well. It's just, and by the way, that's why you have to master Duen. This character is unkillable, right? With a skill 2, with a passive. So let's take a look at all the items built here.
When we talk about early game, I knew that for Twisted Minds, it was going to be a little bit easier than for Paws. But when you look at the items that Marco Polo was building on, you know that when he's fully stacked, he is a force to be reckoned.
For sure, they made it as tough for him to play as possible, I would say. With the draft on Twisted Mind, they have what I would like to consider a non-committal comp, right?
Okay.
They can easily dictate when they want to go in and disengage, and they're only really going to engage when it benefits them. Else, they disengage with the Shi, you know, and back up and play safe until they get another chance.
Now we're on draft. I want to talk about the specific pick, which is Shi, played by Hailang, okay?
Go for it.
This character was so fundamental to their victory here because there's no one can touch this mage, right? In the first phase, once we know that Duen was being picked, Fati was being picked, and also there was Lady Jin being picked, you know you need like you need a marksman and you need a support. At that point, it's a great time to pick that character. We talk about Paws like to pick combos, but at the same time, Twisted Mind is so good at being flexible, at picking what works in a specific draft. That's why you don't see a specific synergy for the draft, but every pick makes sense, and Shi is so good here. Another thing about the draft is they banned Dolia. They also banned Arlie so they can pick Lone because that's their hyper carry.
Of course. And I think that when the casters were describing the game, they were talking about that Yu Huan and Long, that double out of jail card, that was very important for them because in some of the fights, when you're talking early game, when you're talking mid game, they came in and it was because of that double out of escape, like they were able just to run away. Boys, we've been talking a lot about the game, and I know everyone is super excited. What about if we just take a minute just to go for a break, we get something to drink, and when we come back, we're going to break it down to you in more details.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Twisted Minds already 1-0 ahead of Paws Gaming. This is a best of 7. That victory is important, but in the big picture, it might mean nothing if they don't keep their performance right now.
Absolutely. At the same time, they already used really strong picks like Byron in Game 1. And there's going to be so many more, right, for the other side in Game 2.
This is going to be a game of stamina here. We're potentially going to see us go to Game 7, so strategies are going to be developing. I would say while Paws did lose, they didn't lose as many powerful picks as Twisted Mind did use.
Well, they already, if we're going to jump into directly to the predictions. First round of VP, like first round of bans, they were very clear. The Luna, the Dharma, the Pei, and the Arlie. The 4 most meta picks in these last 6 days. Now, if they are to ban the Lung and they're going to ban the Fatih, they're going to have to allow two of those out there.
Interesting thing to notice, Diadea is missing here. You know, it was not picked or banned here, so teams are potentially saving it for some compositions later on. It's interesting to know that Diadea can enable some weaker picks to be a higher level. So I'm going to predict Diadea pick here in the second game.
It is 7 games, right? It's got to come at any moment because, as you just mentioned, Phil, it is one of those very strong support heroes. What do you think, Dave?
I think Paws need momentum, right? Twisted Mind definitely twisted some mind with that Tempest play. And they need characters that can change the game, and they need something like Pei, for example.
You know what? We're gonna jump into the first round of bans. As we see this first round of bans coming in, I am just wondering, are our ideas the same as the casters? Do they think that we're gonna be seeing a Luna, a Dharma, an Arlie, a Pei? Boys, what do you think? Saggy, Blam? Give me your thoughts.
I'll tell you exactly what I think, Isaac. I think we're going to have a banger of a game number 2 regardless, right? But the Arlie, however, is not going to come through within this one. And obviously, predictably, as we were thinking, the Paws game in banning out the party, again, just being probably one of the most expensive picks on their draft of game number 1. And then the Dharma as well, so the Luna could come through here for Clean, right?
Ooh, Luna or Clean's favorite pick is still up for grabs here. So far, Clean, his play has been a phenomenal pick, especially right now. They lock it in. They know how important for Clean to dictate the tempo and control the game within its grasp. Because why is Pei so good? So much mobility, able to travel the map, spikes extremely hard towards the mid game to really dictate the tempo. If you can get the Shadow Tyrant, if you control all these neutral objectives, you're gonna be a monster.
An absolute monster, but I mean, the one counter we've been seeing for the Pei, obviously, we was going to talk about the Yukio there, but it's not going to come through, right? Obviously, Jin coming through here, big AoE, a lot of damage reflection for her kit, but then the Byron, obviously, Twisted Minds used it last game. They can't have the Byron and Pei combo that we heard the analyst desk boasting about earlier, so they're gonna have to kind of look elsewhere, right? I mean, in terms of the Jing, we need a little bit more control on the side of Twisted Minds, right?
I'm loving these two drafts, right? We talk about control coming from Twisted Minds. They're probably gonna form a formation that is capable of playing with this Pei here, and we talk about control. What's better with it? Meyin with the knockups, Zhang Fei with the pushback, and for Paws Gaming here, I'm loving the draft. These two players from the side of Paws and Twisted Mind, assassin versus assassin matchup, a switch up from game 1's tank versus tank.
Yeah, tank versus tank, but also the resources are going to be pretty much central around both the Pei and the Jing, right? Obviously, you're really going to be looking to see which out of Clean and Myosotis is going to be leading the resource game. But here we go. Speaking of control, some more AoE coming through here for the side of Paws Gaming. Winter is here. It's going to be a good piece of potential kit here for the side of Paws Gaming to actually try and turn the team fights into the favor of Paws.
And we talk about this Princess Frost and Jing, right? Usually we see this team composition. We will see the mid lane farm being open entirely for this Jing to prosper and farm a lot. Make sure that this Jing gets a very smooth early to mid game and get to the item power spike sooner. This Princess Frost, even though it's a mage going to the mid lane, it will serve as this anchor, allowing the team as the second roamer to put it to funnel farm to the jungle to give more space and for Byron to win the lane even harder.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we are seeing, again, they like to do this on the side of Paws Gaming. They like to focus Hai Lang's hero pool. They've gone for the I Ching, they've gone for the Gan and Mo once more. Because, I mean, in terms of, obviously, damage, we need a little bit more consistency here for the side of Twisted Minds, right? Down to the bot side of the map, we need to see that farm lane pickup come through. But speaking of farm lanes, it's going to be the D-Ranger for Feng Zhe.
The DRJ, this pick, one of the best blind picks here. Why is it a good blind pick? Very strong laning, available to be going for the tank build, extremely safe when coming in with these assassins here. He can protect himself, he can play along with his own tempo, right? He can build the Ominous, he can build the Blood Rage, he can build the Succubus Cloak, so it's a very safe pick. And one more thing, he's so good in the lane.
Very good in the lane, but also his ultimate, right? I mean, that's going to be one of the key parts to taking down the Zhang Fei, right? You use his ultimate, he gets that damage reduction onto whoever gets hit by the golden token. So once that comes through, you can start to see that Myosotis on the Jing will just come through and cut like mirrors do. And speaking of mirrors, we get in that Lady Gen for Hai Lang, as we saw, impressive amounts of damage in game number 1 for Paws Gaming.
And that's all Flowborn Marksman here. So Flowborn Marksman being locked in for the side of Twisted Minds here, rounds up their composition. Pei and the Zhang Fei will be in charge of the early game, while the Flowborn Marksman onto Shanks will be in charge of the later stages of the game here. For Paws Gaming, they still can go for the Liang if they want to, but Liang Po, one of the best roams so far in this KWC, I think he has 80% win rate out of 10 games, is locked in for the side of Qingling.
It's not just only that win rate as well, right? I mean, it's also one of City Boy's favorite picks. So Paws are like, hey, you've taken game number 1 of us. We're going to take your big boy off of you. But I mean, we were talking about this in the card to obviously the Boulevard, that City Boy likes to play those tanks, and obviously Hue-1. Hue-1 came through in game number 1. Now Zhang Fei comes through in game number 2. Is it going to become a little bit more of a problem if they get to game 4 and they're kind of just like, the deuces, bro? Like, who do we go for?
Yeah, who do we go for? My draft is so down the drain, but that's the beauty. That's the amazing part about Global Ban pick here. The games will not always be the same picks of heroes. It will always comes out interesting because it forces players and the coaching staff to adapt to certain situations and to adapt and evolve as the draft goes on, especially towards game 6.
Especially towards game 6. It's going to be hard for both of these two teams, but I feel like they're just definitely more focused in the moment, right? This is game number 2. We still are so many games away for, unless obviously Paws Gaming just allow or they get demolished by Twisted Minds in a 4-0, which is probably not on my cards today here, Sagi. But as we're just waiting to get into the game here, in terms of the core for both of these teams, we're looking at obviously Clean, we're looking at Myosotis, but what's the other win conditions we could potentially see here for both of these teams?
One thing's for sure, we have to see the early game tempo coming in from both these two teams here. Snow on this Byron, Feng Jie on this Diren will be the anchor to fight off the Pei that's going to be dominating the early game. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2. My name is Sagi, alongside it is Blam. Blam, let's go.
Let's go indeed. So Twisted Minds already having that momentum for game number 1 victory. Is it going to be enough then to get into game number 2 and just carry on that same winning strategy right now? But Clean was hiding in the brush there. Xingling was like, hey, bet I'm going to go and check it because we're looking for, obviously, that level 1 invade, right? Trying to take some of the jungle camps away from your enemy's jungle.
This is the important thing when you're playing against a Pei here. You know the fact that Pei has so much mobility in the early game. He's going for these invades, and you have to be standing at these bushes to make sure that your invade angle has been closed up. But Snow here gets poked a bit, but gets flashed out immediately. Gets out alive, gets taken down by Clean.
I mean, we were looking for that invade into the jungle, but was we expecting a first blood to be the case? I mean, that's going to be a little bit of a juicy gold lead there going over for Twisted Minds, because with first blood, you get that Brucey bonus.
But at the very least here, just check out the replay here. Snow overextends a bit, gets the Storm Strike knockup, but gets punished immediately. And this is the strong point of Clean here onto this Pei. This hero, so much damage potential in the early game here. Just check out this normal combo here. You can alternate between human form where you're ranged, and when you're in the tiger form, the tiger stance, you have so much mobility. You can be leaping onto your enemies with no harm.
With no harm indeed. I mean, definitely going to be the takedown there. What you're looking for is going to be in that tiger form. So those below, look below on the screen. If you're looking to pick up the Pei, that's how you play. But nonetheless, we're looking at this game right here. Obviously, game number 2, we're looking around about 400 gold lead between for Twisted Minds at this moment in time. Already just trying to slow down the early game aggression here for Twisted Minds. Xingling playing very well, kind of just baiting a lot of those skills over to the Lian Po.
That's the job of a roamer. You want to be opening up the map, providing information. Who is at where, who has shown onto the map. And what better way to do it is Qingling onto this Lian Po, City Boy onto this Zhang Fei. They're fighting for the river control right now.
They are fighting for the river control. I mean, they're just fighting for anything, any kind of lead that they could get in the early game right now. It's definitely what they're just trying to look and go in for. But as you can see below, if you do follow us on Honor of Kings Esports, HOK, at HOK Esports, tag your favorite teams and stand with a chance to win some rewards. I mean, one of them's 1,000 tokens as well, right?
1,000 tokens, bunch of tokens, but hang on a minute though, as a flash is being forced out by Highland here as he has to escape. But damn, 1,000 tokens there gets you a lot of skin, minimum of epic skin here, Blam.
I mean, not only the flash, right? The Destructive Deluge is now gone. So now they're going to get the dive on here onto 90 or even potentially Highland. We do see the Winter is here, come through. It's going to claim the life of Highland. So not already having a solid early game, it's going to be that mid lane.
Once again, Paul SG. Yup, they fell first blood last game. Same situation again. They fight back hard, punishing Highland for not having the flash right here. For the side of Clean, he's doing an extremely good job to make sure that this Jing does not get out of control here. But as we talk about during the drafting phase, this mid wave for both these 2 mid lanes coming to this game, they're not going to be touching it. All this gold is going to be funneled towards the carry jungle.
Yeah, exactly that, right? I mean, these mid lane mages, they don't need it. They just need to get to level 4, get their ultimate like they both have, and then just use that as either great CC or just use it for, obviously, high lane to do a lot of damage into these potential team fights. But we're only just getting into the 4-minute mark. We are already 2 kills onto the board. A little bit more action-packed than the first game, but going into the wrong brush here. It's going to be 90. He gets hit with the Storm Strike. He gets hit with the Winters here as well.
That was so beautiful coming in from Snow and Xiaoyang. The combo was orchestrated perfectly. Storm Strike knockup into the freezing prison, immediately locking up 90. We know Meyin has a lot of CC immunity, has a lot of mobility, but what are you going to do about that? We can't react at all.
Yeah, I mean, when you get slowed, it's going to be hard for you to get out of those fights when you are Meyin, right? But already, Paws Gaming looking to put a little bit of pressure down into the bot side of the map, looking to try and secure that Tyrant. Again, this is going to be a lot of damage for the side of Paws Gaming.
And this is the prize Tyrant, right? It allows you to be pushing out these plays even faster, gives that extra electric zap for your team, and look at Shanks right now. Winter is here, zones in off from the turret here, and pushing forward is the CD key, and that's what Paws Gaming is doing right now.
They are trying to push forward here, but the Unbridled Burst is actually going to catch Feng Jie. Not only that, but Highland gets the knock up there as well. Could 90 get taken down here? He's able to get serious and get out alive. But right now, can Xingling do the same here?
Both teams trading blow for blow here, but Twisted Mind comes out on top here. Feng Jie once again gets punished hard, and Beautiful stuff coming in from Highline. The Destructive Deluge Flash gets into his face here, and Fengjie, you do not have Flash, you get punished immediately.
I mean, we were talking about this obviously in the pre-show. We've been talking about it a lot before, obviously, the playoffs. And between these two teams, the analyst desk called them out, right? Obviously, we're looking at Shanks, we're looking at Fengjie, and really, Twisted Minds are definitely focusing Fengjie within this game number 2, right? They don't want him to allow to get that kind of lead, get the itemization come through. Obviously, we see the Spark Forge dagger now, which is going to be a little bit more pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds now that Diringer has a little bit more better wave clear.
I will definitely have to agree with you, but right now, look at his bot lane as so many members coming in, but Twisted Mind is pressuring onto this tower.
Yes, we're getting a 4v3 potentially in Myosotis into the backline, trying to take out Clean. He's able to try and get the kill and claims it as well. So the slow from the Winters here was enough to take down Clean.
Xiaoyang is so active onto this game. The difference between last game and this game, Xiaoyang is coming out huge. Every fight is involved with this Princess Frost. He's setting up this assassin, these side lanes up for success here. We talk about this. The game is never about how much gold you get. It's about how much you can contribute to the team. And look at Xiaoyang. Least gold as one of the carries of the team, but he's doing wonders on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that ultimate, right? That big AoE ultimate just has so much kind of impression and influence onto the Gorge when you're having these team fights, and it's already showing here for Paws Gaming that it's kind of putting Twisted Minds at a bit of a standstill here.
Look at Snow though, they're looking for an engage onto Shanks here. Shanks, Flash is true, still has Flash, but look at mid lane again, so much action going in.
Get serious? Oh, with the whatevers, he gets a takedown. So currently that's a 2-1 trade across the Gorge right now. We see the takedown of Fengjie as well as Xiaoyang. So they have lost their marksman, they've lost their mid. A lot of damage been taken up to the side of Paws Gaming right now.
Ooh, 2 members dropped here, and that might be potential of the top lane tower. That's going to be going down for the side of Twisted Minds here. But when that's happening, there's no members going in for Twisted Minds. Bottom side, Myosotis just picks up his own tier 2 tower, and he's having a field day as he's super farmed up right now at level 12.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be scary for Shanks, right? He was really waiting on that late game, but now he's not going to be able to stick in his lane, right? Like, if he decides to overextend into the bot side all on his own, he's going to get punished.
I'm loving what Xingling is doing. He's just providing so much information for the side of Paws Gaming here. 90 goes on to the engage, but gets immediately demolished.
Oh, yeah, I mean, speaking of obviously putting pressure and giving obviously intel, into the backline was 90, but he soon met the Mirror Domain and got taken down there.
Wow, just look at this, Jay. The importance of funneling gold towards the jungle assassin here. I believe he's probably about 7,000 or 8,000 gold right now. Check out that goal lead right now, 7.3k gold lead against anyone on the side of his team. Look at Xiaoyang, sitting on 3.7k, only a Venomous Staff. He's living his best life right here as he's making sure that this Jing is popping off.
Yeah, I mean, it's all he needs, right? I mean, especially against 90's Mayin. Like, that HP regen is going to be a troublemaker if you don't have any anti-heal. And that's exactly what Xiaoyang's got. Catching the Unbridled Embers onto 2 is going to be Snow, looking very much worse for wear. But at the same time, Fengjie gets taken down in the early part of the team fight. So they don't get Snow, they get Fengjie. So that's, again, some more damage being taken off the cards here for Paws Gaming.
Fengjie has been awkwardly quiet these last 2 series here. He's getting punished insanely hard. 90 once again, like you mentioned, the backline access onto this Mayin. He has had a pretty good game so far. But we have to put our focus onto this Myosotis Jing here because he is going to be looking for these backline accesses, especially on the likes of Shanks and Clean.
He's going to look for that, but right now, obviously, he's just looking to create a little bit more pressure onto the top side of the map, right? I mean, we've already seen him take those T2s down to the bot side of the map. It's already going to... From what we saw in game number 1, right? We see that Paws loves to do the pressure play, loves to do the macro play, right? And it definitely puts the pressure into that late game where we saw that it kind of was the main consequence that it kind of kept rolling into that 20-minute mark.
Ooh, I do have to agree with you, and just look at the goal chart right now. The reason why that Paws Gaming, yes, you're not the best when it comes to all these early skirmishes, but when it comes down to the late game, the 10 to 14 minute mark and the tempers, they slow scalely, they make sure that they fight in the best positions possible, and look at this right now. The Princess Frost using the Winters here, providing so much extra room on these wave clears.
Yeah, just giving Paws Gaming, just another kind of like oxygen tank, right? Just letting them breathe, using that ultimate, not only to kind of devastate the team fights, but just to stop those minion waves. And like you were saying there, obviously 4.7k lead in the gold for the side of Xiaoyang is not the greatest, but it's not really what we're relying on, right? We're relying on the ultimate and just the potential, the crowd control that Princess Frost can give.
And Shadow Tyrant has been spawned onto the map right now, Bland. Both teams, they are looking to put their focus onto this objective as it is burning down extremely fast. Look at 90, he's looking for a flying out Feng Jie.
Oh, the Unbridled Outburst, is it going to be enough to try to keep them away? Oh, City Boy, he gets the steal of the Shadow Tyrant. Is this going to be the turnaround here that Twisted Minds needs? But into the backline, the focus onto 90 means that they can claim the kill onto Myosotis. That's 2 for 2 within that brawl.
Beautiful smite coming in from City Boy. He's not a jungle, he's not anyone. He's a roamer with smite, and he gets the kill here once again. Feng Jie gets dove under the tier 1 and tier 2 tower, falls towards the hands of Clean here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the space that Twisted Mind needed created for themselves. They're able to kind of put the pressure into the top side here, try and pay the respects that obviously Paws Gaming did, but come on, this replay, the Unbridled Outburst, the smite diff here.
It is insanely hard to outsmite a Jing here because the mirror with this Jing's passive, it provides Jing extra smite damage there. And to be able to outsmite the Jing, that is precision coming in from City Boy.
Pixel play style there for City Boy. But like we were saying, those tank picks for City Boy, and we always see that Zhang Fei likes to go for that double smite just for those correct moments, right?
And they were rewarded fruitfully. Clean and City Boy definitely smite at the same time. They communicated and they stole it from Paws SG Myosotis here. And right now, the goalie has blown up to almost 3,000. Shanks, the late game insurance of the Twisted Mind lineup, is slowly starting to scale towards fruition here. Once he hit that fortified item power spike, no one on the side of Paws can be realistic hacking this slowboard.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of like, it's like a double-edged blade, right? The fact that they focused down the bot side of the map meant that Shanks had to play more with the team, and it's kind of paying dividends here as well. Obviously, we get into level 14, it's going to get the itemization on board, and you can already see the ultimate from Flowborn Marksman is very impressive into the backline and a great wave player as well.
So much poke coming in from Clean here, but Unbridled almost goes through!
It does go through, and just as we were saying, the ultimate for the Flowborn Marksman there, just putting pressure onto the backline before you even get in. But even so, those enhanced basic attacks for him as well. That second skill is such a crucial way to take down his T3s.
He just blew Xiaoyang off the map here. Xiaoyang did not expect that he would be executed by the Unbridled Outburst. Wiz goes in, 90 goes in, but look at the engager coming from Lianpo.
Yep, Shigling into the backline there, just gonna try to smash onto 2, but he's gonna be paid and with his life. And the same with Myosotis, 90 with the cleanup. Help there with Hailang. This is gonna be a clean game number 2 for Twisted Minds. KMW stand up.
KMW does stand up as they take the series score of this best of 7 to a 2-0 right now. That was an amazing play coming in from the side of Twisted Mind. Like the panelists were talking about, they are not working as one individual. They are working as one mind.
One mind. And fortunately for the side of Twisted Minds, it's not twisted. It's coherent. It knows what it's doing. It's oneness, right? Like, that's what we were saying there. Obviously, Isaac asked Phil, what's one word to describe them? He said coherent or together, or comradre or something like that. It's definitely oneness, which could be synonymous with that.
Maybe the Twisted in their name is about twisting the enemy's mind, because Game 2 definitely not looking the best or cleanest coming in from Paws Gaming here. Feng Jie was really punished into this Game 2 of the series here.
I mean, we saw great amounts of pressure being built here from Xiaoyang, right? In the early game, those rotations to the top side of the map really was spelling a nightmare for 90. Like, if you're going to be giving somebody a nightmare, you want to give it to the guy that's labeled 90. But it didn't stop him. That backline access into the team fights onto Paws really shined here as well.
And just look at this Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, man.
Poof, he goes, and Xiaoyang was deleted off the map, and they take the B route instantly towards the clash lane as they take on this scrappy fight. Fight after fight, Myosotis goes in, immediately gets burst over here.
Yeah, speaking of bursting, we're going to burst over to the analyst desk and see what they have to say about game number 2. I mean, much quicker.
Thank you very much, Blam. Thank you very much. 2-0 already. Twisted Minds taking a very, very strong lead against Paws Gaming. This was not an easy game. They had the composition to try to take the pace at the beginning. They did not have it. But then the battles in the mid lane, that was amazing for them to actually be able to snatch that leaderboard.
Dude, I love the momentum going for Twisted Mind right now, okay? After game 1 victory, they're snowballing this entire series. Last game's draft, it's kind of hard to summarize exactly what composition they're going for, but I feel like they're just winning a rain game right now. Like every person is popping off and they're showing skills.
Yeah, once again, Twisted Minds known for picking best in slot, and they have a lot of best in slot picks there. They get the pay and they actually use it. Really early into the game here, he couldn't really find his footing, but once he did get it, they ran away with it.
I'm telling you, it's been such a great way just to start this quarterfinals. It's been just amazing just to see how the players are trying their very best. Twisted Minds come in, they wanted to have like the early game. They wanted to have that pay pick. We knew that pay was going to be allowed in here, and they knew exactly what to do with it.
We were mentioning that Fengjie is going to be crucial to Paws' victory here. And I think in these first 2 games, he didn't quite respect, Twisted Mind there. He walked up a little bit too aggressively, and their compositions is built to shut him down. They know he's the weapon of Paws Gaming.
I agree with you, Phil, in that. Like, the truth is that Fengjie in these 2 games, it has not had the presence that we actually wanted him to have. Like, we wanted Fengjie to be a little bit more present in the first game with that Marco Polo pick. Yeah, of course, it started the very late game. But in this game, I don't know, that DRNGF did not feel like it was really commanding the lane.
No, I gotta give credit to Shanks. Absolutely, Fengjie was not having the greatest game.
Yeah.
But another thing, it has a credit goes to the opposition, right? Because there are a lot of poke coming from Flowborn, and that's what this character is so good about. And you want to learn, by the way, Flowborn definitely a revolutionary character in Honor of Kings. If you haven't played this character, this is the time. There are already tank and marksman classes available, and this is you're seeing a master class for marksman.
I knew at the beginning that I mentioned that Shanks might be the weaker end of that link, right? I talked about that. I talked about the chain. I talked about the composition. I knew that Shanks, for me, was going to be the opening. And on the other side, Shanks has proved me wrong, man. And whenever that I'm wrong, I got to admit it. And Shanks in these 2 games have really been the top dog.
Shanks and Highland, great dual carry, both dropping about 25% damage each, but clear with the pay there. While his early game was not as quick as we usually see of pay, once he got moving, he never slowed down, and they actually took a really early win. We didn't even expect them to win at 12 minutes. They got a few catches. Liang Po went down, and they were able to break open the game at 12 minutes.
Dude, I gotta say, this looks familiar to the previous game stats, right? You got an even out distribution for Twisted Mind, and you got a concentrated damage output and taken for Paws Gaming. I mean, this got to be something Paws work on next. Probably this is also their strength, because we know they work towards Fengjie, right? But I think Twisted Mind have find a solution, because everybody's leveling up. They're stepping up their games right now.
I believe that Twisted Mind's playing well, but at the same time, there's one element that I do not like a lot from their mid game. I think that when they get hit the mid game, when we're around the 7-8 minutes mark, it feels like they rush it a little bit, and then they start losing fights, they start jumping in too early, and that allowed Paws Gaming just to really like neutralize the pace that was coming in from Pay.
They're definitely prone to giving back a lead a little bit. As you see in the first game, they had a massive lead, and then they kind of gave it back. But because during that time, they went ahead and they got the high grounds, they were able to keep the game going and reclaim it back. And that was able to carry that momentum into the second game, too. I think if they went ahead and lost game 1 from that shift, it would have went a lot differently in game 2, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to give credit to Mei In, right? To the 90 on the Clash lane, because he has done so Jing in his flow of doing infinite dashes. And this character is probably one of the hardest characters to master, but if you want to look for someone who can do quad control to counter Jing, you want to learn Mei In. And there are a lot of tutorials online to master this character. It's one of the most fun characters to play in Clash lane.
Why don't you introduce that to the people at home, man? Like, what is the main thing that you need to know as a Mei In player? What is it that you need to know, what you need to master in order to be really good at Mei In?
I think the number one thing for Mei In, you just have to play a lot, bro. Like, this character is a martial artist.
Mind-blowing.
Yes.
Play a lot.
What a great tip. That's a great tip, by the way. You just have to play a lot at home. Watch the Mei In tutorial that comes. We actually just dropped a video about it. So you definitely want to watch how to combine different skill sets, the fist, the kick, and this way you can do infinite CCs. He has so much CCs. If you capture you once, he will capture you twice. And that's what makes Jinx so hard to play in this game.
Now, I have a question about Mei Yin. Do I need to move really quickly? Do I need my fingers to really move quickly? Because my fingers cannot move at the speed that they are moving. Like, we're showing you right now in slow-mo about how they're doing the main mechanics. Like, look at that. That's the real pace.
Real time is crazy.
Hold up. You thought that was real time? No, I'm telling you, it is lightning.
Yeah, this guy switched items so fast, Phil.
And you're definitely going to need some fast fingers. Wow, look at that. To play these characters here at the highest level here. As Dave was mentioning, Mei Yin, any character practice makes perfect, right? But Mei Yin, you definitely need a little bit extra games on.
Now, Dave, I know that you played semi-professionally this game and you played to the top level as well. Talk to me. How difficult it is to really move that fast?
I mean, it all comes down to proficiency. For example, item swap, right? There's a specific way of how you do it and how you do it properly. It's like any sports. You want to get your poses correctly and then just practice over and over and over again until you have muscle memory. Okay, I click here, 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 and that's how I get those items. Because when you watch a top player play from the global region, that's what you saw. It means you barely see them open up the shop and somehow the items already swapped. And that's because they memorize it in the back of their head.
For a lot of people at home, like, what they're looking is that they're always just kind of like comparing gold with all the other people. And I understand that they are comparing that gold so they can understand the jungle pathing and then just exactly knowing when the items are coming in, not only for them, but for their opponents, right?
It's very important to play around your power spikes and attack the enemy before they get theirs,
And once you have a character like Pei, when we talk about gold, it's all about the gold differentials, right? Because Pei is going to be constantly invading. You saw that in the early game. They got the first blood. They're catching the enemy clash lane. And I think that when you play a character like that, and when you play Honor of King in general, you have to learn how to make money, bro. You have to learn how to farm around. Right? Gold is really, really important. If you have 3,000 gold ahead of your opposition, the corresponding laners that in your position, you will destroy no matter what. Sometimes you can 1v2, 1v3, and that's the power of gold.
Dave, Phil, already 2-0 for Twisted Minds. What is going on with Paws Gaming? Like, we need to start just really starting to analyze what is going on with Paws Gaming, or is it Twisted Minds that is just too strong for them? Phil, what's your take?
As I was mentioning earlier with Paws Gaming, they really play around Fengjie, and since he can't really get online in any of these games, Twisted Minds are drafting compositions that are making it hard for him to go ahead and play, and because of that, he's not able to get online, he's not able to get ahead, and when he goes down, so does the ship.
Do you think that it's because Fengjie is not having a good day, or is it because Twisted Minds has forced him into a corner? What is your take?
I think it's a little bit of both. He's not really respecting the enemies as much with how he walks up. He plays a little bit reckless, I think, with some of the encounters. But also, Twisted Mind drafted compositions that makes it so that he has to play so pixel perfect to not get caught.
Dave, do you have the same take, or would you say that is something different?
Bro, I gotta play the devil's advocate here, okay?
Go for it.
I think that, we all want to root for the underdog, but I think a Twisted Mind got in the bag, all right? Because they have the momentum right now, and then obviously their name is Twisted Mind, bro. Like, they're ready. And the first two games, if anything, they have demonstrated they are the natural predator, the natural counter for someone like Paws Gaming. Paws Gaming played by the book, right? They have the combos mastered. They have the strategies. Where you have the Twisted Mind, they just go all over the place, right? They can pick whatever that counters you based on your choice of action.
They have the swag as well.
Exactly.
You know what? Like, when you see the reactions, you can see like the way that they're enjoying the game. And that kind of mentality in these very high stress moments, it actually got to pay up.
Oh, when Twisted Minds wins, you know they win. They make sure you absolutely know it here. They're definitely twisting the minds a bit on Paws here. I feel like they're really not on their game today.
And also, I gotta say, for Twisted Mind, they're showing a different side of their draft. They're showing like a 200 IQ draft right now. Like we mentioned in game one, how they banned Dolia, banned some of the combos for their opposition, right? Dolia and Duen. Okay, you pick Duen, I'll take that out. I'll pick Shi to contra you, right? On the other side, in game two, they've shown a flexible pick. Okay, you pick Jianjia, let's pick Poke. Let's pick Lady Jen and Flowborn to counter that. So this is a team about flexibility, about different choices and options. And I want to see game three, what they have in store for us.
I am really looking forward for Game 3. I know that right now, the Amazon Arena, the tension in there, the feeling, it's gonna be so exciting. I am actually looking forward for this BP to start because I'm gonna tell you something. I think I'm just gonna make a little run just to the Amazon Arena, check on it, check how it's going on, and then I'm gonna be running back right over here. I wanna go and see that trophy. That trophy in the middle of the stage is the reason why these teams are practicing every day. They tried their very best in order to be closer to that. Twisted Minds with that 2-0 lead in a best of 7, they come into Game 3 wanting to make this a clean sweep. But you know what? Is it gonna be a clean sweep? Is it gonna be a Twisted Minds win? Or is it gonna be a Paws Gaming win? The people that can tell us a little bit more about that are Blam and Saggy. Blam, Saggy, take it from here.
Thank you very much there, Isaac. I mean, showing your preference there for the Amazon Arena rather than the boys in the casting booth. We're literally around the corner. Come and run and give us a little hug. Give us some love as we give you the Game 3 BP between Paws Gaming and Twisted Minds. Already seen very familiar bands.
Ooh, familiar bands. And that's a very familiar pick as well. As Paws Gaming are like, okay, Fengjie, you got a very sloppy 1-2 game. You were really focused coming in from Twisted Minds team composition. So, this game, we are going to treat you as the president, as the prime protector that we have to protect this sole DPS here. We see this lady soon. We're going to be expecting the Ming that's going to be shortly picked up.
I mean, we've saw it plenty of times for Paws Gaming, right? It's got to come through. I mean, you're not going to see Twisted Minds be like, yeah, you know what, we're going to bait away that. I mean, they've gone for a really good combo here. The analyst desk was talking about it. Twisted Minds playing that 4D chess. Who's not playing 4D chess right now is going to be Paws Gaming at this current point in time because they've let the Dune and the Dolia come through. So that's already quite a heavy combo here for the side of Twisted Minds.
And I think coming in for like Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5, I do believe that Paws Gaming, they are slowly starting to show their cards here.
Yeah.
Game 1, Game 2, yeah, it was tough games, very close games, especially in Game 1. Game 2, they got demolished by Twisted Minds, but coming into Game 3, these cards are starting to slowly expand here.
We were talking about burst as we bursted back onto the analyst desk before game number 2 post analytics. But speaking of burst, we love to see the Dolia and the Ganamo, right? I mean, you got Dolia Dune, you got Dolia and Ganamo. Dune's going to be able to give that kind of range that Ganamo needs, and then Dolia can give over that 2 times freshly forged blades, and that's going to come through and do a lot of burst damage. So if you can catch Fengjie, which they've been able to do in the past few games on this Lady Soon, it's going to be a hard one for them.
And especially for Dolia, right? You can always be flexible, right? Yeah, you have the Dune, you have the Ganemo, so you can think, okay, do I want to play Protect from my Ganemo, allow him to throw out more of these freshly forged? Or do I want to play with Dune so it can be hyper aggressive, keep going in and out with the Unruly Blade?
You gotta be questionable, right? I mean, it just depends on like where they are and where they're situated within the game. And number 3, right? Like, are they ahead? They're more than likely going to give the Dolia refresh over to Dune, so he's able to just do a lot of kind of engage, create a lot of space for both Shanks and Hyling within these matchups. But what they need to do on the side of Paws Gaming is obviously create a little bit more access into the backline, right? Obviously, they do have the Mayin this time around, so Snow is going to get his go on this great pick. But realistically, we're going to be looking for potentially maybe some more backline access in the form of maybe a jungle pick, right?
Yeah, and Paws Gaming, they desperately need something like a frontline right now. Yeah, you have the ladies on the Ming, but if there's no one beefy enough to absorb damage from the Concert U, to absorb engages coming in from Dune, your Lady Sun is going to have an extremely bad time. Potentially, they're going to be looking for picks such as the Monkey, picks such as the Agudo to really be able to formulate this battlefield, this comfort zone for the Lady Sun and Ming on the hands of Fengjie and Qingling to be really good at these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, even potentially the likes of the Orgrin, right? Like, Orgrin has not been banned. It is one of the great kind of like access into the back lines, great sustainability within the team fights, but I do want to revisit the Consort U pick, right? This is one of my mains. I love this pick, and I love it when the players against me in ranks go with the Ming combo, because you can have access with that Oak Ball, and it just absolutely tears him apart in the early game, but there it is, the Orgrin pickup.
Orgrin and Ziya being picked up as well. We talk a bit about this Ziya pick here. Yes, he has all the CC you need, all the damage reduction, all the physical immune reduction you need. Okay, he's pretty cool. But the main gig about Ziya, it lies onto the passive. Sanctification allows one hero and yourself to level past level 15.
And not only that, right, you get boosted stats, right? So if that's going to go over to, say, for example, Bung Jie on the Lady Sun, you're not only going to have the enhanced attack from the Ming, you're also going to get that boosted stat from the Suya as well, right? But
on you, baby.
On you here. That's definitely going to push everybody either far away or into the side of Twisted Minds.
I'm excited for this Guan Yu pick because we always see Guan Yu versus Lady Sun and Ming. But we have to see execution. We talk about it on paper, yes, Guan Yu has his backline access, can really dive onto this Lady Sun and Ming. But how does he do it is the main question that he has to answer.
Yeah, I mean, also is that well, right? Like, you can already see if you are Paws Gaming, you are going to be wanting to put pressure into the top side of the map so that 90 does not have the kind of like safety to go back to his lane. He's got to be a little bit more proactive on where he's going. What brush does he enter? Does he try and get some more intel that way? But for those joining in onto the stream, you can now see the team matchups right before you.
And let's break it down a bit for both these two teams here. Paws Gaming, you want to make sure that the Lady Sun and Ming gets to survive in this team competition, especially against the likes of the Dun and for the side of the Guan Yu here. So your main priority is to make sure that this Lady Sun gets to be able to survive in these team fights. For the side of Twisted Mind, however, the Guan Yu and the Gan and Mo will be the key difference makers. Guan Yu, backline access. Gan and Mo, backline access in the forms of long-range bursts.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Paws Gaming, you're really wanting to take the Ganemo and the Consort U off of the board early, right? Like, if you go into a team fight and those two are down, your damage, like, output for the side of Twisted Minds is gone. So really, I feel like that's kind of like the team fight winning potential here for Paws Gaming. But all questions will be answered, very soon as we get into game number 3 here. Paws Gaming going against Twisted Minds. Can Twisted Minds take that 3-0, or can we get a bit of an answer here for Paws?
Come on, Paws Gaming, you gotta be getting some form of momentum here as we see early on towards this game. Maya Soldis decides to start from the Clash lane, and now, with the help of Snow, they go with the jungle and they're looking to fast clear this jungle immediately.
Yeah, just obviously give a little bit of aid over to the Ogre there, just kind of give him a guiding hand onto the Gorge as such. But right now, obviously, seeing the tip attack here, we do see the light up your cheer, so pause up, game on, Paws Gaming to the top there.
_TFN, thank you for your cheer for Paws Gaming as we hope they perform even better into this game. But coming to this game, talking about all these jungle rotations and clear, that's the beauty of Honor of Kings. That's the specialty, right? You get to plan how you want to start your clear, how you want to orchestrate your entire game plan with the likes of the jungle pick like the Ogren. You can start like from the Clash lane, from the mid lane, with the invade. All these ways are open if you have the brains to do it.
If you have the brains to do it, if you have the means to do it as well, right? Like, you really want to be giving yourself over that priority. Obviously, in the early game, you don't want to allow the Ogren to be very uncontested, especially if you're Twisted Minds, right?
Exactly, and Ogren, as we talk about, yes, he's not a carry, but this pick, he has a very good mid to late game scaling. Yes, mid game he spikes extremely hard, late game he starts being some sort of a punching bag, but if he gets so much resource towards the early to mid game, he becomes a super tank.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of itemization, because there's a lot of healing over to the side of Twisted Minds, we're really going to be looking at going for that Blazing Cape, right? Like, that needs to come through for the anti-heal, because when Myosotis is into those team fights, he's going to need it, but there it is. Unless 90 can kind of force him into the team fights when he's unprepared, it could be scary here, but 90 looking pretty low, is able to get out, but nobody falls just yet.
Props to Myosotis there, beautiful positioning with his path of passing, stuck himself into the wall, so there's no angle for 90 to realistically push him out. As we talk about, healing reduction is the name of the game here. We have a ton of healing coming in from both teams here. From Paws Gaming, you have Myosotis, you have Qingling, double healing coming in. From the side of Twisted Minds, you have Clean, especially, and City Boy. So these two mages will be looking to build the Venomous Staff, and the junglers will look to build the Blazing Cape.
Yeah, I mean, right now, you can already see what Paws Gaming is looking to go for, right? They've gone for the same kind of approach within Game 1 and Game number 2, but look at Game number 3, right? I mean, this is pre-4-minute mark. The shielding on the turrets is still available, and Paws has already done a lot of devastating damage down to the bot side, so once that 4th minute comes up, they can just roll through, take that down with ease.
Oh yeah, and look at the goalie right now for the side of Paws Gaming here. Short of 3 minutes, 600 healthy goalie already thanks to the laning phase here, so that's a small dub coming in from Paws Gaming here. But as you mentioned here, 4 minutes, the first time around, we might see a full-blown on fight by both these two teams as they really want to cement themselves with the strong early game that they are drafting right now.
Yeah, they definitely need it. They need that neutral objective, that boost in damage to come through for either of these teams. And the goalie, for once, in the early game is going up with the Paws, right? Like, that's definitely maybe the winds of change shifting here for Paws.
For me, I want to comment on Paws Gaming. They are doing exceptionally well in terms of putting their farm onto the correct targets here. Fengjie and Myosotis, they are having a field day right now because they are having so much gold into their pockets.
A lot of gold, but speaking of gold and speaking of presents, that Tyrant and Overlord are now onto the Gorge. We are at the 4-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the short indicator here. We already see that Myosotis is already in there. Can they get it? Oh, Clean comes in with the crucial kill theft and not dropping a single member of Twisted Minds.
Mr. Clean coming in with the clean smite here, securing them the objective. And right now, look at Nai's position. He's playing so good, making sure that the rotation comes in slow for Paws Gaming here. Twisted Minds gets a bit of a poke onto the tier 1 of the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to get the T1 in the mid tower, but down to the bot side, Paws, like we were saying like moments ago, that's exactly where it was. But where it was the ultimate shell straight onto Hailang's face.
Ooh, Fengjie with the ultimate flash here. The shell immediately towards Shank's face. Knows for a fact that, hey, Shanks, you do not have the spell 2. The Winds of Blessing here, just look at it. It has been expended here. He knows it's extremely low. Ultimate flash snipes Shanks.
Yeah, straight to the face. I mean, that's definitely what you want to be when you are Twisted Minds. Already looking like a dominant early game this far. Yes, they lost the Tyrant, but that was kind of like the dare to fight, right? They was like, you know what? We've lost one objective. We need to go for that T1 in the mid lane. But dare to fight is going to be your CD key to get you some Honor Pass experience.
Check out your community tab at your settings. Click the CD key and you can redeem that and get some free goodies here. And Myosotis, my friend here, dropping a bit low, has to burn the ultimate as he escapes from danger.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about refresh and redeem, but it was going to be the Unruly Blade that gets redeemed onto the side of Twisted Minds, right? But already we're seeing here that gold lead is slipping away.
Wow, 6 minutes in with almost a 3,000 gold lead here. Paws Gaming, as we talked about in draft, they're coming in game 3 with more comfort drops. Game 1, game 2, they were experimenting, thinking that, okay, can we realistically fight Twisted Mind with our weaker drafts? Coming to game 3, full guns blazing with their comfort. Fengjie onto the Lady Sun, Qingling onto the Ming, and they are performing so well.
Performing very well. I mean, yes, they got 2 kills onto the board as well. It's not like they've gone kind of like crazy with the kills, right? They're definitely just putting the pressure into these lanes, but they're setting it up so nicely. Like the mid lane, that got taken down thanks to a team fight, and obviously same goes down to the bot side of the map. But speaking of team fights here, we are getting a lot of damage onto Clean already. He's been able to get out with very little health. So we're seeing that the damage is already too much for the side of Twisted Minds, but it is going to be the damage from Console U. Shanks getting the kill onto Myosotis.
Myosotis there, a bit of an over-aggression as he takes too much tower damage. Ooh, the blades here securing the Crimson Golem from the side of Hailang. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that screen that we saw Venom Staff has been purchased as well. A very important item to really reduce healing, especially from Myosotis and Queen on these jungle battle tanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be the difference maker within these team fights, because it's already making a bit of a difference here for Paws, especially being able to run down Clean at this point in time. But now, the Twisted Mind starts to build the likes of the Venomous Staff. It's going to become a more of an apparent issue for Paws, but still, that gold lead, even though they took the face, they took the GP for Myosotis off the board for a brief moment, they're still ahead by around about 3k gold.
And look at the gold that's been funneled to Fengjie right now. 6.3k against these 4.8k that Shang is holding right now. So much resources. We just saw on our screens. Crimson, Azure, everything going over to Fengjie's pocket right now.
Speaking of pockets, I mean, they were able to claim the Azure Golem there from the side of Twisted Minds, and look at the claim 90 as well. Oh, okay. Oh, the Rolling Raid came through. It was going to be the clean hit that was going to get 90 there, but they take the T2 as well. So Paws pull in that pressure on thick.
We were thinking that coming in from Game 1 and Game 2, Fengjie didn't have the best performance.
No.
But Game 3, that didn't affect his confidence at any time at all. Look at him. He's playing around the battlefield with so much precision right now.
Playing very well position-wise. Playing very well in his positioning within the team fights as well, right? Like, he's not got caught out just yet.
Exactly, and even if he's getting caught out, his reaction speed is so on point there. One small second of a difference there, he would be caught out immediately.
Get caught out immediately. Could be the case there for Bungjie, but he gets right out of the team fight. He gets the T2. He's like, guys, I've done my job. I'm going to go and get the next one. So this is, like you were saying, Sagi, a definitely different version of Bungjie that we're getting right now. He's playing very aggressive, not only in the team fights, but in the macro playstyle, securing T2s left, right, and center.
And talk about securing, Xiaoyang has secured level 15, and you know for a fact that the passive of the Ziya goes onto the main boy, the primary carry, which is Feng Jie right now. He has been blessed, and he can level over level 15.
It's a problem as well, right? Like, 90 hasn't had the greatest early game. Guan Yu being punished in the early game meant that his lane gets taken down, doesn't able to get through. A great flash there from Jingling, because that was a couple of fresh blades coming through that could have been the takedown. But speaking of takedown, Clean goes down early. The Tyrant gets taken down by Bungjie. City Boy goes next. Then 90. The dominoes are falling for the side of Twisted Minds.
Dominoes are falling 9 minutes 40 seconds onto the clock here. If Paws can realistically zone out Highland from accessing this wave, they might be going for the end game-winning push. But scrap that, they burst into Highland and they take game 3 below 10 minutes here, Blam.
Ooh-wee! I mean, we had what? A 25-minute game, almost 26 minutes. Game number 2 was around about 12 minutes. This one is 10 minutes, not a single Shadow, Overlord, or Tyrant bless the Gorge. And this is the quickest game so far within the playoffs.
Talking about comfort here, Blam. Paws Gaming, they were like, game 1, game 2, testing grounds. All right, game 3, boys, we gotta get serious. Bring out our comfort draft, the Lady Sun, the Ming, and they really powered up big.
They powered up big, but I mean, it's going back to the same story that we were visiting in game number 1, right? It's after game number 1, we knew that Shanks' picks is slowly going to start to become a little bit more accessible. He only died twice, but didn't really have the impact that was really hoping for with his Consort U. Same with 90 on the Guan Yu as well.
But let's check out more feedback from our amazing analyst deck. Analyst deck, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sagi. It was a short one. That was quick. Not even 10 minutes. And then we are right now 2-1 for Twisted Minds. Paws Gaming, kind of like making a statement in there, isn't it, Phil?
For sure. We were having talks that, wow, maybe potentially Twisted can take this 4-0 because we saw the momentum shifting that way. Paws Gaming shut those talks off instantly, under 10-minute game.
No, I think Isaac was onto something when he said this is going to be a 2-1 after the draft finished. And his prediction was absolutely correct, right? Like, of course, the draft has spoken for itself. The Lady Swim plus Ming combo it was insane.
The problem in here is this, and then this is just for everyone at home, just to understand how do we read the BP. So number 1, we read the bans, and then after we know the bans, exactly the same set of bans as they had in game 1. Luna, Dharma, Pei, and Arlie. Same things out. Now, first pick for Paws is Lady Sun. It goes to the other side, and they reply with the Dun and Dahlia. Immediately allows the Ming and Lady Sun. You know that Feng Jie is going to be unstoppable. Unstoppable completely. That was the first part of it. The second part of it comes down to, okay, they have Ziya, they have Ogren. They have very strong heroes that can not only deal damage, but they can slow down. And in the moment that I saw the Guan Yu pick on the other side, I know that Twisted Minds is playing to 7 games. You cannot win every single one of them. Nobody plays to lose. This is super important. But a lot of times, you cannot play every single game with your most expensive, most costly heroes.
Absolutely. And I think Paws Gaming, they were a little bit kind of frustrated in that draft. We've seen these first 2 games, they strategize around giving Feng Jie the later option picks so he picked the best tools for the job. But they're realizing here, game 3, they're never going to give us those tools. We're just going to go ahead and lock in the Lady Sun and the Ming early, and whatever we get, we'll play against it. That's their signature combo.
Phil, I'm going to re-emphasize that part. Right? Like, it's a best of 7. It is not best of 3. It's not best of 5. You need to think about, how do I win 4 4 games. If I cannot win 4-0, and I know that sometimes I'm not going to be victorious, what do I give to the other side? And they decided just to take this one to the chin, and Paws Gaming just won the whole game from the BP, Dave.
No, absolutely. Guan Yu, we thought it was a good pick because there's not so much CC that can stop him. But Mei Yin showed us something completely different, right?
Yeah.
Snow for sure outplayed in this game. And as you mentioned, I think Twisted Mind have something in mind for strategy-wise. Not use all the best of the best characters. At the same time, we got to give credit to Paws. They banned Elaine away. So to make sure that you don't have the Dolia-Elaine combo to dive onto Lady Sun. So, I mean, this is... So I think both sides have drafted pretty well, but Paws definitely stepped it up in this specific game.
I want to say that this has been 3 games already, and we have seen every single game a different characteristic. In the first game, it was about throwing hands. Just throw hands, punches. Whoever that hits the hardest is going to win. Amazing. Second one, it was a matter of pace. It was a matter of just understanding the early game and then just winning into the one fight that was important and just push through. And you know what? This third game was a matter of understanding we're not playing best of 3, we're not playing best of 5, we're playing best of 7.
And I gotta highlight the Lady Swim plus Ming combo. If you're new to Honor of Kings, and a lot of you guys watching, try this out, okay? Ming can enhance Lady Swim so much. You saw in the base, in the fountain, he one-shot a Gunmo in the fountain.
That's
Boom! One auto attack, one skill 2, one auto attack, it's over, okay? This combo has been like the most OG combo in Honor of Kings, and it still is really effective right now.
And this is why Paws Gaming is so fun to watch. They have these combos that you can go out on your own, grab a friend, and try, and it will succeed. It will succeed in tournament, and it will succeed in your ranked games.
A great composition, Lady Sun plus Ming. It is already gone for Paws Gaming, and that's going to be an option that Twisted Minds might want to think about if they want to put City Boy and Shanks on that.
Yeah, and I also gotta give credit to the mid lane, to the Ziya pick, right? This is a support mage, actually. So if you think about it, look at the stats just now. They're about like 40% damage alone from Lady Sun, right? Because every single damage, every single farm is funneled onto Fengjie. So let's take a look at global ban pick. What a graphic.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds here, as Isaac kind of alluded to here, had a pretty economical draft. No one plays to lose, but they're saying, hey, if we cannot win every game, let's go ahead and draft a composition where we have a shot, but we're not going to put all our eggs in one basket here. We know we're against Paws Gaming's signature composition here. If there was a game to try out the more, you know, unconventional combinations here and use these more unconventional picks, this would be the one.
I'm telling you, right now, as we just saw right over there, what has been banned, what has been picked, there's still a lot of meta heroes that are out there. You cannot just keep the same heroes in the ban all the time. I'm telling you, they need to be able to come out and show us a little bit of what the people are wanting to see at home.
I really want to touch base on, again, Diadea. It seems like both teams have a gentleman's agreement. Guys, we're not going to pick it. We're not going to ban it. No one likes her. Let's just forget about her, okay? And we go on with our drafts.
By the way, Diadea is one of the strongest support, especially when you pair that with Ogron. And this is the tool that's available for Twisted Mind in the next series, right? You also got some great combos. Like, for example, Liang and Zhao Jun, that's another combo that they have up in their sleeves. You also have some mods, the Shouyue, the poke combo that they can utilize as well. So there are different options, like you said, Isaac, that they're saving up for the next few games to win this entire series.
This is the beauty about best of 7. For everyone who's living their first best of 7, welcome to Real Honor of Kings. What about if we go and take a little break? We're going to come back right after this short break with game number 4. Game 4. We're jumping into halfway through there. I am telling you, I'm really looking forward to 7 games. I really want to see an ultimate battle between these two teams, because if it is going to be half of how incredible it has been in these first 3 games, oh boy, this is going to be a long day.
With the momentum shift that just happens, I think it can definitely go there. We were discussing some of the picks, and we noticed Paws still has a lot of powerful combinations, ready at hand. And this might be the turning point. They get their 1 win, and then now they start carrying that momentum back, and hopefully they don't give it back to Twisted Minds. It's probably what they're thinking.
Yo, bro, we talk about how important it is for Paws to take that momentum back. And then they did that last game. Actually, we thought that Twisted Mind had a decent pick, but they definitely did not deliver on the power, or at least a strategy want to deliver against Lady Sun, right? If one of those blades hit Lady Sun, it would be great, but there was no setup. Because Feng Jie is such a good player in terms of micro, he never give the Ganamo any chance to even poke him.
I'm telling you, you made a very interesting point when you said the Mayin was the winning condition for Paws Gaming, and I agree with you in terms of that. When Mayin was always zoning just Guan Yu outside, not allowing Guan Yu to jump in, that's the moment when Paws Gaming decided that they wanted just to take the game. Let's move into this game number 4, the ban and pick. Paws Gaming is going to be on the blue side, Twisted Mind is going to be on the red. Saggy Blam, what do you guys think about this? Is it going to be Paws Gaming just taking this back, or is it going to be Twisted Minds that are going to come back to the driver's seat? Take it.
Gonna take it away here as well. Obviously, Paws Gaming finally get that first win on the board, right? This is already creating some great momentum, but Paws Gaming banning out the Pay themselves here, and Twisted Minds banning out the Luna. So already quite a lot of high frame heroes being banned out at this point, as well as the Liang.
So far, coming to this series, we haven't been seeing much of the Liang here, but Liang has been banned right now. And talking about Arlie, during the group stage, this pick has the highest priority here.
Yeah, but speaking of the Arlie, the Dharma's got to come through here, right? The Dharma and the Diadea. It's the double D for the side of Twisted Minds. Phil alluded to it pretty much very early on. Bigs up the props to Phil there, the analyst. He did bring out the Diadea pick, and now it comes through for Twisted Minds. So not only do they have some great engage, some great playmaking potential here with the Dharma pick, they do have some sustain.
Exactly, especially when we talk about Diadea, and this pick is insanely good to lock down the likes of high frame heroes, especially the Arlie, and on the side of the Dharma, this pick. Insane mobility, insane backline access, and right now it has been locked in.
It's been locked in again for the side of Twisted Minds. But right now, we are going to get the Motsu here as well, which is going to be really interesting. I mean, Fatih for the side of Paws Gaming, has that not already come through here?
So we talk a bit more of the picks right now. When we talk about Mozi, this pick is insanely good to really limit these soft core roamers, because one thing's for sure, it brings insanely good laning here, especially with the long range cannon blast.
Long range cannon blast indeed, right? I mean, definitely going to be the pick off here and the potential combo between the side of Paws Gaming. Ali and the Motsu could be a very good combo here in terms of getting that early game setup, and then obviously the damage coming through here for the Ali is going to be very detrimental. But obviously when we speak about Ali, we're going to be looking at kind of like a counter down to the bot side of the map. Could we be looking at something like the Chano, right?
The Chano is exceptionally good against the Ali in terms of the laning phase, but we got to think about one thing as well. We cannot be only thinking about the laning phase, because there is so much backline access coming in from the Fatih, coming in from the Mozi. If you get caught by one spell, you're going to be exploded almost immediately.
Almost exploded immediately. That could be the case, right? A lot of burst damage for the side of Paws Gaming, but now, obviously, potential here of the Flowborn tank could come through, but the newer ban as well, a lot of focus onto that mid lane pickup, right? There is so much coming through here. The Nua, the Princess Frost, as well as obviously the Dachao, and there it is. They call out the Chano pick, and it's going to get banned out here for the side of Paws Gaming, so already we're going to have to look somewhere else for a counter of the Ali.
Ooh, you gotta be thinking like what are available right now, because right now, I think if we do look into the draft right now, I think the team names are flipped on both sides. Production will get that sorted immediately, but just think about, as left side will be Twisted Mind and right side will be Paws Gaming here. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We have a bit of a hiccup, but definitely if we look at the current draft coming in from the side of Paws Gaming here, they have the Fatih, they have the Arlie here. They want to be going in deep. They want to be making sure that these engages really do pay off for their side.
Oh, I mean, this changes everything, right? This changes everything that we're going to be seeing here. But there it is, the Yixing. So the Yixing coming through, not going to be paired with the Futsu or the Dachao this time around. But maybe it's going to be enough to be the control, right? Because, I mean, when you've got Flowborn tank, you really want to be making sure you kind of contain your enemy team so you can get the crucial impact of that ultimate.
I'm loving this Flowborn tank, by the way, and Diadea. One thing's for sure, Flowborn tank, he's extremely good in combating these high movements heroes, because he can be on total lockdown. Full flow with spell 2 can provide you triple knockouts, making sure that that one target is gonna be up in the sky for quite a bit. And Diadea, also a good counter for these high frame picks here. So immediately, these two picks are on lockdown duty, especially on the Arlie and Fatih.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you're going to be really looking for, the lockdown there. It's because, I mean, in terms of obviously damage, we're really going to be relying on obviously the Arlie as well as the Fatih. But we're going to get that Suya pick again. It's going to be going over to the side of Twisted Minds this time around. So playing that kind of support mage into the mid lane. And like you were saying for Paws Gaming, Sagi, it's all about the sanctification, right? It's all about his passive. That's where the blessing of this pick comes through.
I am loving Global Ban pick, because we don't regularly see Ziya because of how much heroes are available in best of 3s and best of 5s. But coming down to a game 4 in the best of 7, you gotta be thinking, if I don't pick this hero now, there will be no chance of me actually utilizing this hero in the further stages of the draft here. And look at this, Hoi as well being locked in for Twisted Minds, further allowing the potential of fighting these lanes against the Arlie, making sure that he wins the lane and impact the map with the Burning Sun Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, that Burning Sun Arrow could come in really hot, right? I mean, definitely a playmaker potential, a global version of like a Motsu Cannon Blast, right? It's got the same kind of aesthetic, the same kind of purpose, but depending on how far away you are from your unfortunate target, means how long that duration of stuns is going to be. So if you hit somebody all the way from base, they're going to be locked down for quite some time.
They're going to be CC'd, they're going to be having a dizzy hit for about 3 to 5 seconds, determining if they do buy the Boots of Fortitude. So, ladies and gentlemen, this game 4 is exceptionally crucial for Paws Gaming, as if they lose this, it will be match point for Twisted Minds.
Yes, I mean, looking at this, right, obviously the Organ getting pushed over, as well as the Suya of game number 3 going over now to game number 4 of Twisted Minds. Let's see how the Twisted Minds could unwrap this pairing, right? Obviously, we're going to be more than likely seeing the Sanctification come through either onto the likes of Shanks or Clean, but we will have to see because we get into game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. They're in the Amazon Arena. This is where the best of 7 starts to heat up.
Exactly. More and more picks are being expanded. Hero pools are being tested. Coaches, the drafts are being tested as well. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4.
Game 4 indeed, right? I mean, as we're seeing here, obviously, win conditions. What are we thinking for the side of Paws Gaming?
Paws Gaming, you definitely want Feng Jie and still to look for these key engages here. And look at Feng Jie. Oh, dropping dangerously low. I think that was a cannon blast here coming in from City Boy, immediately punishing this Shouyue. This is one full wave that he has to be forced to drop here. And we talk about this the winning factor here. Feng Jie being shot off so early in the game, that's a bad news coming in from Paws SG.
It's bad news because, I mean, it's just that gold per minute that gets really affected here as well. But, I mean, potentially, Paws are definitely looking for access into the enemy jungle there. We saw that 90 was trying to, like, hey, I'll start your Azure Golem. So he just makes it the transition and you come along and smite it. But Jingling there and Snow was just like, bet, we know what you're doing. You're not in lane, you're not present, so you're going to be elsewhere.
Yeah, they spot it out. They make sure that the clear speed is halted to a bare minimum. And ladies and gentlemen, watch KWC to get an avatar frame and stickers and exclusive avatars right now in the HOK app.
I mean, who doesn't love freebies? Who doesn't love freebies? But the one freebie you don't want to give is in-game when you are on the Gorge. Giving that 3 first blood over to your enemy team could be crucial here. Already signed for a little bit of a brawl into the mid lane. We're obviously taking Liberties going on to the side of Twisted Mind. But Myosota's taking a lot of damage there.
I'm still thinking about one thing here, Black. Myosota's onto this Flowborn tank, cool and all, but this pick has 0 win rate since the group stage. Can he break the curse, or can he break through the statistics here?
I mean, someone's got to be the statistic breaker, right? Someone has got to break the pattern on this Flowborn tank and make it work. But we haven't obviously brought this point up. Obviously, once you've used Flowborn, you can't use the alternative in that pick. So pick it once, you lose the rest of the variants. But on the topic of Flowborn here, you do have the outfit design contest that is live. But speaking of live, it's going to be that truth mantra. It's not going to connect onto too much demonstration here onto 90. Because of that World Smite board coming through as well.
90 beautiful play here, dodging out 2 key ultimates. And right now, look at Queen here, just punishing Myosotis for having a bad clear time, making sure that he steals away the Azure Golem at such an early part of the game here. Losing out 1 Golem here, that could mean immediate gold lead here and EXP lead here going towards Twisted Minds, especially on Queen.
Yeah, it's not only that, obviously it's the cooldown reduction that gives over as well, right? I mean, Myosotis on the Flowborn tank, he does have his own kind of cooldown reduction with his first skill. When it's on cooldown, it reduces it by a second, but that you want more. You want more. You always want more in Honor of Kings. And speaking of more, we want more first blood here for Paws Gaming.
Oh, such a clutch kill here coming in from the side of Paws Gaming here. The escalation from that play alone was really down to the domino effect, because all the plays here was really required down to a bare minimum. You really needed both these 2 teams here to really play their combo to a perfection. And perfection was Snow and Xiaoyang here. Their synergy was immaculate.
Very immaculate indeed. We're trying to get these 2 teams on the board right now because both of them are looking to try and just cement that gold lead, right? Obviously, last game, Paws Gaming for the first time was able to get it, but now we are seeing potentially a takedown here. The thing inside the box is going to lock down Jingling enough for Twisted Minds to get that kill.
Ooh, blinking health bars here coming in from Shanks and City Boy, but the 2v2 has been saved here thanks to High Lang's roam towards the farm lane here. 4 minutes on the clock right now. We do not have Qingling on the map onto this Diadea, but we are starting to see rotations here coming in from Snow as they really want to fight for this Tyrant control.
They really want to go for it, right? I mean, in terms of the extra damage here for Paws, it could do dreams in turning this around, right? I mean, kills across the board, not much, but being able to take a few team fights with extra damage is really going to help Paws here. They claim the Tyrant. Myosotis getting that smite there. It's going to be enough to claim the neutral objective.
Good news for Paws fans as they really secured this Tyrant that they really need for this early game right now. And look at the rotations here coming in from Paws Gaming. They want to be able to poke down this bottom tower. The blast does miss, and Xiaoyang here doing a very good job in escalating the situation, making sure that Feng Jie and Qingling gets out very safe.
Yeah, let's try to put a bit of pressure down to the bot side of the map, because that's really where the side of Paws Gaming could really look for a bit of a early game win potential here. Just put a lot of pressure onto Shanks, could definitely disrupt, obviously, getting that lead.
And look at the side of Feng Jie's build. He's not going for the tank build, the on-hit build that relies you to go on the likes of the hold on a minute, Cannon Blast does hit and it connects onto the Mozi here. A shake of an ultimate and a spell here coming in from both teams here. But going back to the build here, Feng Jie is not going for the on-hit semi-tank build onto the Hou Yi. Instead, he wants to play for the late game insurance. He's going for the crit build onto this pick.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need it right. Obviously, in terms of damage, we're really looking at Xiaoyang for that. So if they didn't do that in the Hou Yi, it would have been troublesome there. But speaking of troublesome, Destiny Counter is having to be used there to zone away Twisted Minds from that takedown.
Light work from Feng Jie there as he takes no time at all to really dodge away from those spells here. But this opens up the map right now. Since Qingling is not on the map here, this Azure Golem might be an objective take here that Twisted Mind is looking for. Does not seem to be the case as look at the Burning Arrow is traveling towards melee. It hits!
Oh, it hits onto Shanks. That's not the person you want to get taken down if you are Twisted Mind. So nice one to my board, covering in for Mayo Soldiers. Like we said in the draft, really utilizes that Flowborn tank.
What an amazing ultimate coming in from the Hou Yi there. I think the ultimate also traveled into the bush and Shanks could not see the ultimate animation because he couldn't react with his spell to Maple Dance.
Yeah, because that normally counts as a projectile, right? So that could have been the way that they could have countered it, but it was just a little bit too soon for the side of Twisted Minds to even react. But right now, Feng Jie is level 10 and Shanks is level 8. So that's already a clear disparity in the XP.
That is a beautiful play and it's also a painful death for Shanks because if you're Arlie, you cannot be dying in the mid-game against a Hou Yi because in the mid-game when Arlie secures that Doomsday that you see on the screen, it's when she's the strongest and there will be the timing where she gets the Crimson and starts scaling towards the map. But due to that death there, the Crimson goes over to Feng Jie and the tempo goes over to Paws Gaming right now.
Potential here. I mean, the think inside the box being a little bit too early for my liking, but the Truth Man just give me enough to try and catch clean into the box. It comes through with the board as well. We are playing on the terms of Paws, but can Twisted Minds turn this around? No! That is a double kill for Xiaoyang before he goes down.
Feng Jie is untouched right now. He is dancing on this team fight onto this Hou Yi, laying down the arrows right now. And look at this replay. Yes, the thinking side of the box immediately reacted by Feng Jie. The arrow doesn't hit, but look at Feng Jie, untouched around the fight. Beautiful board catches two core players coming in from the side of Twisted Mind. Yes, he trades by Xiaoyang though, but that's another 3 kills going over to the side of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they got the 3 kills. We saw that Twisted Mind was able to get the T1, but soon that turned around here for Paws Gaming, getting the T1 back in return for themselves. Trying to find a little bit more from the side of Twisted Minds, maybe potentially taking this Crimson Golem.
And if you look at Feng Jie, right, when he's standing and not moving, it's not because he's lagging, guys. It's because he's aiming his Burning Sun arrow. He's looking for a target to be landing. But look at Snow, though. He's lurking behind enemy lines. He may be looking for a flank here.
Maybe trying to find out maybe the positioning of either Xiaoyang here or even Feng Jie, but no. YSO just catches that one out, right? He's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to use my ultimate in there to make sure that brush, because we don't know where 90 is, he's got to be somewhere.
And when we talk about the role of a tank, this is one of the roles for the tank here. You are not just a beefy tank to absorb damage, to disrupt team fights. You need to be marking some of these crucial flanks, like what CD Boy was doing. He was cleaning out the flank coming in from Snow, and like what Maya Sodas were doing on the Flowborn tank, he was cleaning out the flank coming in from 90 onto the Swati.
Yeah, I mean, you see Maya Sodas building the Lung Knight Guardian as well, right? That's going to be very good in terms of shutting down that burst potential for the side of Twisted Mind. So obviously already trying to lock down and shut down the huge potential here for the side of Shanks. But we did see the cleanse come through. That's a good shot here, good shot calling, but it does mean the ultimate for 90 is not going to be available for the potential team fight that could happen here.
That's a lot of DPS being removed just from one Burning Sun arrow. So ultimate for ultimate, at least Feng Jie knows that there will be no backline access coming in from 90 until he has his ultimate up. And just look at the items real quick as Feng Jie has already completed the core 3 critical items. The Shadow Reaper, the Eternity Blade, and the items that increase the range, the Sun Chaser.
Yeah, Sun Chaser. If this game does obviously get to that 20-minute mark, that can obviously be upgraded also. But right now, Twisted Minds, definitely a little bit of progress here. They were able to stay alive a little bit longer than last game. Will this whiteboard is being committed here, and Shanks, Highland gets taken down there first, but Shanks maybe go down soon. Snow gets a true full Mantra into the backline. This is a detriment to Twisted Minds in this one. And there is that double knockup right. Keeping clean, slowing down the momentum, meaning that this is going to be a team ace.
A wipe coming in here for Paws Gaming. 0-4-5 exchange here. That was such a beautiful gameplay. Team fight that has been played by the likes of this team. Look at this. Burning Sun arrowheads. Immediate board onto 3 members. Dharma flashes in for the Troop Manta on 2. There was no fighting back from the likes of Twisted Mind and team.
Yeah, it's actually when you 4-man down, clean, just had to try and get out of there. But in fact, look at that knockup. That knockup is so sort of detrimental here in order to keep your teammates there, your enemies there, as well as obviously the ominous premonition. That's going to slow you down also. So you're going to be trying to as if you're walking against high winds.
Right now, we're seeing one thing for sure, right? Game 2, Game 1, it was just Twisted Mind having the upper hand here, coming in Game 3 and Game 4. Paws woke up and immediately looked at the goal chart. Feng Jie, Snow, and Minnesota, there's 3 members, the core members of Paws Gaming. They are rocking the goal lead right now.
They are rocking the goal lead. The side lanes and the jungle are definitely where that resources needs to go, right? Because Xiao Yang on this I Ching is just really relying on that passive for that hero to get that damage come through. The Burning Sun arrow connects onto Clean. Are they going to capitalize on this? They got to be careful.
A small poke goes forward, Queen drops down to a half HP. Look at the damage coming in from Feng Jie.
The boxes, the fists are so oppressive here for the side of Paws Gaming. T2 takedown in the mid, T2 takedown into the bot side of the map. They're looking for some more.
They are not able to be tanking these arrows coming in from Feng Jie. The arrows coming, damage coming, and look at that, another arrow, but that's what we talked about, the R-Lee. If he can see it, he can react to it. So, props to Shanks. They at least slow down the engage coming in for the side of Paws Gaming. But still, beautiful stuff here coming in from Paws Gaming. How they orchestrate the fight. Start with the arrow. If the arrow connects, we see a board. A board locks a few. Then we see Snow coming in for the punches.
Yeah, it's just control upon control upon control. And then it's just down to Xiao Yang and Feng Jie to do the damage. And they are doing it so well. 417 KDA here for Xiao Yang. And then 206 for the side of Feng Jie. So just playing, using those Burning Sun arrows to set up those team fights so beautifully.
And his build is so good when it skills towards the late game. He shreds tanks like they are paper right now. Queen and Nai, unless they can fight a backline engage. If not, Feng just is going to be shooting down all these arrows here.
Yeah, exactly. That's the good thing about Hou Yi, right? He is just there. He promotes just smashing the heck out of your basic attack button, right? You're just tapping the way out of that. Obviously, the slow from the second skill as well. Really oppressive for the side of Paws. But we have minion waves crashing in. Can we get some T3s?
Can we get some T3s here as Feng Jie? The arrow doesn't connect, but he is haunting down this tier 3. Top tier 3 goes down. The sole surviving tier 3 of the mid lane is the final tier 3 of Twisted Mind in this game 4.
Yeah, they got to be careful right here. The way that Twisted Mind plays this defense is absolutely crucial for them staying alive in this game number 4, because we have Vanguards coming through. It's going to be hard to defend the base as well as that high ground turret.
Exactly. They will have to put their focus onto the Shadow Vanguard that's crashing towards the top side. So this mid lane will have to go down, and look at the engage. It's escalating right now.
It's escalating because that board is now onto the gorge, and onto the gorge into the backline is 90. Can he be the saving grace with that ultimate? He gets 1, he gets 2, but still, it's Twisted Minds that is going down. Paws with the Vanguard, come back from 2-0 to 2-2.
Game 4, ladies and gentlemen, and that is Paws Gaming here, Blam. They pulled back the series, like you mentioned, to a 2-2. We thought about it like, oh, Game 1, Game 2, it was really tough for Feng Jie. Could he come up when the time mattered? And boy, did he come up clutch in the series.
Yeah, the Hou Yi pick came through as a statement piece, right? As a statement piece in terms of, obviously, we normally get the tankier build, right? Going for, obviously, the Boots of Fortitude to get that kind of soak onto the likes of the R-Lee in the early game, especially when Doomsday comes through. But he was like, nah, we're going to have that late game potential. We are going to do so much damage with this pick, and he was so on point with those burning sun arrows.
He was so on point, and even losing out the first wave, the crucial wave of level 2, he still came back in the laning phase and the mid game. That crucial catch onto Shanks early in the mid lane, that really sealed the deal, especially the early to mid game that Shanks really wanted to have on this early.
Yeah, I mean, we was already kind of like alluding to the difference between Shanks and Fengzhe when we got the obviously pre-game talk from Isaac and the gang over on the analyst desk, but now it's becoming apparent because in the first 2 games it was like, okay, Shanks has stepped up a little bit, but now Fengzhe's like, hold my drink, boy, we're going in, we're going toe for toe now.
And I'm loving Fengzhe's energy here. Game 1 and Game 2, not the best here, but his ability to bounce back into the series, that is amazing here. But we gotta hear more from our professional analysts here, so Isaac, take it away.
Thank you very much, Saggy. Thank you very much. You know what? Right now, it is Twisted Minds, the ones that look like they are not in control of this Paws gaming, with 2 very, very impressive wins. Leveled this up, and now we're the same at the beginning. It's 2-2. It is completely leveled up.
They had a great start, starting 2-0, but maybe that was actually part of Paws' strategy, you know? Take it a little bit slow in the beginning, and now, once they get the momentum, they get the picks back in their favor, they take the lead.
Why not? You know what? Like, maybe they just said, like, you know what? Let's just give them 2. And then after that, we can take 4 in a row, and then we can go to the hotel and just have a good rest.
Right. You know, we actually talk about this is a full best of 7, right? Many different times now. In a 7-game series, you have to be slow and steady. You cannot throw all your hand at once, but you could just to get a momentum going. And in this particular series, you show how strategic Paws is. I mean, there are a lot of people doubting, I wonder how about Hou is the pick, right? Because a lot of people doubting this character. I think like this pretty low tier, but in competitive, Hou is such a good engage tool. Sometimes when you gank the farm lane, it's really hard because the marksman doesn't have a lot of engage tool, but not Hou, right? You can set it up, and you saw what happened with all the arrows.
But I'm telling you something, Dave. In terms of that, I do believe that it is a competitive pick. When you are with your whole team, when you have 5 people that they know how to play around you, then it works really well. But if you're just going to be on solo, I don't think that that's the best pick. What do you think, Phil?
Of course, in uncoordinated play, sometimes your team didn't even notice you hit across the map arrow, right? Whereas here, you're constantly calling out, hey, look, I'm about to hit it. And then people are ready to go ahead and pounce on that.
Hey, by the way, I gotta say, Hou has a bleach skin buff, all right? And that event is still active in-game, so you should go and get it right now. It's pretty cool skins.
It is really nice. When I saw the laning stage in there, and I saw the picks and it was going to be early against Hou, I'm going to tell you, I was not one of the believers. I did not know, I did not think that Fengzhe could seal the deal. But on the other hand, I don't think that it came down to Fengzhe. I do believe that it was thanks to the Dharma. That Dharma that Snow played initiated every single fight in an amazing fashion.
Dharma, one of the most game-changing Clash laners, has one of the highest win rates here in the KWC, and that's for good reason. It's able to open up these fights and end them too with perfect execution.
You see, and that's the reason why it's been banned so many different times. They knew that a hero like that could turn things around, and in Game 4 that it was available, they were clearly just going to grab that.
You know what? Now we're on the topic Dharma. Dharma is one of the most picked, has the highest win rate in the entire KWC. In contrast, we have Flowborn Tank, who had a 0% win rate up to this point, but
not anymore.
First dub, let's go. Here, this hero right over here, I'm telling you, is one of the heroes that I really like seeing because you can personalize it, right? Like you can actually customize it, which is super cool. But up until right now, it's been a really tough sell. I'm telling you, it's been 6 days that I've been trying to do this, and it's just no dubs at all, only L's.
You know, we want to talk about Flowborn Tank, but yeah, you're absolutely right. There has to be a win. I mean, what else do you say? But look at this stats. This guy tanked like 40% damage close to it. It's absolutely insane, and he's really tanky. The thing about Flowborn Tank is not only are you tanky, you provide so much crowd controls, and that goes about the entire roster of Paws, right? You got engaged from Hou's ultimate, you got Yixing's ultimate, and you got Flowborn Tank just unkillable, stay in the front, constantly CCing, constantly jumping, and you have Dharma, as you mentioned.
All right, now if we talk about this laning stage, we've talked about how the Hou played really well. We talked about how the Dharma played really well. But then on the other side, the early, that early is going to be a very, very, very painful point because it could be it could come in handy in Game 5 or Game 6. And right now, because as we see in the global ban and pick, Twisted Minds, that's not going to be an option for them.
Yeah, Twisted Mind losing a lot of valuable picks there. The Arlie, the Fati here. I think Twisted Mind's a little bit over-invested on the scaling aspect.
They wanted to go for the dunk. They wanted to go for the dunk and then just missed it. They wanted to just go 3-1. They saw that they could actually just put Fonji on a corner. They wanted to seal the deal and just get the match point. And sadly for them, they were unable to do that.
Bro, but at the same time, if you look at all the options are still on the table. I cannot imagine how many characters available right now. For Paws, right? I mean, Twisted Mind, you mentioned, they draft themselves into a corner. They had the momentum. They kind of lost it. And I think it's actually going more into Paws' favor. They still have Pei available. I mean, that's one of the strongest characters. And by the way, Mai Shiranui has not been picked by either side also.
They have Jing available as well. They have Arlie available. That for Paws Gaming, Game 5 and Game 6, they look a lot better. And the problem in here is that Twisted Minds, right now, they do not have the momentum. What is going to happen with them? They started on a high, and right now, it just looks like it's closer to Paws Gaming as it is for TM.
I think Twisted Mind's drafts going forward are going to be fairly telegraphed, you know? They played the pay already, so now they're forced to ban it every single game. It's going to make Paws Gaming be able to draft around it really easily here. And going back about the prior game there, you really got to look at Honor Kings in different stages, right? The early, mid, late game. I really believe they over-invested in that late game, and because of that, they got ran over by Paws.
All right, so you think that it was just a very late game composition?
Yeah.
For me, it has been a problem of the mid game. For me, the mid-game has been the moment where Twisted Minds has literally not been able to really capitalize on what they have. When they had an advantage, they came to the mid-game and they cannot just let Paws Gaming level it. When they did not have the advantage, they came to the mid-game and they just let Paws Gaming snowball. They need to perfection that strategy from the 4th to the 10th minute.
Yeah, you know what? Arlie is such a late game character, right? And just like Phil pointed out, you have to skill with this character. And we saw Twisted Mind engaging in too many fights before Arlie's fully built up. Got 3 item spikes. Get to what she needs to do in order to be effective. We saw Arlie constantly engaging in fights when she doesn't need to be. Another thing I want to talk about is Arlie, this character, didn't have any sustain. So we have Mullets in lane. They want to go for the poke, but Arlie is constantly getting poked out instead.
It's been not only poked out, but it's being initiated. And it was initiated by that Dharma. And Dharma was in the hands of Snow. Snow talked to us, and he talked to Eruption, that we haven't heard from Eruption in a long time. What about if we go and see what Snow shared with Eruption in that interview that they had?
We are backstage right now before our mighty game with the one and only, I'm not going to say 90, that's his opponent, but this is Snow of Paws Gaming. So how do you feel about being here right now in the playoffs?
I'm super excited. We are super excited. It's not easy to come here.
That's right.
We have very low struggle or difficulties. We'll do our best.
Yep. And as you said, it's tough to get to the spot. There's been so many teams that try to get to this playoffs, and you guys earned your spot. Okay, second is, what do you think are the weaknesses or maybe even strengths of Twisted Minds?
The strength I would say is their jungle. He is a strong player. He have some famous hero like Jin or Nuna. We are difficult to handle it. And the second one I would like to say is their team fight. They are aggressive and they are a good team. Yeah.
You know what? You've said some positive stuff about that, but I'm sure you guys have a strategy to attack that as well. But in last, what is your message to Twisted Minds?
I just want to say we will have a good fight for all the lovers of this game. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Snow, and good luck.
Thank you.
See you in the next one.
A good fight for the love of honor of kings. At the end of the day, you got to remember, this is a game. And we come in, we might be right now opponents, but we're never enemies. At the end of this, we come, we play, we have fun. Sadly, someone needs to win and someone else needs to lose.
Absolutely. Snow, very classy, very humble in that interview, but his gameplay is nothing but humble. He was making amazing flashy plays on the Dharma here, and I would say he was the MVP of last game.
I'm telling you, he was very diplomatic on that interview, but in the Gorge, he is all damaged. He's out there for blood, no?
I mean, like, this is all around for HOK community, I would say, right? Yesterday, we saw some social posts on HOK Esports channel. You can go follow that for a lot of up-to-date news and results for the competition. But we saw that actually AGAL's players interviewing with their opposition was Alpha 7 Danny. Same thing on the other side. We have TT's coach talking to their opposition for the upcoming matches, teaching them how to play better. And all you see was class.
It's all about the community.
Yep.
I'm telling you, one of the things that I love about HOK is the community. There is no toxicity here. There is not trying to taunt on other people nor anything. It is just all about like learning. You mentioned right over there, the coaches are the ones that set an example just by telling people, you know what? We're all here to compete, but after we finish, we're all friends and we can all just learn from each other.
Absolutely. The competition is top of its class, and so comes with it sportsmanship. As they've mentioned, the teams are helping each other out. They want to put on the best show possible. They don't want to face a weak enemy. They want to face each other at their best.
And they need to grow together. And growing together has been Paws Gaming and Twisted Minds, because everything started with Twisted Minds just literally just taking control of the match and forcing Paws Gaming to up their game. I haven't seen Paws Gaming this dominating since the group stage. They came in the first 2 games and they were a little bit not performing as we were used to. But right now, I'm telling you, Paws Gaming, if they don't bring their A game, Twisted Minds could just snatch it, and this Game 5 is going to be critical. The winner of this Game 5 is going to get the first match point.
Absolutely. Paws Gaming, Fenji has been awakened here. The first 2 games, you know, we were saying he was sleeping on the wheel a bit here. Now it's all gas, and if they have no brakes, they're going to make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're still a lot of options on the table for Paws Gaming. Still a lot of combos available for Paws Gaming. So Game 5, as you mentioned, it's a match point grabber. Whoever wins this match will win. I'm excited about it.
I am super excited. You can see the players right over there. The communication, just the way that they're always trying to talk to each other. You see some laughs, and that is important as we check on our Crunchyroll reactions. You need to laugh. This is a game. It might be high stakes. It might be a lot of pressure, but you need to help each other just to kind of like calm down and be able to make the right calls.
It's great to have teammates like that in the moment to forget about all the odds and the stakes and just play in the moment, you know, have fun, enjoy this time. This is an opportunity of lifetime for both teams here to compete here on the EWC, and to be able to play it and have fun with your friends is all that matters.
But I gotta say, like, going to the next series, in order for Twisted Mind to grab the momentum back,
of course,
I gotta put the weight back on Hailan, right?
Okay.
I mean, Hailan has to be the momentum booster, the mental fortitude for the team. This guy has been the cheerleader for the team, the hype man. So just now in the game, when the game ended, you saw a little bit of frustration. You saw a little bit like tiredness.
And that cannot happen.
And that cannot happen. So going to Game 5, it's up to Hailan, in my opinion, to step it up, to level up, and take the team to the next level.
All right, Dave, you're mentioning that Hailan needs to step up. But what hero can he play right now that would be available that would allow him to really step up and dominate the Gorge?
He has a good amount of options left. I really want to see the Princess Frost come out from him, you know?
Yes.
He's known for his Princess Frost utility mages, right? We mentioned how he's transitioning more to a carry playstyle, but his bread and butter is the utility mages, moving around the map, setting up his team, not only in-game, out of game as well, keeping their morales up, making sure that, you know, they just lost 2 in a row, they're not in a rut, and that's what Hailang is great at.
You know, I gotta say, I'll give some highlight to Mai Shiranui. We interviewed every single pro player, every single, I wouldn't say pro team, but almost. And every single one of the mid laners recommended Mai Shiranui. Not to mention there's some great skins out there for Mai. So you gotta master that character, and it's available for both teams coming in the future series. So I'm excited for the next round to see which team is gonna take it out first. Another thing I wanna mention about Hailang is this character loves Yi Xing. So is that gonna be another character coming out for Twisted Mind? We shall find out.
Is it gonna be the Yi Xing pick? Is it going to be the Mai Shiranui? Mai Shiranui, as everyone knows, is a very dangerous hero, but at the same time, it's actually really difficult. I'm really counting the minutes until we can just see that Mai Shiranui in the Gorge, because I know that, Dave, you really want to teach us how to play that Mai Shiranui to the top level, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many different combos. All right, we got videos out as well. You gotta go watch them. This is the time. If any time is the time, this is the time.
And Mai is so hard, even after all those videos, you still don't know how to play it.
It's similar to my end. It just takes a lot of games to practice. Yeah. And that thing about Honor of Kings, like when you play it, you can always feel like there's room to improve. And obviously, KWC is a place where you can learn so much from the best of the best.
I know that we're all laughs and all smiles and everything, but the tension over there in the Amazon arena gotta be incredible. The players are trying their very best to be controlled. You can see right over there. I don't like Highland's body language, man.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm telling you, we need to kind of like hype him up. And what a best way to hype him up as moving into the ban and pick. We want these heroes to be shown up in there and to be able just to get him what he needs. Maybe what he needs right now is just going to be a hero that is going to make him smile. Who that hero is going to be, I don't know. I know that Saggy and Blam have a better idea. Boys, off you go.
How's it going, guys? We are back for game number 5. I mean, this is almost getting to the end of a best of 7, and we're already at 2-2, so there is still potentially, if Twisted Minds take it again for another 2 games in a row, or do Paws Gaming take it for another 2 games in a row, or do we get the ultimate battle?
It will be difficult to tell, but judging this situation right now, Paws Gaming does seem to have the momentum as they bounce back 2 games here. And if you're Twisted Minds, you expended the pay, you expended the early, these very pricey picks. Therefore, you have to take the initiative to ban them up, because if you give them early, if you give the pay, it's not going to be good news. Thank you for that, but Mai Shiranui has been locking for Highland.
Mai Shiranui, the guys over at the desk was getting very excited for it, but I think we in the casting booth are way more excited for this duo here. The Futsu and the Chao combo. I mean, they've already used the Yixing, so they can't use that 3-hero combo. So now they've got to try and formulate this one a little bit more better.
Exactly, and Paws Gaming, this is their specialty here. So without the Fuzi, with the Fuzi, without the pay, and without the Yixing here, they will have to find alternatives to complete this comp to make sure that it is actually sufficient for the call-in, for the immense team fight. On the side, Twisted Minds here. Wow, Mai Shiranui and Dharma, that is a lot of engage here.
Yeah, you can't say immense team fight without putting some respect on Dharma's name. Obviously, he can create some great plays for everybody, but we're going to take a little look at Marco Polo here. Survivability, not the greatest. He does have a dash of his second skill, and if he does get caught with CC and you don't take cleanse, it's going to be hard for you to come back out of that one.
It is indeed going to be hard here, especially Marco Polo. You scale with attack speed, so as you buy attack speed items, you get stronger and stronger. And your spell one, the Resplendent Revolver, it applies on hit effects as well here. So definitely, you get that Smart Sport, you get that Doomsday, and you'll be looking around at a pretty healthy growth curve. But talking about growth, Paws Gaming here, locking in that Kong main for that firepower.
Yeah, again, definitely a hero that needs a growth, right? The scaling of that hero can skyrocket, and obviously his ultimate can track down the enemy heroes. But onto the side of Twisted Minds, they can body block it. So if they decide to be good fellows, a good Samaritan, they could block the shot of the Kong Ming.
Exactly the case here. And I want to give a bit of focus to our coach ZKS and Shu here. So both these coaches are extremely important in orchestrating the pick and ban, especially when you go deeper and deeper into a best of 7 series. At Game 5 and Game 6, you're going to be wondering, with these leftover picks here, how am I going to make a draft that makes sense for my players to perform on stage?
We'll have to find out, but I mean, the Mulan here, a little bit of a love ode to Keka of the side of OG Esports. I don't think we've seen anybody else play the Mulan yet within KWC other than Keka, but now it's going over to the side of Paws Gaming. I mean, if you're looking in terms of CC, you can't really dive with a Mai Shiranui. You can't really dive with a Dharma. If you activate your ultimate at the right time, you're going to be basically immunity to it.
Exactly, that's the beauty of Mulan, right? You have so much CC immunity, you have so much damage reduction. And if you think about Paws Gaming, are they potentially going for a Fang jungle as their last pick here? Because usually we see this lineup with the Fuzi and Da Qiao here. They will generally want to round it up with a farm lane or a marksman, something like the Pei. Let's get pseudo marksman here. Is there a potential that we may see a Fang in the jungle for Paws Gaming?
We might do. We might see that. I mean, Fang could come through as well. Obviously, Paws Gaming, in terms of obviously turret takedowns, could be great for them. Pairing that up with the Futsu could be a great pairing when it comes to that macro playstyle. But over to the side of Twisted Minds, they were lacking a little bit of sustain, and now they've got the Sakia with the Kaiser as well. So, Kaiser going through here, and a debut for Yao.
This is one of Paws Gaming special as well. If you were following the WKS region, Maya sold this. He loves this Yao pick, and with a triple bruiser lineup, Paws Gaming, everybody is looking to do damage here. One Fuzi ultimate, you will have insane amount of damage in front of your face.
Insane amount of damage, but also insane amount of access into the backline, right? I mean, Yao can bob and weave around your enemies, as well as Mulan can pretty much just charge through, dash through, and then you've got the Sage's Might on top of that, which is obviously Futsu's ultimate, so there is so much potential pickup here for the side of Paws, and if you are somebody like a Marco Polo, that cleanse is only going to get rid of so much for so little time.
Exactly, and if you think about Twisted Mind's team composition, yes, they are a very dive-heavy team comp, but who are you gonna dive here? There's no backline aside from the Calming that has like so much mobility here.
Yeah.
Okay, so win condition here. We look at Twisted Mind. You have the Dharma, you have the Mind Shiranui here. You want to look for these fancy CC chain combos, knock-up combos, even with CD Boy secure. So this Marco Polo gets the DPS from afar. Paws Gaming here. Fuzi has to land the Sage Bites, immediately calls in with the Whirlpool coming in from the Da Qiao. So those are the two game plans coming in for this game 5 between Twisted Mind and Paws Gaming.
And Paws Gaming, I mean, there are 2 back-to-back victories so far for this team, and they are looking to get some more with obviously a draft that only really comes through when we have that best of 7. So like Isaac was saying, those watching Honor of Kings now, this is Honor of Kings in its true form.
It is true form, and we bring the ultimate battle shortly if they do go for a game 7 here. But Global Ban Pick definitely adds more competitiveness. You cannot just be playing that 3 to 5 heroes. You have to be thinking as you progress towards the series. Bans are starting to target towards you. Hero pools are getting smaller and smaller. You have to think about more picks.
More picks indeed, right? You got to kind of always think one step ahead, and also with the coaches, they need to make sure that their brains are pretty much locked in, right? Like they are the brains behind the draft, so really, it's a battle of the coaches.
Exactly, that is so well said there, Blam. If the coaches do falter or if the coaches do miss out a certain pick, that is going to be insanely costly. So for right now, you look at these 2 drafts, right? Paws Gaming, they are accelerating towards the first 4 minutes. After the first 4 minutes, they get the ultimate onto Feng Jie and onto Qingling on this Da Qiao Fuzi combo. You're going to be starting to ramp up the leads here. But you don't have a marksman, so you have to end very early.
You do have to end very early, right? I mean, in terms of range, they have very, very little. But in terms of scalability, they also can have that too. But speaking of that, Yao, like I was saying, he's a very slippery hero. He can dash, dip, dive, dig, and dodge around those team fights.
And talking a bit about Yao, right? He has that gray bar on his health. It slowly takes his HP. So if he uses ultimate, he can definitely refresh the HP bar, removing that DPS that's going to be taking his HP. And 90 here takes a bit of a poke, almost falls down. So a lot of the focus here are ganking towards 90 here, making sure that he does not have a good time.
Yeah, nobody to body block that winning strategy, right? And that's going to hurt 90 in this early game. I mean, yes, he's level 4, but he's still not going to be able to kind of take too many of those shots, right? Like, in terms of magic defense, he's not going to have a lot right now.
Oh yeah, especially Dharma, he stacks the physical defense more than the magical defense, so that's something that he has to look out, especially if you are Twisted Mind. You have to shut down this Calming because that is their league game insurance coming in from Paws Gaming.
Yeah, you got to try and find a way on top of that, right? I mean, is it going to be a pick-off for City Boy, camping the bushes to get the Mulberry power? But speaking of pick-off here, we are getting a bit of an aid by the whole of Twisted Minds. That's a 3-1 gank, and that is 90 getting the first blood.
The fish is reeled in, and he was baited successfully here. So a bit of a punish coming in from Snow for not respecting the map, and he was indeed punished, and he was sent back to the fountain here. So if we look a bit onto the Yao pick here, he offers so much backline access, so much mobility as we talk about, and he's also going for the pseudo tank build as we see the Hunter's Axe has been picked up.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of need it, right? They need to go in with a little bit more defense onto the Yao rather than completely relying on that attack damage, because if they don't, they're really just like hoping that the burst is going to be enough damage to get these team fights out of the way, but in terms of sustain, they don't really have too much sustain, whereas obviously the side of Twisted Minds have City Boy.
Yeah, exactly. City Boy with the Fireflies. It provides so much healing. Two-man knockup into the Invisible Warrior.
Triple man knockup with the Mulberry Power into the back lane. Xingling maybe going to take it down. He does. Highland comes in with the Kachusans. But that is going to be a 1-1 trade for the supports.
That was what I'm talking about, right? You get the ultimate onto Feng Jie here. Even if you're City Boy, you're secure, you get to fly around, fly towards bushes, dip around. But if you're binded by the Sage Might, you cannot go anywhere.
You can't go anywhere, and you basically just got to try and admit defeat, or at least sustain. But speaking of admit defeat, Bongja gets taken down here as well. Shanks looking to push this T1 as they are potentially starting at that neutral objective.
Twisted Mind is playing an insanely good game here to mitigate the Feng Jie and Qingling dynamic here. You want the combo to be always with each other, but they're breaking it apart. And once they're broken apart, this Fuzi in the early game, he does not have enough cooldown reduction to spam his intuition that gives him the damage reduction, so they punish him cleanly.
Punished him cleanly, but speaking of clean, we are seeing a bit of a dive there onto Xingling, but he's just basically just soaking those skills, right? Like, he's like, right, at least they got him, at least they phase checked him, and they weren't getting hit by those leaping Koi Tides.
I agree, but Hailang getting that Purify out of Qingling here, the next time that happens, they might CC chain him to a 4, and he might not be even able to cast his ultimate. So that's something for Paws Gaming to look on about, and that's something for Twisted Mind to be punishing.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to have it in the back of their mind, right? I mean, there is so much at risk within this game, because this now kind of puts whoever wins this one, puts them at that 3-2. So they've got to try and make sure that they've got in the back of their mind the actual depth of this game. Right now, trading the T1s across the gorge here, just trying to sort of mitigate any kind of lead. We're getting a bit of an emergence to teleport down here to the bot side of the map. 90 does try and go in just to clear out the minion wave, successfully does so.
Successfully backs up, but Clean here looking at his position though. But the Master gets caught out by the Phase Might.
Oh yes, the Sage's Might, but then enters the Sage's Might. He's going to be clean, but then enters everybody with the Eye of the Whirlpool. Down to the bot side of the map there, taking out Highland, which is a lot of damage. Mulberry Power being used to keep Clean alive, and Shanks getting this T1.
The T1 goes down, but that's not a good trade coming in from Paws SG, as the Tier 1 is so important. Right now, they're knocking onto their Crimson Gold right now. The entire top side has been fumbled by Paws Gaming.
Yeah, they got to be careful. They got to be careful, because that's something that could get slip away here. But CC Immune is going to save Snow for now. But can Myosotis and Snow try and take down 90? It's too dark, and coming through is Clean. Can they try and lock down Myosotis? The flash with the Mulberry Power is going to be enough.
Oh, Myosotis there, buddy. You can't be going so close towards Clean here, because if Clean sticks onto you, he's not being able to wash off instantly. So Myosotis there gets punished heavily, and City Boy, gotta give props to him. That flash Mulberry Power was on point.
It was exactly where it needed to be, right? Like, if that was like aimed ever so slightly to the left or the right, it wouldn't have had that impact, and it wouldn't have been that crucial. And right now, you're already seeing that we are having about a 2k gold lead here for Twisted Minds. In terms of the lane separations, going over the Shanks here is the clear disparity.
Man, I thought this game was like 8 or 9 minutes, but there's so much action coming in from both teams as Myosotis might be caught out once again.
Oh, yes, the Fireflies are just so impressive, right? Like, they go on at you after the team fight even happens. You think you're safe, and then pow, you're gone.
That's the beauty of Sakura, right? So much early game damage, so much mobility, gets to set you up for all these plays, and that's why Sakura is a very prized pick into the early and mid phase, because of how much damage he can deal and how much healing he can provide. And look at the control here coming from Twisted Mind. They know for the fact that they have the early lead, they're riding on this Marco Polo train, they're zoning such a big gap out of the jungle of Paws Gaming.
A great display for Twisted Minds, right? I mean, they definitely needed to get their head back in the game after that two victories, defeats back-to-back. But now, it's all in their case, right? They have the momentum going in this game number 5. They just have to keep it. The foot on the gas. The foot on the gas needs to be there.
And they cannot stop. If they get punished by this Fuzi Daqiao, they're gonna be in the big trouble here. So right now, with the help of the Marco Polo, they are slowly but surely sieging out all these tier 2 towers, further pushing their lead to a 5k that's gonna be up soon. So right now, they're knocking on yet another buff, especially when you're playing this Yao. Such a resource-heavy jungle pseudo fighter assassin. You're losing out all your buffs here, and you're not having a good time in this jungle.
I mean, I don't know anybody who'd be having a good time, right, when especially their lanes are pushed almost to the T3s, right? But Honestly, the oppressive nature of this Kaiser, right? The amount of slow this is offering onto the side of Twisted Minds means that the likes of Yao and Mulan just can't get out of the team fights once they're committed.
Exactly, but you have to think of one thing as well. If you engage anyhow on the side of Twisted Mind and you get binded by the Fuzi, that's going to be spelling destruction here because this Fuzi is having a pretty healthy growth here. Yes, you're losing most of the gold towards the side of the Clashing and the farm lane, but you gotta think, how are we going to approach the tier 3 towers, the high ground here? Because Marco Polo, unlike other traditional marksmen, he's not a pretty good pusher.
No, he's not a great pusher, but I mean, he's doing good at the moment. He's doing good at the moment. Speaking of good, we are looking for a good execute out of here for Jingling, but the Idle Whirlpool means that Bung Jie can come through, forcing the dash and the flash, but it is going to be clean on top of both, and then the Fever Barrage into the backline. The winning strategy is not winning this team fight here for Paws.
A bit of a mistake here coming in from Feng Jie here. He wanted to re-engage, but they were not strong enough to take on the 5v5. Look at this. He escaped with the Eye of the Whirlpool, comes back with it, gets punished immediately, forces a flash. As of this point, Clean was like, okay, bet, you want to fight? You got it. Immediately punished by the full team of Twisted Mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the cleanest Kaiser plays we've actually seen within KWC just yet. I mean, I feel like it's the first Kaiser we've actually seen for the KWC as well, right?
You are exactly right. And right now, we talked about how difficult the high ground is being taken down by the Twisted Mind, but thanks to their capability of continuous brawling, they just got it clean again from Paws Gaming, and right now, Tier 3 is wide open in the mid lane. They're transitioning themselves straight towards the Shadow Tyrant.
They are transitioning themselves to that neutral objective. Again, this is just meaning the preferential for the Tyrant at this point is because they have such a great lead, right? They have the wave clear into the mid lane. They're just looking for more firepower, and they've just secured it.
Man, look at Shanks there. 9,000 gold compared to any members of Paws. That's a 3,000 goldie solely on this one player.
Huge, huge. 3,000 gold lead on one hero alone is pretty crazy, right? I mean, we normally sort of say, whoa, okay, 3k gold lead globally is a little bit scary, but singular lane? That's even worse.
Exactly, and usually you will see like the Shadow Ripper or the Marco Polo because of how affordable it is, but look at him, he has a Daybreaker already, and talk about Feng Jie, he's once again caught out in the side lane.
This is a bit of a repeat of his Marco Polo performance, right? Just in the side lanes, constantly getting caught out, but we have to give Paws a little bit of due diligence, right? They are trying to create that pressure down to the bot side, they have the minion waves crashing in, but 90's always on point with the recalls, he's always there to meet the minion wave, and to be honest, the way the team fights are going, they're not really relying on the Dharma for those crucial engages.
With all these scrappy fights happening, especially coming in from Hailang and Shanks, they're winning all these skirmishes, but as you talk about Paws Gaming, what do they need the most right now? They need to stall time. Qingling is doing an exceptional good job, and Snow and Myosotis, they're making sure these silence are constantly being pushed up, but right now, the Overlord has been secured by Twisted Mind. Can they repeat the success of dragging the waves? I am not sure.
I mean, Twisted Minds as a team, they love this, right? They don't just go for one neutral objective. They think it's either instantaneously or they get a little bit of a lead, a little bit of control onto the gorge, and like, you know what? We got Primal Bond. We don't care. We're going to go for it. And they do.
They do indeed. And right now, they're knocking onto the tier 3 of Paws Gaming right now. If this goes down, that's going to be spelling more and more pressure. Currently, wave clear is looking good for the side of Paws Gaming here, but the Overlords are slowly marching towards the high ground.
And more importantly, the Overlords and the Vanguards, they have completely mitigated that priority that they're down to the bot side of the map that Paws Gaming had like moments ago. They are putting so much pressure on here.
Wow, losing this game will spell a lot of pressure coming from Paws Gaming. They still need to check back their strategic planning. Do they have enough heroes? Do they have the next drop ready? Because if you lose the next game after losing this game, there's no ultimate battle for you to pick up your most favorite team composition.
Exactly. I mean, that's what they're banking on, right? A lot of these global teams are banking on that, but banking on is into the backline. It's going to be clean, doing a lot of damage onto Xingling. He's just trying to get to that Sea of Fate, but his fate was signed, sealed, and delivered there by Clean. But now, Myosotis trying to put pressure into the backline. Wasn't able to take out Shanks, but that could be crazy right now.
That could be crazy indeed. Qingling is your only form of healing reduction coming in from the side of Paws Gaming right now, and no one is here to stop this secure. Look at the Fireflies. One Firefly field, and everybody's healed to a full for the side of Twisted Minds right now, and they are continuing the pressure onto Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like Paws need to take down Clean, but Clean has been so aggressive in this one, right? Like I was saying earlier, Dharma, normally the guy to go to. He's the guy you call, like, brrr, let me get into this team fight. But right now, Clean's like, no, my bro's like currently got too much work on his hand. I need to be this front line, and that's exactly what's going on. We do see the Mulberry Power connecting here. Can they get live function?
Feng Jie flashes out to safety here, does not get the re-engage, gets the engage onto 90 here, but Qingling, the key member of the ultimate, gets taken down, and they are crumbling.
They are crumbling indeed. I mean, they have the Invincible Warrior leading them at this point. They don't have any minion waves, but they are able to take down that farm lane duo, which is crucial.
That is crucial indeed, and look at the waves coming through the mid lane right now. It is slowly but surely approaching towards this crystal. But looking at the map state coming in from Twisted Mind's transition here, they do not want to end the game here. They're looking for a safer path to take the top tier 3.
They could potentially do that, right? But at the same time, we don't want to see Twisted Minds end in the Twisted Mind fashion, which they do focus the crystal and not the team fight. They haven't done that. They're creating more pressure, like you said, Sagi, topside.
Okay, top side, do they look for the win fight? The True Mantra goes in, takes out Myosodus.
He does take down Myosodus, but they're still waiting for those minion waves to come through. We are Fengje back up and Jingling as well. The Koi Tides may be enough to take out those minion waves, but can they stop the boys in blue running down mid and clash?
I don't think that's the case right now, Blair, as I don't think they can stop it indeed. Look at the Blazing Blue. They are looking to take down this final tier 3. Are they looking for the game-winning push, or are they rotating themselves towards this Tyrant as the fight breaks out? Fengje goes extremely low.
He goes extremely low, but he's into the Sea of Fate as well. He can recall back in, but Snow is able to take down 90. Can they take down Clean? Because that could be the difference here for Paws Gaming. Fengje trying to find a way out. Invincible Warrior being procced here to just drive them back into base.
Twisted Mind, they're going to recuperate. They're going to be visiting these buffs. After that, they are going to be timing themselves onto this Shadow Tyrant. That's going to be spawned recently. But if... But the side of Paws Gaming, they're being relentless right now. They know this is the only chance because 90 is nowhere to be seen on the map.
Yeah, they need to do something, right? They have a moment, they need to take it, and there's nobody pushing these side lanes for the side of Twisted Mind, so there's going to be no pressure being converted into these lanes. So if they're able to get this Tyrant, it could be huge.
It could be huge indeed, and right now Paws Gaming does secure it in the back, but look at the goal lead here, 10,000 for Twisted Mind. How does Paws Gaming come back from this deficit?
I mean, they're already showing signs that they could do, right? We've seen many global teams at this point in the game with no T3s come back all the way into the enemy's crystal. So now, the ball's into the favor of Twisted Minds. Do they drop the performance they're doing right now, or do they up the ante?
That will have to result in the crystal fight that we'll be seeing shortly, because 3 waves are going to be crashing towards the crystal, but we have to see who gets the big game-winning fight. If Twisted Mind, they faltered once again at high ground, that could spell immediate doom for them. As Paul SG, they will be coming back in the game immediately.
Exactly. I mean, they could just easily try and do that, but you've seen there, bot side of the map, Myosodus is just trying to keep those Vanguards off, so really, it's just at the behest of Paws Gaming here to try and get this 4v5 going on to them, but the either Warfall could be used here to bring back Myosodus. We're already seeing that Mulan looking pretty low. Fengje and Jingling go down, but they're able to take down Shanks. Sage's Sanctuary comes through with clutch. 90 goes down as well. Clean putting on some impressive frontline work here, but Paws even more impressively defending their crystal.
But still, look at the healing coming in from City Boy. They are ready for round 2 here. Vanguard is marching in from the bot side right now. It's a 3v4 situation here. Myosodus and friends, they are looking to defend this base. The wave clear is coming up huge from Xiaoyang onto this Kong main here as the danger has been neutralized.
It's been neutral. I mean, honestly, Paws played that one very well. They had the health advantage. A lot of Twisted Minds looked battered and bruised, so I don't think they could have taken that team fight even if they really wanted to, right?
And let's check out the replay real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, the fight starts with an engage immediately onto Fengje. Fengje gets straight on the wall. Look at him. He couldn't move at all. So much ultimate, so much bounce house. He's taking at least 4 ultimates. Even if Qingling and Fengje falls, the firepower is Xiaoyang. As long as he doesn't fall, the wave kill is always secure for the side of Paws Gaming here. So beautiful stuff coming in from Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely fighting with their backs against the wall, but they are coming back with guns blazing right there. They don't have a Marco Polo. They used him in game 1, but they still are going very hard on this game number 5 right now. But like you keep pointing out here, Sagi, 61.8k to the 52.8. That's a lot of gold at this point in the game.
I have to agree, but I have to disagree as well, because as we scale towards the late game, the goal lead matters lesser and lesser. It starts being a 50-50 game where people and players are fully slotted on these items. Look at Kongming. He's slowly and surely building towards the Splendor or that Tome of Wisdom.
Yep.
And the Yao and the Fuzi, they were 0-5 in the scoreboard here, but yeah, slowly approaching their final builds.
They're coming close, they're coming perfection form, right? But speaking of perfection, we do have 3 minion waves coming through at 1, but there is so much wave clear here. Obviously, thanks to the Leaping Koi Tides, that's really saving Paws Gaming's base.
And talking about Leaping Koi Tide, the more magic damage you build onto Qingling's Da Qiao, the longer the range is. So this Da Qiao is also infinitely scaling until the full item build here. So on the side of Paws Gaming here, we will have to see how they tackle the minion wave issue when the Tempest Dragon spawns.
It's going to be another Tempest Dragon game. It has to be, right? I mean, we're at the 18-minute mark. We see no signs of the base being taken down just yet because of Paws Gaming's defense. I am sweating right now.
I'm sweating indeed because look at the map state. Tyrant is up, but Paws Gaming, they're still chilling. They're looking at how to plan this upcoming team fight because one bad team fight from either team, that could be immediately the game-winning push, but look at this push.
Oh, I thought he was going to face check and they were going to be there, but they did rotate when we didn't have vision onto the map there. So good play by Twisted Minds. They knew that Xiaoyang was going to face check that push, and they pick up the Tyrant as well.
Yeah, they pick up the Tyrant here, and 40 seconds on the clock. There's no more time to secure this Overlord as it despawns at 19 minutes, 30 seconds here. Out of the Whirlpool has been popped to transport Mitosis to a safer location here. Both teams, they are looking to set up the upcoming push, the final push for this final objective.
Yeah, I feel like Twisted Minds need to just completely get this minion waves pushed out, then get the pressure pushed into these 3 lanes and potentially go for the Tempest whilst they have the Shadow Tyrant, right? Having that extra damage, having that extra movement speed is going to be crucial in this next team fight.
Wow. Chills down my spines right now, even if Paws Gaming, they are so behind on kills, so behind on gold. Their resilience is what is putting them onto the board of this Hero's Gorge right now in this Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is typically a team, Twisted Minds is typically a team that has not played a best of 7 in an international competition. And they are normally, this would be match point at best of 5, right? So they still potentially got quite a few games left, but they are showing no signs of stopping. 20-minute match on the board, on the Gorge in this best of 7 once again.
Exactly, and look at the bottom whiff that's being orchestrated by the side of Paws right now. Oh, but look at Xiaoyang, he gets caught out!
Xiaoyang gets caught out. This could be trouble for them. They were waiting for that pickup, and they get it, but they also lose Shanks and City Boy. We are seeing Myosotis and Snow going hand to hand, but Myosotis gets taken down as well. They don't have a smite. That is scary.
That is scary, and this is the pickoff potential coming in from the Maestro and Dharma here. The late game firepower coming in from Xiaoyang. He was immediately mitigated from the team fight, and immediately it blew up, but Paws Gaming, the resilience, getting 2 kills back onto Shanks. City Boy, that is what it mattered. And look at the re-engage coming in from Qingling. He knows if he can teleport back, he can set the whole team here. But Snow! He gets deleted!
Yeah, the other Whirlpool gets put down, but I mean, who's he going to really recall, right? I mean, it was a little bit too late or early for Xiaoyang to come back, and now it just means that this Tempest Dragon could easily go over to Twisted Minds. And Paws Gaming knows that. They have to wipe out these minions in the side lanes.
It feels like Qingling pulled a prank onto Snow. It's like, oh, I'm going in. Oh, I'm going out. Oh, I left you there. Sorry, buddy, I can't bear you out again. So a little bit of an accident here coming in from Paws Gaming here. It may be the stage nerves here, but the Tempest Dragon has been secured by the side of Twisted Minds here right now. They have a minion win towards mid lane, and Snow has 10 seconds on the board.
They've got to be careful here, Paws Gaming. They have defended their crystal so many times, but now it's more detrimental than ever. The Mulberry Power Flash does actually miss onto Xiaoyang, so they haven't quite got the pickup of that hero just yet. The other Whirlpool is sitting at the crystal. Do they go for the base fight? It is going to be the Troop Marcher, and it's going to be game number 5, going over to Twisted Minds.
They said no game treat. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me again. Their third game, they come up clutch and they secure a clean early to mid game as they close off this game and bring it to a game 6 with a 3-2 scoreline.
3-2 scoreline, and Twisted Minds could be a match point here, Sagi. I mean, you saw the Twisted Mind mascot there. He's flat out on the desk. I feel like that right now. I feel like reclining in my chair and like, I need to have a second to digest what's just gone on within that game.
Wow, that was such an eventful game. Both teams played super well. The early to mid game was so well orchestrated coming in from Twisted Mind. They had such a big lead here. All these fights, it was always Twisted Mind, Twisted Mind, Twisted Mind. And Paws Gaming, yes, they trade back the kills, but the Marco Polo is just getting infinitely fed, and you don't have a marksman. If you lose out the early, you're gonna be losing out a ton in the late game.
You're gonna lose a ton in the late game indeed, right? I mean, very impressive was Clean on this Kaiser, right? Honestly, such a great performance. We haven't seen Kaiser at all within the KWC up until this point. And this is where that beauty of Honor of Kings comes through, right? Best of 7 comes through, big picks come through, different picks come through. It's all a different game at that point with this best of 7 format.
The global ban pick, and this is the crucial one. Hailong and 90, synchronizing the flash, removing Xiaoyang. This team fight was gonna be a 50-50 angle, but removing the main firepower, which is Xiaoyang, makes it so easy for Twisted Mind to come back into this game and secure the game-winning push with the Tempest Dragon.
They get the secure winning push there, the game fatal blow at the Crystal with the Tempest Dragon. They only needed one this time, only one, which is an improvement from that game number 1 Tempest Dragon fight. But we need a doctor to give us a diagnosis, and I know 3 of the best of them, so let's give it over to Dr. Isaac.
I am no doctor, first of all, so I don't want my mom just to be taking like I already went to school and then just go and then got myself another degree. But what I can say, I love the way that it was played, and I am telling you, we were right over here just yelling at the screen, push, 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 fight, 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 because these TM against Paws gaming fights are really the best of the best.
Absolutely the best here. Twisted Mind, this game reminds me of first game here. They get really ahead, kind of struggle to close it out, right?
Yeah.
But they do a great job of taking these high ground towers, and these are the insurance policies. No matter how much you slow down, once those towers are taken out, it's permanent. It'll help you spawn those elite minions, and as you see, because of those, they take the game.
I want to say my mom did want me to be a doctor, but not being a doctor for the game. And I gotta say though, that was an incredible match. I only have 2 words for that game. Oh wait, I'll say 2 phrases.
Go ahead.
Number 1 is life choices. Number 2 is regrets. Okay? That was actually just, you picked the latter characters, right? You put the Fuzi, Da Qiao, Mulan, and you put yourself in a corner in that way, because if you make a mistake, there's so little room to ever come back.
Now, the problem in here is that, let's talk about life choices. They chose to play Yao and Fuzi and Mulan and Da Qiao and Kung Ming at the end. What the problem is in here? You need to fight. That's it. That you decided just to go with a fighting, go 3v1, 4v1, gang people here, gang people left, gang people right, and they were not able to do that. The tempo of the Tachi Foods strat did not work out, allowing TM just to turn things around.
I think they picked the composition that kind of thrives in chaos, right?
Yeah.
But against someone like Twisted Mind, they played really calm and collected and structured the game. They never let the chaos of Paws Gaming's composition disrupt them here. You know, with the Mulan, Yao even, Ko Ming, none of that really got rolling, especially the Futsu in the bottom lane.
This one right over here, look at that fight. It's like, it just feels like they never had a clear target. And that allowed Twisted Minds just to turn things around. If it wouldn't have been because Shanks died in the middle, then that would have been a clean-up immediate.
See, I want to give credit to Twisted Mind also, because they find the I would say the answer for the code, which is Fuzi and Da Qiao combo. The target is you just focus on Fuzi all game. This guy was 0-5 for the longest time. That's KDA, right? Because they were constantly ganking him. The thing about Fuzi and Da Qiao is if you lock somebody in, Da Qiao can summon the entire team and they become a number advantage. But if you focus on Fuzi's lane and separating those two, that becomes your answer to that solution.
But you need to have an item advantage, a gold advantage, a pace advantage. You need to have anything going your way, and nothing was going their way. And they were still just going with the same strat again and again and again.
Twisted Minds returning to form. Earlier in the series, we mentioned how they were doing a great job of shutting down Fengji here. And this game, I have not seen him shut down more than this. 22-minute game, he only did 43,000 damage.
Yeah, there's no damage. Look at the entire damage distribution here from Twisted Mind. It's totally even almost, right? Whereas on the other side, Xiaoyang is doing 40%, close to 40% again, right? 30+%. And that's not because, well, he's doing decent amount, but this game also dragged out over 20 minutes. Over that period of time, this is actually not a lot considering the rest of the team's not contributing enough damage in the team fights.
I'm telling you, the way that Twisted Minds played this game makes me feel like they fixed their mid-game strat. Like they did fix that. They had a gold advantage at the 8th minute. By that time, they had like 2,000, 3,000 gold by 8 minutes, which is really good. The problem is that they need to be a little bit more dominant when they have the opportunity to finish the game. We cannot be sending games all the way to Tempest Dragon because that opens options. Sagi said something very, very smart. He said, when you come to Tempest Dragon, the gold advantage is already not important. Why? Everyone's stacked up. What else can I do with extra 2,000, 3,000 gold? Nothing.
Absolutely, I agree. Twisted Minds composition just so happens to favor the slightly more late game here, whereas the enemy team didn't end up picking a marksman. So while that is a mistake of theirs, it wasn't as punished heavily as a traditional composition. Twisted Mind definitely fixed up the mid game, but now they got to work on closing out those games.
They need to close the games. They need to be a little bit more dominant. They need to be completely together with that. And that way, they are going to send us to Game 6. Game 6 right now, it's going to be 3-2 an advantage for Twisted Minds. Let's take a little break and we're going to come back with that Game 6 that is going to define everything.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
welcome back to the KWC 2025. This is the quarterfinals, match number 1 between Paws Gaming and Twisted Minds. Right now, the score is 2-3 for Twisted Minds. If they win the next game, that's going to be it. It's going to be 4-2, and they go to the top 4. But if they're unable to take that and we go to a 3-3, that's going to send us to our 7th game, the Ultimate Battle. If you don't know what an Ultimate Battle is, we are here to teach you, we're here to hold your hand and explain to you what is going to happen in that game.
Welcome to the 7th and last set of the match, the Ultimate Battle. The global ban system limitations have been removed, allowing both teams to choose whichever heroes they want. The team that lost the previous set now gets to choose their side of the map. And then both teams' coaches proceed with their draft and skills without knowing what the other team has drafted until the match starts. It is a test of pure synergy and the highest level of mechanics. Hold on to your phones. The ultimate battle is about to begin.
We are jumping into Game 6. As you just saw in that video, if Paws Gaming wins this one, that's going to send us to the Game 7, the Ultimate Battle. That is the peak of Honor of Kings. Dave, do you want to explain to us a little bit more about that Ultimate Battle?
Yeah, absolutely. Ultimate Battle, in short, is 5v5 normal mode for pros, all right?
Yes, sir.
They literally can pick anything. The interesting thing about the Ultimate Battle in the competitive scene is how the draft is done, right? It's completely hidden. The coach can then talk about each individual picks, and it's revealed in the very end. I like the entire format of how it's revealed, and I cannot wait. Now, as a caster, I cannot wait, but I really, if I'm a player, I really don't want this game to go to full 7 games.
Yeah, the Ultimate Battle here, no bans on either side. Every character is available, so
all of it.
All of it. You can go ahead and pick the best lineup. And what I like about Ultimate Battle, you're going to see a lot of similar characters, but those deviations are the most important. Those one character deviations.
I love that because everyone's going to say like, yeah, let's just go for the meta. And sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes it's just going for the meta and you have exactly the 5v5. But if you can predict what the other team is going to pick, there are still some very, very minimal, very marginal differences that could turn things around.
Yeah, every time we see Ultimate Battle, especially in the last F3, there were 3 of them in the very end, back to back. And you saw so many of the exact same draft, and it's just like who executed better. But there was a slightly variation, sometimes from a clash lane, sometimes from a marksman lane, right? You got a lone beam picked out, here and there, but it's just not very often.
I'm telling you, let's not jump into the Ultimate Battle yet, because we still have Game 6. And if we talk about Game 6, this is, for me, the most challenging game ever. Because the global ban pick, you have a lot of your meta heroes that are completely off the table. And this is the moment where you need to actually really think, what are you going to ban? What are you going to pick? Oh, Saggy, Blam, come on, boys, take it from here.
Thank you very much there, Isaac, for holding our hand through the Ultimate Battle explanation. We're going to hold your hand through this draft. Just obviously completely neutral, and we love that. But anyway, we get into game number 6 here. Twisted Minds is up 3-2, and Paws really needs to bring out some stops here to stop the Twisted Mind.
If they don't bring out their stuff gear, they're gonna be bringing their stuff home to the airport, because this is the elimination match. There's no loser bracket. It is single eliminations here. So this is the final game potentially for Twisted Mind, and this is the only chance that Paws Gaming has to pull it to a best of 7 ultimate battle.
They do indeed, right? I mean, are we going to be seeing City Boy's Liam Pope? Because, I mean, he hasn't played it yet. This would be the crucial moment to bring it out, right? And I mean, if you pair that with the likes of the Charlotte, that is some great initiation into team fights, right?
That is indeed the case. Good backline access, very good follow-up coming in from the Charlotte here. So that is definitely something that Twisted Mind can be drafting, especially CT Boy. Yep. He has such a phenomenal Liam Pope in the group stage.
I mean, the Maishirino is available, right? But is Paws Gaming going to go for it? I don't think they are they?
Ooh, looking at the draft, there's no immediate rush of picking the Maishirino up, especially when Twisted Mind has already expended it, so they put their focus onto Dolia, which both teams have not touched. Monkey, a tank jungle, one of the tank junglers that's still available in the Game 6 of the series here. So they're putting their priorities straight on Twisted Minds. They're looking to formulate a draft around Charlotte, DRNG, and Lian Po. This is insanely good. DRNG and Lian Po, very solid early to mid game. In the later stages of the game, on the team fights, Charlotte and Lian Po will be diving towards your backline here.
Yeah, and I mean, the D-Ranger here as well, right? Like, he can kind of self-sustain in the lane alone, right? He's not kind of going to need anybody to hold his hand, unfortunately. But he's going to be able to just kind of carry himself, and then as he gets into the latter parts of the game, he can then have that crucial kind of damage reduction as well, right? Especially onto the tanky heroes like the Monkey. But the Mai Shiranui is going to come through here for the side of Paws game in. So Xiao Yang is going to be looking like he could potentially be the carry in this one.
Picking up the Mai Shiranui, as we mentioned, why does this pick have so much priority in the bans and the picks, but has not been so successful in the win rates? It's because this hero requires 3 things.
Yep.
1, the player's individual mechanics. 2, the player's own mind in how to set up team fights. And 3, in games, elimination matches, your mental fortitude in making big plays, sacrificing yourself or potential risky ones, is when it comes down to this moment. Can you be the difference maker?
Can you be the difference maker? But I mean, speaking of difference making, it's going to be Paws Gaming banning out 3 of those assassin jungles, right? Jing, Fade, Luna. We ban out the Lung because obviously Paws Gaming has not selected that yet. Do we expect a Han Xin pickup here?
That is definitely one of clean signature, clean jungle picks here. He has yet to lose that in KWC 25, so that's definitely one of the focal points that they can put in if Twisted Minds does look for the late game engages, because DRNG, he's a semi-early to mid game sort of pick, so bringing in that Han Xin will definitely make sense. On the side of Paws Gaming here, that's 3 marksman bans onto Feng Jie here, so Feng Jie gotta figure out like what hero he wants to lock in on this marksman role.
Yeah, I mean, pairing a marksman with the Dolia there is going to be very interesting, but I feel like it's definitely due to the due diligence of Twisted Mind doing their homework, right? I mean, Mungia with the Dolia has been something we see very often, but here, the Guan Yu, looking to change the pace and the tempo of these team fights here, but can he be dominant enough? Because we've already seen that Paws knows how to stop his, has his limitations, but does Twisted Minds know how to do that?
Ooh, that is definitely going to be interesting, especially Charlotte is a good matchup into the Guan Yu in the side lane here. So if this Guan Yu does not have big moments, big flanks, this Charlotte is definitely going to dominate the side lanes here. And talk about side lanes here, Twisted Minds still has yet to pick up their mid lane and jungle here. Are we putting clean onto a front line, or are we putting clean on a signature assassin jungle like the Han Xin?
We gotta look for it, right? I mean, the Yixing here could come through here for Twisted Minds, right? I mean, that would be another great way to control the battlefield, and obviously City Boy, not City Boy, Hireling likes it, but it's actually gonna be the Dion Wei here, so plenty of burst damage coming through for the side of Twisted Minds.
And talking about something interesting here, Lu Ban number 7, the best tank shredder in Honor of Kings, has built-in damage based on enemies' health. So that's a very amazing pick here if they want to shred down key targets here. But if you think about it, City Boy is on Lian Po here, and the last time we see him on Lian Po, he was punishing Feng Jie insanely hard during the group stage.
Very hard, right? I mean, he plays the Lian Po very sort of like proactive. He's around the gorge, not really kind of sticking into lanes. He's kind of burst ramming into those brushes to get those phase checks as well. But honestly, the Dion Wei, I feel like it's the first time we may have seen him as well within the KWC. So just another result of the best of 7 format is the fact that you do get new heroes. Obviously, yes, Dion Wei has come through once and has currently at 1 singular loss, not a single dub on the board. Whereas Lu Ban, this is Paws Gaming's moment to shine, right? If they want to give this a 100% win rate, they can do. But this is Twisted Minds rounding out this game. And there is some big picks that we've been seeing in terms of performance for the side of Twisted Minds come through here. But only time will tell if this game number 6 will be the conclusion or the start of something new.
The start of something new being the ultimate battle here, but we definitely have to check out this Dian Wei pick here. Yes, we talk about the Luban, insanely good tank shredder, very good early to late game marksman. The only thing bad about him, he has no mobility at all. This Dian Wei here, when you look at the bounce house here coming in from Paws Gaming Strap, you have all these purify coming in from all your spells here, coming in from Dian Wei. Every spell you cast, it's a purify here. So both teams, they have sort of their own idea on how they want to orchestrate their team fights and look ways to counter the opposing team composition.
Yeah, I mean, they've got it at this point of the game, right? I mean, they can't just kind of draft like willy-nilly and think that they're going to win this game number 6. But right now, obviously, Twisted Mind City Boy is taking a lot of damage there. They do force the flash from him as well, so already having that intel could be huge. Oh, second skill just missing.
That missile just flew past right his face there. If that would hit, it wouldn't have killed him, but it would really damage his recall timers. And look at this strong laming here coming in from the Luban number 7 into the Direnjie. A very standard matchup that we usually see in the KPL in Twisted Farm Lane. So right now, we're sort of see a big win here coming in from Paws Gaming's Farm Lane.
Yeah, only time will tell, right? Only time will tell if they are successful in this matchup down to the bot side of the map. But like you were saying in the BP, Luban number 7 for those at home. If your enemy team has a lot of tanks, this is the guy that you want on your team. But positioning is very vital because he has very little mobility.
And just look at how much damage did to City Boy. That's a level 3 Luban there. No physical damage items, only attack speed. And he took down his health by, like, look at that. 10% per shot, that's a lot of damage here. But as Blam mentioned, please be careful while playing Luban number 7 as he has 0 mobility.
Yeah, you'd be pretty much relying on your flash to get out of there. So using your common skill is going to be the MO to escape that one. But Xingling is just taking a lot of these blows on the chin here. He's able to at this point of the game because the damage from the side of Twisted Minds has not quite yet activated.
And Xingling is playing really confident here. Knowing it's a game 6 here, he's playing towards his own tempo here. Soaking a lot of damage and giving so much information to Feng Jie to really play this lane to a full here. And if you think about it, Dolia in the river, she gets innate healing from the river.
Yeah, exactly. Playing just in a perfect position, just making sure that it's kind of like rotating. We're seeing that, yes, Hailang has rotated down, but has it been effective just yet? Not too much, not too much.
It is indeed not too much, but he's slowly soothing out the pressure that Shanks is having to really tackle here, because if he doesn't come down, that tower is going to be melted down insanely fast thanks to Luban's number 7's passive here. So that's a minimal that Hailang has to do here, and he's sacrificing so much gold towards the pockets of cleaners at this point.
I mean, if we look at like team fight potential as well, right? Obviously, over to the side of Paws Gaming, they're heavily reliant on having Monkey within that front line, right? Like, they need that there. That's a lot of soak that can come through from that pick. So, if Miles Soldiers isn't around, I don't think they're going to be taking any team fights.
I do have to agree with you. And look at the engage coming in for Hailang. He immediately forces out the flash from Feng Jie, but Feng Jie, his reaction time is kind of clean there.
Very clean. I mean, he's able to just get across the border of the board before it locked down and got him into place. So nicely played there by Feng Jie onto the side of Paws Gaming. And again, last time we saw Paws win, they had the early gold lead. And what do they have right now? An early gold lead.
An early gold lead indeed here. But that is a very crucial spell here coming in from both Feng Jie and Hailang that has been burned prior to the Tyrant that's going to be spawned right now. Look at this Sherlock from 90 here. He has already rotated towards the mid lane side, wanting to contest for this buff here. Without the flash of the Feng Jie, City Boy will have a much easier time.
I mean, like you were saying in the early part of the game, right, Sagi, is the fact that Luban's already doing so much damage to the Liempo, so if they give over a free Tyrant, that's just going to completely just help with the shredding, right?
You are exactly right, and looking at the map save coming from Paws Gaming here, they want no business with this Tyrant here, because they know for a fact if they start off this Tyrant, multiple angles of engage coming in from Twisted Mind will be onto Feng Jie right now. But talking about engage here, Xingling gets caught up by the board, and he will eventually die.
Yep, the Tremor Smash does come through and connects onto him. But speaking of him, 90 is not him.
90, he's off to sleep with a 15 seconds death timer here. So a handshake trade here coming from both teams here, but the Tyrant does go over to Twisted Mind here. If we do look at Twisted Mind's team composition, right, they heavily rely 90 to really scale towards the late game here. If they do not have any form of answer towards this Fengtie's Luban number 7, they're going to have an insanely tough time to out-DPS this Luban.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's really it, right? I mean, we've seen many times where Fengjie is able to just position so nicely within this game. So, honestly, in terms of positioning and questioning the position of the Luban, I feel like it's on the perfect player, right?
It's had to be on the perfect play. We saw him play the whole Yi in Game 4 just now, and without the mobility, he had a pretty good game as well here. So we have to see how Fengjie reacts to all these engages. He has only one mobility spell. That's on a 2-minute cooldown. It's his common spell flash.
Exactly. It's currently up, so he's able to kind of just maybe play a little bit more aggressively whilst he has that common skill. But right now, in terms of sustainability onto the side of Twisted Minds, other than obviously the HP regen from obviously Charlotte, it's looking pretty scarce, right? It's like they have a full-in commit build where they have to just go into a team fight and commit.
They have to commit. The board has to be laid down. It has to catch Fengjie onto this Luban number 7.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get caught out, it's going to be self-due. But enough onto Fengjie. This 1v1 once again. Snow is extremely good at this Guan Yu, and he takes another kill onto this matchup that he's so damn bad with.
Yeah, man. 90's not having the greatest time here with Charlotte, but speaking of not having the greatest time, Xiao Yang is able to escape with just a lick of health. Clean, not looking too good here, but able to take liberties is going to stop the horse in his place. Snow gets taken down.
Ooh, Snow, buddy, that's not where you want to be here. Your team Bela on you, and you are the sacrificial lamb of that exchanger. I gotta say, Hailang has had a pretty good game so far. He's always coming in with these flash engages, setting up his team for success here.
Setting up for success, exactly that. But I mean, if we look at it, Snow, yes, he died, but he was able to create the time and space to keep that minion wave crashing through into that top T1. So it's already looking like a bit of pressure here being created onto the side of Paws that they definitely need in this early game.
And look at the board that has been casted off real quick. The jungle mass soldiers gets locked, and City Boy goes in for the engage.
Yeah, City Boy into the backline there, just trying to disrupt the flow of Fengjie onto the Luban. But unfortunately, no kills for the side of Twisted Minds. They were able to take that first turret, however.
And look at Xiao Yang, he's dancing along the knife's edge right now. He's extremely low, but he fends off the tower against the push here. So, Xiao Yang knowing his limits, making sure that his tower is safe here, making the game a stalemate at 8 minutes. Previously, as of this point, one side would have completely exploded and the goalie will have been immense for both teams here, but this is an awfully medium and neutral game so far.
I mean, through it all, obviously, Twisted Minds, they've got the T1 into top side, and they got a few kills, but they're still not ahead with their gold, right? The Tremor Smash, is it going to connect? Oh, Fengjie! Not only the Leap of Fury, as well as the Tremor Smash, that felt personal, and even more personal, we get the takedown of Chin Lin.
City Boy again showing off his Lian Paul's prowess here. First Ram Flash to find the correct angle onto Fengjie, forcing out the flash, connecting with the Tribal Smash, making sure that Clean is able to follow up this. And right now, we talk about this mid-game. Kind of quiet, but City Boy breaks it apart.
He breaks it apart. And speaking of breaking apart, the T1 down to the bot side of the map gets broken apart by the Winions as they are able to claim a second objective for the boys of Twisted Minds. Definitely puts them into a more favorable slot in terms of being ahead with the gold lead, but it's still so slim. It's literally, like you said, Sagi, it's on the knife edge.
It is in the knife edge right now, but I really want to see how City Boy orchestrate all these big engages, because one engage like that, he secured himself 2 kills and he's having a field day right now. So far, City Boy has been one of the most impressive Lian Po players so far coming in from the group stage to the stage.
Yeah, I think this is why we were waiting for it to come in game number 6, right? This is game point potentially here. Leap of Fury onto the backline. Fengjie not looking too happy. He gets caught inside the box. That is a takedown. That's a lot of damage from the side of Port's Gaming, already been taken off. But Hailang as well gets traded here, but can they get more? Dream Roam comes through defensive. He's looking to charge through. He's not going to quite be able to get it. And then Myosotis gets the kill onto City Boy, but can Snow make a difference here? The takedown of Shanks could be the opening here for Paws.
Snow comes in clutch, but he's standing still. You see what is going on with Snow here as he falls down towards Myosotis. A 5-4-3 exchange in favor of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that goes in the favor of Paws, right? Like, even though Twisted Minds started off that one pretty clean, Highland kind of got punished there for his positioning, right?
That's the danger coming in from the Guan Yu, right? Let's take a look at the replay here. So, while Feng Jie was getting caught out, Snow immediately got access to the backline, takes down Hailang. Look at his positioning here. He's lurking. He's finding an opportunity at the backline. Once he finds it, he finds Shank at the first, pops his Razor Cavalry, executes Shank, and he played the last fight beautifully until his demise at the point.
Yeah, unfortunately there, obviously for Snow, he did get stopped there, and obviously it was the takedown overall of the team of Twisted Minds. And the T2, in the top side of the map does get taken down as well, however, so it's still already cementing that gold lead for Paws Gaming. But we're really starting to see here Myosotis on the Monkey, right? Like, he was at so low health so many times within that team fight and still kept going in for more. Just spamming that first skill, keeping that shield up.
That Monkey was literally one of the biggest team fight bosses there. He was always tanky, always alive in that team fight, playing at knife's edge, knowing his limits here. And Snow, he's coming out huge with these team fights here. One or two more of these big engages, he can really claw the game back to an equal for his team. As right now, Paws Gaming, they're looking at this Shadow Tyrant right now that's going below half.
Yeah, Clean's like, do we contest it? Do we? Oh! He goes in with a Leap of Fury, gets the crucial kill. Pep, can he get any more? But the damage going through for the side of Pawn is too much. City Boy gets the Tremor Smash onto Feng Jie, but they need the damage, and there it is, delivered, side sealed and delivered there by 90. But can they now get out? That is the important question, and the answer is going to be answered very soon. 90's trying to dip the dash out of there, but it's going to be looking at the Kachusa. It's trying to go in. He gets taken down. Shanks, however, gets met here by Myosotis.
Oh, Myosotis here gets the smite onto Shanks here. There's extra movement speed, but Myosotis does not get the execution onto Shanks here. But Shanks, that is the splash that you expended against a Monkey here. As we can see, Myosotis on this Monkey is gradually getting more and more tanky. And just look at his clean steal here.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful.
And this fight was orchestrated beautifully coming in from Paws Gaming, making sure that Feng Jie was alive. But look at 90 here, slicing through the backline here, making sure that Feng Jie does not get out alive. City Boy here does get out alive here, and 90 here, he knows that he cannot escape here, does fall to the slash here.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate there for obviously Twisted Minds, but definitely the turnaround that Paws really needed in that one, because obviously Feng Jie being taken down, the Overlord does get taken here as well over to the side of Paws Gaming, thanks to Xiao Yang, but right now, it's getting very fine with obviously that gold lead. Still around about 100 gold lead difference, right? Like, we're still just in that percentile.
It is not a big difference, and this is one of the closest games so far we have is this series here. Both teams are neck to neck, and look at the damage now coming in from Clean. He steals the objective, he does the damage, and look at the board as it is locked onto 4 members of Paws Gaming.
4 members do obviously get locked into the board. Tremor Smash actually goes onto Feng Jie as well, gets taken down, but here it is, Guan Yu just trying to upset the pace. No, pushing around City Boy, but gets to seize immune thanks to the Magma Slam. But here it is, Clue onto the back line. Clean gets that clean kill here with a Leap of Fury. But right now, we just need to make sure 90, City Boy, and Clean get out of this alive, because if they don't, they lose that T1 into mid. Open up a sizable lead here for Paws.
Wow, that was under the influence of Shadow Tyrant as well here, and Myosotis, as we talked about, who is realistically taking down this Monkey because he is a raid boss as of this point.
Yeah, absolute raid boss at this point. So much health, so much shield. And honestly, the damage really coming through here is Clean, and Shanks actually not having the best game here on this D-Ranger.
Well, you have Snow on this Razor Cavalry Guan Yu that's constantly charging at you. I don't kind of blame him, because if we look at it, Feng Jie, he's sort of like a living bait here.
Yeah.
Fights engage onto him, but he dies, but immediately Paws Gaming starts winning the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they always kind of position him towards the back part of the team fight, commit a lot of resources to get him, and then at that point, they've already used all the resources to get in there. It's the getting out part that they need fuel for. So the next rotation around the moon, around that team fight, is where we're seeing Twisted Minds really struggle here.
And look at both of these marksmen that we're talking about, right? They were not having the best of the present in team fights, but they were slowly and surely going for their final builds right now. 14 minutes on the clock, they're slowly going for their final items right now. But the backline engage is coming in from Paws Gaming, coming from Twisted Mind, is so darn clean here.
Very clean. Obviously, access has always been one of these things with both of these teams, right? They have no trouble getting into the backline, but it's like I said, they have trouble getting out.
They have trouble getting out, and this is the one thing that they have to take note. if they fail the backline engage going into Paws Gaming here, they're going to have a big issue with 90. Goes into 1v1 against Feng.
He's going to get him. Yes, he does get a takedown. He dashes off the wall, but can he escape the dream roam of Myosotis? But there it is. The Tremor Smash does get connected just to try and keep Shanks alive. He's trying his best. He's able to get down and take down Snow. He's still so little health, but then Xiaoyang into the backline cleans up Shanks.
He's still alive.
Can they get some more? He is leaping away.
Qingling comes up huge with the escape here, and look at Myosotis here taking another round here with the Dream Rope, crashes onto Hai Lang here. So that's 2 members again being traded for Feng Jie. I'm telling you, Feng Jie's a living beat as of this point.
He's just a dangling golden carrot at this point, right? They're just like, hey, if you really want to go for him, you can do, but you're going to get punished, right? We always take more than that one trade.
And Paws Gaming, especially Snow and Xiaoyang, that was an insane play coming in. They went out with almost 1 or 2% HP, knowing for the fact that if they die there, that could have been massive going in for Twisted Minds. But right now, another objective gets secured for the side of Paws Gaming here. 90 going extremely low, but backs off.
He does back up, but I mean, honestly, we prop 90 up here, obviously trying to jump in onto Feng Jie, but I don't think they've learned, right, that like we were saying previously, if they go onto Feng Jie and they only get Feng Jie, it's not good.
It's not good indeed. And look at the top side KDA coming in from Snow and Myosotis. 6-3 and 5, 6-0 and 5. If we were to go out to see the damage chart, I'm pretty sure that they're on top.
Yeah, absolutely. They seem on top, right? There's some consistently damage coming through, more than likely coming from the Blazing Cape as well. Obviously that damage over time, but also that anti-heal. He's definitely making the difference here, the day and night difference onto 90.
Day and night difference. And with that lead that you were talking about, right now they secure yet another Shadow variant under the influence of the Primal Bond. That is how ahead this Luban number 7 is. And right now, no tier 2s are available for the side of Twisted Minds here. If you are Paws Gaming here, it is time to go for the big push.
Time to go for the big push indeed. Because I mean, if they don't go now, when is going to be the best time? Because they, like you said, even with Primal Bond, something that Twisted Minds likes to do, they like to go for those double objectives.
They indeed like to go for double objectives here, and look at Feng Jie here, utilizing Luban's number 7 passive, take down the first tier 3 of Twisted Minds base. And look at the board. When will Hai Lang lay down the board is the question here as the engage goes in.
The engage just go in, but the board is small, and into the back line is going to be City Boy. He's stuck into the thick of it here, and Feng Jie is keeping himself alive, but goes down once again to 90. They get Xiaoyang, but they also get Feng Jie. That's a lot of damage being taken off the side of Paws Gaming with Snow down as well. Myosotis gets hit with illegal immunity and gets taken down.
He gets taken down, and this is a successful engage here thanks to Hai Lang and City Boy once again. City Boy and 90, they go the backline. They make sure that you are punished for drafting Feng Jie onto this Luban number 7.
Yeah, I mean, even though Twisted Minds got that clear little win there for themselves, what, 4-1 trade overall, I don't think they're going to be able to finish it here. At most, get that T3, which could still be a great pony back into this race.
I think we're going to get ourselves another Tempest Dragon game for this series here, Blam. Both teams are neck to neck, 16 and 16 in the kill score, and they are looking 50-50 as of this point.
50-50 as of this point. We did see Shanks use the legal immunity there to try and get onto the Feng Jie, but missed it. So now we know that's on cooldown. He's probably not going to go for these invades or try and get a little bit closer to the enemy team. But look at this replay.
Look at this replay here. Immediately, the entire backline of both teams are infiltrated. But thanks to the Shanks, his tanky build onto the T-Ray, he makes it out alive. But sad story for Feng Jie, it's not the same case. He gets taken down immediately by 90 on this Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually getting the catch onto Feng Jie and Xiaoyang was probably the key part of that whole team fight, because once you get rid of those, there's a lot of damage being taken off there by the sides of Paws Gaming. But still, after all that, 4-0, 4-1 trade, we're still seeing the Paws Gaming are ahead with that gold.
Well, as we mentioned, and Isaac mentioned as well, as of this point, 20 minutes in, gold lead 50-50, it doesn't matter. However, you can still utilize the gold lead to do item swap, Sage Sanctuary to the Splendor, Splendor to the Destiny, to the Blood Rage. So there are still multitudes of itemization that you can go for. Right now, 19 minutes, 25 seconds here. The tire will despawn in 3 seconds.
And not only that, right, obviously with the 20-minute mark come around, with that extra little bit of gold that you have, you can then upgrade those activation items, right? I mean, that's definitely going to be beneficial going into these team fights, and which you want to be on the receiving end of.
Talking about receiving end though, but the mid lane fight goes on as Myotosis gets caught up by the League community, and the backline gets engaged once again.
There it is, the Trevor Smash Flash goes in, lands onto Fengxie as well. That is currently a 2-0 trade for the side of Twisted Minds. They are opening up Paws for now, but the base, they have to get that intercepted. The minions are there, but it's going to be Snow, it's going to be Xiaoyang that's keeping it alive.
Look at the current map state right now. They have no wave to realistically push for the end here. What is the call here, Twisted Minds? Are you guys looking for a game-winning ending push? The location, the position they're taking, it looks like they want to take this game-winning push.
I mean, they're going to try. They're going to try and do it here, or what is going to happen is that Myotosis comes back up in about 8 seconds. They've got to be careful. I honestly think a retreat to the Tempest Dragon could have been huge here, but it looks like Twisted Minds are looking keen to get this finish off.
Okay, the fight might be starting out right now as Myotosis and Fengxie is up on the map right now. The board has been laid down. The minions have not been cleared yet. The minions have been cleared right now. Look at the team fight.
Yeah, look at the team fight. The base and the minions have been wiped out here as well, but so has Twisted Minds. Sadie Sanctuary Dudes come up here, but Xiaoyang is going to be the only casualty here for the side of Paws. They should have gone for the Tempest. They were just a little bit too eager.
But look at the base coming in from Twisted Minds here. The minions are ramming towards the crystal. Few more hits going onto the crystal, and it's going insanely low, but the minions have been defended safely, but another wave is crashing down the mid lane right now.
This is why patience is a virtue, guys. If you have patience in Honor of Kings, you can just be like, guys, we need to make sure we get the objectives. We can then take that fight there. But right now, City Boy trying to push them away. It's now down left to Shanks with this minion wave coming through. It's going to be Paws coming back with a 3-3 score.
We are going to Game 7 Ultimate Battle here, ladies and gentlemen. Our first ever Game 7 in Honor of Kings World Cup 2025 Lamb.
Yep, are you not entertained at home and at the Amazon Arena? First day of the playoffs and first ultimate battle coming through. Obviously, a little bit of a stipulation here. The coaches have around about 3 minutes to get their blind draft locked in. Once it's submitted, they are then going to be going into the draw as we see the picks come through. But this is now where we're going to surmise what is going to come through for all these teams. What kind of ultimate battle draft are they going to look for? Are they going to go back to the little bit of the conventional, or are we going to see that Paws Gaming, like WKS, go for something that's not quite the standard blind draft?
I'm thinking here, Paws Gaming, they love the Fuzi Da Qiao with the Yixing, with the Byron, with the Pei. That's their go-to comfort drop for Game 7. On the side of Twisted Minds, though, are you going for the ultimate meta team compositions for the likes of the Arlie, for the likes of the Mai Shiranui? It can be Diade, it can be Zhang Fei. There are so many picks that you can orchestrate your draft with, but man, that game just now was really down to the very last moment. We had no idea who would come out on top.
Yeah, literally through the wire, right? Honestly, I feel like if Twisted Minds just kind of just went, you know what, let's not go for the base, let's go for the Tempest, we still would have been in that fight, and I feel like Paws wouldn't have got that second win, so really, they've now got to go into the ultimate battle just completely disregarding that potential opportunity and outcome that could have happened in that game number 6.
This is the power of playing on the stage. It can harm you and it can really assist you. When you have momentum, the crowd cheers and roars onto you, you feel so energetic. But when it comes down to all these key deciding moments, that's when it really affects your mental game.
Yeah, and there we go. We do get the indicator that Twisted Minds wants to go into the blue side. So already we can kind of think what they are going to go for within this ultimate battle, right?
Well, as of this point, there's no counter picks, there's no bans, there's no drops as of this point. It all comes out this blind pick session. We will see similar heroes, or we will see entirely different drafts coming in from Paws Gaming on Twisted Mind here, Lam.
Yeah, I mean, these are two teams that have had very dominant performance within the KWC, right? They are able to get to this part of the competition pretty much with very little losses as well, right? And now they both are here at the Ultimate Battle. And honestly, I don't think anybody predicted otherwise, right? If they didn't, they kind of played a little bit of a a fool's errand, right?
That is the beauty of Honor of Kings, right? You have the ultimate battle, you have the global ban pick here. When we talk about, yes, on a normal basis, if we keep playing the same draft, maybe one of these teams will come out on top. But under the influence of global ban pick here, some teams with little hero pulls start to get exposed and punished here, and it results into this kind of competitiveness which we all love to watch.
We do all love to watch, to be honest. But I mean, if we start to break it down a little bit player by player, so what performance has Shanks had the best performance on within this series?
It has to be the Long here, but if we look at the ultimate battle here, it definitely is either, okay, we start from the Clash lane here.
Yeah.
For the side of Twisted Mind and Paws Gaming, we might see the Dharma.
Yeah.
We might see the Fatigue as well,
Yeah.
but knowing it's Paws Gaming, I'm kind of thinking, are they going for their favorite Da Qiaofu's team composition?
I mean, they might do, right? They might. It worked for them at the WKS. It may work for them at the KWC, but the way that they've been tested by Twisted Minds, I feel like they weren't tested at that point within their competitive region, right? The WKS. This is a completely different Paws game. They've been pushed to the wall, and now their Paws are on the desk. They need to make sure they are picking the best draft possible. But like I said, we've got about an extra 2 minutes there to get the countdown for the Ultimate Battle and their drafts.
The draft is going to be exceptionally important as of this point. There will be a mental 4D chess battle game between the coaches. There are two ways of doing it. One, you draft your favorite team composition, your most comfort, the meta team composition. Number two, you predict what the enemy will pick and you draft against it. It's a gamble you have to take, but if you land onto it, you will get such a strong competitive edge.
It's like you said there, Sagi. It is a gamble, right? Like, this is not kind of like, oh, let's go look back to last year where blind pick was every game and every team picked the same draft and won with the same draft. It's now like, do we try and get just try and fool them. Try and fool your enemy team to think, right, okay, no, we actually are going to go and pick that, obviously, the Chao, the Butsu, and the Yixin combo. And then they realize that they actually go for something that's a little bit more sort of like back to basics. Something that's kind of tried and tested and always works.
Try and test it, always work. We're talking about picks like the Dharma, the Pei, Agudo, something like the Mai Shurenui, Arlie, Diadia, Zhangfei, Lian Po. All these picks are the typical picks, right? But it's Paws Gaming, guys. They're not typical. They're not just your average meta team. They love to play it wild, and I can't wait to see what they have in store for us, because this is our first Ultimate Battle here, Blam. The meta is entirely different compared to what we have 1 month ago.
It is completely different, right? It is completely different, and we need to put some respect on Paws Gaming, right? I mean, somebody said on the analyst desk, this was like, yeah, they're strong, even though they're from the wildcard region. It's like, you can't say that. The wildcard series was definitely like one of the top ones you could look at. I mean, it had obviously Fearless Esports that we had from last year, and it had obviously Paws Gaming as well. And honestly, they are the kind of like the dark horse within this race. Both Twisted Minds and Paws Gaming are. It's kind of like the Grand National of Dark Horses at this point.
I totally have to agree with you as the matter right now. 2 seconds on the clock until we get to see the ultimate battle draft that has been finalized for both these two teams, as we will be looking at shortly the final draft of the game.
I feel like a kid on his birthday, you know? I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to get for my birthday. I don't know what I'm unwrapping, but whatever I do unwrap, I'm going to be grateful for, and I'm going to be excited because both of these teams have definitely fought tooth and nail to get to this point.
What an eventful day for this specific series. You started 0-2, and you sold, and Twisted Mind was definitely ahead. But Game 3, Game 4 onwards, the game were clean and fast coming in from Paws Gaming here. 5 and 6, we have a bit of a 50-50 game until Tempest Dragon, and it resulted into this Game 7, which will eventually result into one and only one winner.
Only one winner going forward to the semi-finals, obviously to play either against TTG or Team Vitality. Very going to be a different matchup there for either of these two teams, but still, both of these teams are up to the scratch, right? They are definitely going to be down for the brawl within this KWC because they've fought tooth and nail to be here at this point. They're going to fight even harder to get into the next stage and into the next stage because, like Phil was saying, each bracket, that's an extra sports car.
That's your extra sports car. Winning this one propels you $70,000 up in terms of the prize money. So definitely, all in onto this series, and you are looking at a brand new sports car.
Exactly. I mean, let's look at the support role, right? I mean, this is where we've seen a lot of kind of like differentials within the Ultimate Draft. Like, some people go for the Diadea, some go for the Dolia. But are we really expecting that for City Boy, or are we going to go for something like the Zhang Fei, something like the Lian Po, which obviously wouldn't be the best within an Ultimate Draft, right? But it's like you said, you're looking at comfort picks, you're looking at meta.
Well, if you think about it, if they were to draft an engaged roam like the Lian Po or the Zhang Fei here, they can always think about the Mai Shiranui or the Dharma in the other lanes. That makes it an insane bounce house that they had success with back in game 6 and 5.
Yeah, again, it's going to be really difficult seeing both Hailang and Xiaoyang onto the Mai Shiranui, because obviously in that mid lane, that's generally what comes through within an all-over battle, right? Like, we don't really see much kind of like disparage from those two picks. Hailang could go for the I Ching, but is he really going to want to do that, knowing that his team could potentially lock in the Mai Shiranui? But all the spectating from the casting has been done. Let's put that pressure to the analyst desk. Take it away.
Pressure? What pressure? We live from pressure. We love pressure, and we love Game 7. We're gonna move into our ultimate battle. That was an amazing Game 6, a great display of decision making, a great display of skills, and a great display of whatever that was. Ups and downs and roller coaster life, isn't it, Phil?
Absolutely. And I don't want to say we called it, but we kind of called it, right?
We
Ultimate battle here between Twisted Minds and Paws here. And we're talking about some stuff they could possibly pick. You know, we're kind of thinking about it still. And we're thinking, like, they did let a lot of picks through that they didn't pick later on. Maybe we're going to see a lot of these now. I'm interested to see,
I am really interested to see exactly what is going to happen. Before we move into the Game 7, what about if we talk Game 6? It was a tough one. It was a really tough one. Twisted Minds, they were this close to really just taking the victory home. And then they made a bad call, bad decision, and they sent us to Game 7.
All right, they're back to 2 words, okay? Life choices and regrets. Okay, at the crucial juncture, Twisted Mind made a choice. I'm gonna wait outside the base and get wiped instead of going for the very crucial Tempest Dragon, okay? I think that's what changed the path of the trajectory of the entire game. If they just stayed a little bit patient and win for the Tempest Dragon, the game could have ended right there. But we wanted, ultimate battle, so there we go.
You know, Dave, what about we explain to people at home what we're talking about? Because when they hear like, okay, why couldn't they just push? Like, we need to explain the reason why. There is a logic to this moment, to that decision, that most likely in their minds, they just were so excited about winning that they completely forgot. Do you want to take that?
Yeah, absolutely. So endgame is an art, all right? It actually takes a lot to end the game. And you want to make sure everything is set up, the environment's correct. Most important thing you want to take a look at is a timer, the respawn timer, all right?
Yes.
Just now, they did not take a look at enemies' respawn timer. Well, at least they were just so confident that they could have won.
Yeah, of course.
So, and that ended up being like the downfall of the entire game.
And I think that's the issue. They jump in, they do not have the wave, and wave management has been the biggest problem for Twisted Minds in these whole 6 games. The wave management has not been there, and they come in, the wave is not ready, they do not have 5 members, and they do not check on the timers. The members from Paws Gaming respawn, they're wiped out, and then they come back, nothing they could do to clear that crystal.
I think definitely we talked about it prior. Twisted Mind, one of their weaknesses is closing out a game. And we've seen it here. They kind of get panicky, right? They're on the edge here, getting late into the game. They obviously have a clear advantage here. They could have just waited, went back, got Tempest. We were all yelling that on the desk here.
Of course! Yep. You know what the problem is here, Phil? That we gotta remember, for Twisted Minds, this is their very first in an international tournament to be on a best of 7. So coming to Game 6, okay, that's completely new territory for them.
Absolutely here. And while we can see that, the players in the moment, they've been playing game after game. It's tiring just to be on the desk here, right?
Of course.
So nerves, everything plays a role here in decision making. And so, as Dave mentioned, they didn't quite look at the timers, or maybe they did, but they overestimated their abilities there. Monkey was able to come back and clear the wave, and then unfortunately cleared the game for Twisted.
I'm telling you, it is not that in here we're trying to teach the players how to play their game. No, we're not professionals, and for some reason, we are sitting here and they're they're sitting right over there. And it's very clear. They're better at the game than we are. But we need to try to explain to the people at home what is going on. Why those decisions that in the moment when they are making those decisions, it's not as clear as right now when we look at it in retrospective.
Yeah, absolutely. The mental tiredness when you get to game 7, right?
Of course.
The nerve, and also want to check the heart rate. This is not just a contest of playing a game on a mobile device.
Yes.
It's stamina, it's focus. That's why, like, you see a lot of professional teams, they do military-style trainings,
of
right?
Course.
To train your stamina, train your focus, like, to make sure you're not thinking about butterflies when you're playing the game. So, Honor of King with the global ban pick is what makes this game so enjoyable to watch.
I'm telling you, I was not expecting that Dianwei right over there. Yep. I wasn't expecting that Dianwei pick. I did not like it at the beginning. It kind of worked out in terms of trying to corner Fonjie. When they took Fonjie 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, that Lupin number 7 was completely down. The problem is that they push it to the Tempest Dragon. They allow the Lupin number 7 to be online. They still are able just to get the initiation. Lianpo jumps in, Charlotte jumps in, eliminate him, and they should have finished what was a master class in terms of tempo.
I think their composition was fine. I like the Dianwei pick as a tank shredder. Dianwei is a fairly one-dimensional character, but the team he was against allowed him to play one-dimensionally. Monkey just jumps in, and then Dianwei gets to shred him down. And I think the execution was good up until, like we said, at the end there, where one little blunder made it so that Paws came back there.
I want to give credit to 90 on the Charlotte.
Go for it.
That was such a good Charlotte.
I agree.
You know, like, play after play, I think, Isaac, you and I were sitting here just like, oh my God, this Charlotte just keep on going for Luban, and he never misses. Not only does he not miss, he gets away afterwards, right? When 4 people were chasing him. It's just absolutely insane. And by the way, talking about Charlotte, you definitely want to watch a tutorial and start practicing this character because one of the most fun mobile characters in the entire game. Not to mention, once you're farmed, you cannot stop this monster at all.
You cannot. Look at them. The players, they were so into the game. They were insanely focused. They knew that it was going to come down to a little bit of a mistake. Look at Hailang over there. He knew that he had it in his hand and he just let it go. It was so heartbreaking to look at.
That's honestly the worst feeling, you know, knowing you're right up to the edge, you're about to go ahead and win, and you let it slip. They gotta erase that from their memory, though, because coming up to Ultimate Battle, they need a clean slate of mind. Honestly, whatever happened in the past in this series does not matter anymore. Who wins this next game is what really matters now.
Ultimate Battle, Dave. If you were the coach right now, what would be your 5 picks, knowing that everything is on the table and you can get anything you want? Go.
You know what? Phil and I were having a bet, right? Whoever gets it right, well, guess wrong. I have to do 20 push-ups off camera, obviously. But for my personal choice,
all right, let's go Clash Lane first. Go, okay, Clash Lane.
The Clash Lane has to be the Byron. All right, there's no debate on that. Byron just way too strong.
Good.
The mid lane is, for me, it has to be mine. Right. Also, not arguable. This year is way too strong. Obviously, there is a secret pick for Phil, and he will talk about it. And then I like the combo of Ogren and Diadea. This has been a classic combo for the longest time, and in the past S3 has been the most picked combo for Ultimate Battles.
Okay, so you're going right now, you're going Byron, Mai Shiranui, Ogren, and Diadea.
Yes.
Those are your 4. So you're missing a farm laner.
The last is the core, which is Arlie.
Arlie. Okay, so let's see. Let's just recap. Coach Dave is coming with Byron, Ogren, and Diadea, Mai Shiranui, and Arlie. Okay, I like it. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you I would have choose something different, but you know what? I like it. Phil, what would be your pick?
Well, Dave had a doctor's note earlier. It's my turn to have some doctor's notes.
Hot takes.
First, let me get off of the easy picks here. Pei Byron, I think, is going to get locked in for Clash and Jungle here.
Pei Byron, that has been very meta in these 6 days of competition. Love it.
I think teams are going to be itching to play that after seeing it get banned so often here and then playing it themselves here. And then Diadea, one of my favorites. I talked about it so much. You know, maybe they won't forget about it in Ultimate Battle here now, right?
You cannot just right now just let that Diadea go. Right now is your time to shine. Good. I like that.
And then Marksman, me and Dave actually differ as well here. I actually pick Long instead. I think it's a little bit of a safer pick, more reliable pick in Ultimate Battle, where the stakes are so high, teams might not want to play something like the, Arlie. That's a very high mechanical, I would say high variance, compared to Long, right? And on that note too, I'm gonna bet that it's not Mai v Mai. We've seen a lot of My V Vice for Ultimate Battle.
That's the bet.
Yep. I'm going to pick that it's a more of a traditional mid and something like the Lady Jen. Something a little bit more solid here.
Lady Jen.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're thinking about just having Lady Jen play against my... Lady Jen might have a little bit of an advantage in terms of the team fight as just trying to create the area, but you might lose a little bit over there in terms of an assassin, right? Like you cannot flank with the Lady Jen, something you can do with Maya Shiranui.
I'm telling you, Phil is picking Lady Jen because of the Elsa skin, all right? Because it's one of the best skin in the game. You cannot miss it. It's so goated. You just have to get it. But I gotta say, there is a reason why Mai has been meta for seasons now, years now.
Yeah, of course.
So much burst, so much mobility, so much opportunity to engage and disengage. And obviously you can build out different ways. You can build assassin, you can even build tank just to engage. So learn Maya as well. There are a lot of tutorials online, so search it up.
I'm telling you, if I were to pick one of the two of you, I would pick none because I don't like your Ogren and I don't like your Lady Jen. But if it were down to me, this is what I would think about. I would think, number one, who is the core member of my team? And then just build around that one person. After I build on that person, then I'm going to have to just start thinking around. Let's think about the fact of Paws Gaming. We're Paws Gaming. Who is the core member in Paws?
I also, it's great that you bring that up. I also thought that they might just scrap all this and go back to their comfort and go Lady Sun and Ming, while everyone plays all these broken picks. I, at the end, decided they probably will not. But I think it's possible, though.
I know that when you guys were talking about this, you were talking about like, okay, maybe they're going to come back to the Tatsia Futsu, which, again, I did not like, so I didn't want to jump into that conversation.
That was Dave, for the record. That was Dave.
Throw him under the bus. That's totally fine. That Tatsia Futsu, it didn't work out right now. Would you really play that gamble there?
Not in Ultimate Battle. Right?
Okay.
Not in Ultimate Battle, because there's so many different other choices. As you mentioned, as Coach Isaac was talking about, focusing on the core is obviously a strategy. And that's why, if you focus on the core from Paul's side, their core is their marksman player.
Agree.
And Arlie is arguably one of the strongest, if not the strongest in the meta right now. It's just we haven't seen Arlie being that flashy or successful. But remember, the FMVP skin in the game, right? For a different region, for Honor of Kings, is Ino's Arlie. The character is strong for a reason.
Well, Arlie could be, for me, the core member of this whole strategy if we were talking about Paws Gaming. On Twisted Minds, on the other hand, the core has to move away from the farm lane and it needs to move into the jungle. For me, Clean needs to be taking control of the pace of this, so I would go with the pay. I would need to give Clean a pay, and if I'm going to take that pay, I would take the Byron as well. So in that, I agree completely with Phil.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And my main...
You're welcome, Phil.
My main thing about the mid lane here is I still firmly believe Mai is one of those... is a very strong character. Absolutely very strong.
Yes.
But teams are still hesitant. And we see in the stats, tournament after tournament, Mai is kind of on fraud watch. It's consistently under 50% win rate. And in an Ultimate Battle where the stakes are so high, my guess is not that they're going to pick Lady Jen exactly.
Yeah.
My guess is more on it's not going to be Mai versus Mai.
Okay, so not Mai versus Mai. I agree with that. It could be nice not to see both of the same heroes. One of the beautiful things about the Ultimate Battle is that since you don't know what the other team is going to take, you cannot play to their weaknesses. You need to be playing to your strengths.
Yep.
And if you are playing to the strengths, and we talk about mid laners, who do you think is going to be a better mid laner? Is the side Twisted Minds going to be better at mid, or is it going to be Paws Gaming?
Oh, my vote is Hailang 100%, okay? I mean, just the fact that I've been a fan for a while.
Yes.
And ever since that he stood up and cheered after a group stage game, and after the interview, was that a rival? No, I was just happy that I won a game. I became a hardcore fan, all right? I upgraded myself from a regular fan to a hardcore fan, okay? This guy is mentally on a different level. Okay. And I'm excited to see what he's about to bring in the next game. Obviously, in the previous games, he was kind of shy. I mean, I would say shy, on the edge, right? You see him like kind of frustrated, especially at the post-game cam. He was a little bit on the table. The body language wasn't there. But game 7, this is the time to take a deep breath, regroup, right? And talk to your team and just step it up.
I'm telling you, this is the Esports World Cup. This is the 2025 KWC, man. This is top of the top. This next game is going to come down in history. It's going to send us. If you win, you're going to write your name in the top 4. Top 4. You know how many teams are out there in the world, and you're going to be one of the 4 best teams in the world. You lose this one, and then you're going to have always that regret in the back of your head.
Absolutely. Just the regret of thinking if I just did one thing a little bit differently, especially for Twisted Mind, as we see how they played that game there. They're going to be thinking about that one for a while here. But going back to your last point about the mid laners and which ones are stronger, I think they both have different strengths. But one thing I would like to mention here is while we are projected, I did a bit of a hot take that it's not going to be Mai versus Mai. I think Mai versus Mai is probably what's projected. And if it is Mai versus Mai, I would say Paws' mid laner has the edge because Hailang is not really known for his Mai.
I agree with that. Xiaoyang is actually a lot more well-known than Hailang in terms of Mai Shiranui. Is that something that Twisted Minds is going to have to keep in mind and maybe not take that Mai Shiranui for Hailang?
And you know what? We're talking about it. Do you think Milady is in the play?
I don't think Milady is in the play, Dave. I'm sorry that I'm going to shut that one down. Milady is not in the play, my guy.
Yeah, but they're in rank. If you want to try it, it's one of the characters that actually do really well, right?
Against Mai, actually, yeah.
Against, you can block the fence, you can steal the tower. The thing about Mai is Mai rely on hyper rotation because it's so good at clearing the wave and then just rotate and gank. And while you're ganking, well, guess what Milady is going to do, right? Throw some mechanic robots under a tower and throw an ultimate, the tower is gone, right? I'm going to do it rinse and repeat until every tower is gone. So it's like a counter rotation strategy. You move, I don't move, and I win.
Well, I am loving this discussion, and I know that everyone at home is loving it as well. If you are liking this or if you're not, it's totally fine. Send us your hot takes. You can send them over there in the chat. We're always looking forward to understand what the players want, what the people at home want as well, right? Like we talk to the players so every single time that we have a chance, and we try to get like what is going on in their heads when they're thinking about choosing heroes. Dave, when you are practicing your own heroes, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about just the timing of the skills? Is it something important for you? Or are you thinking about different builds that would allow you different versatility in the games?
You know, this conversation has been brought up, I think, 3 times now in this entire series. And my only advice, I would say the most important advice, has always been practice. You gotta play a lot, right? Until you forget about mechanics. Honor of King heroes are all very, very unique in a sense where you, in the beginning, in your head, you're thinking about the combos, right? You're practicing, especially when you play Yao.
Of course.
In the previous game, Yao is very, very flashy, especially with the new skin, the flawless skin. Oh my god.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you want to play the hero just because the skin alone. It's such a cool hero. And then when you first start playing, and by the way, a tutorial just dropped, so make sure you watch that. So when you first start watching that tutorial and start playing that character, you're going to start thinking about the combos. But then once you play a lot, it becomes something like muscle memory for you, right? Intuitive. Then you think about rotation. Then you think about, okay, should I engage here or should I focus more on farm? Because we brought up how important gold is, economy is in this game. And you definitely want to focus on that. So I think a step-by-step progression. And that's also why Honor of King is so fun and attractive to a lot of high-end players.
I'm telling you, a lot of the people at home are going to be taking your words to heart, and they're going to go and start practicing every single hero that they know. Because everyone has that dream. Everybody would love to become a professional player. And what a best way to know what professional players are thinking about than going with Eruption right now and talking to Nighty from Twisted Minds. Let's see what Nighty wanted to say.
All right, we are backstage with the one and only Clash laner, Nighty of Twisted Minds. So, Nighty, how do you feel being here? It is playoff mode. Yeah. How do you feel?
Today, I think we are very excited because it's the first time that we play on the main stage, and it's Esports World Cup, a very big tournament. So that's why we are excited.
I love it. I love it. I love the enthusiasm because it is true. You need to ignite everything in your body and your minds to be able to come off through to this playoffs. Okay. Your opponent right now, it is Paws Gaming. What are your tactics going into that game?
It's a secret. I think you guys can find it in the game.
So you got to watch the game, guys, to be able to find out their tactics. They don't want to reveal it. So do you have a message for them, for Paws Gaming?
Be ready to be destroyed.
All right. What's that?
4-0.
4-0, guys. Nighty, thank you very much for your time. And congratulations in advance. Anyway, back to you guys.
Well, so that interview aged well. They expected a 4-0 victory right over there. Sadly for them, it was not a 4-0. Right now it's 3-3, and we're waiting for the arena to be all set so we can move into our ultimate battle. It's going to be our Game 7. I just love the way that Nighty just mentioned it for us, right? Like, if you actually want to know what is going to happen, you need to be looking at the game. They're never going to give you a little bit of an advantage. How important do you think is going to be that? Just those little secrets that the players can keep from their opponents.
Well, look at this series here. It's 3-3. It's so close. Some of the games, the first game we see today, double Tempest Dragon. These tiny little mistakes and advantages from each side really add up. I was talking to Dave about how easy it was to steal the boars. It's only like 60 gold, but throughout the set of a series, how many camps you steal, right? It adds up to being a lot.
By the way, and that's why you want to watch a top players play, like character like Pei. Yeah. Someone who's easy to invade with, right? Because if you watch like Out Zhongyi, or aka AGL Zoe, in this tournament, he played Pei a very unique way. He will not buy jungle item, which is something that most jungler would never think of. Because once you buy the jungle item, you have the punishment to clear the minion wave. So he will go to mid, clear the wave without any items, and then he will buy the jungle item, and then he will either invade the board, depending on how you defend it or not, or he will just go straight to your buff, which is like really creative. So you want to really learn the little minute details that start accumulating and it become a huge snowball.
Those minute details are very important as we're going to move into the Game 7, right? Because how the junglers decide just to make those decisions. Those decisions that the junglers make decide the tempo of the game. We're always calling the supports just to be the shot callers, that they're telling when to go, when not to, since they're able to literally just receive a lot more information. But the tempo of the game is decided by the junglers in most of the compositions that we have right now. Would you agree, Phil?
I would absolutely agree. And how well the junglers play with those supports and roams when they come in and gank together or invade together is going to be what separates these teams.
No, one thing I want to bring to the table of discussion here is discipline. I mean, you've seen so many little mistakes, and in Honor of King competitive, tiny mistake is very, very punishing, right? You make it once, you saw the Tempest Dragon push, you don't go for Tempest Dragon, you go for the base, it's game over, right? Course. Sometimes, if you overstay your welcome in the base, if you don't go for the formation, the 4-1 formation, push a high ground tower, guess what? You won't be able to push a tower, and you will lose some players. And once you lose some players, you might lose a Tempest Dragon, that snowball into a Shadow Overlord. So that will go to the next objective after next, which is kind of crazy to think about, but the comeback potential in this game is so insane. And that's why discipline is so important, to not make those mistakes once you have the advantage.
All right, boys, you know what? When we talk about discipline, we're thinking about like, okay, how do we all are able to understand how to move forward in the game, how to just get the ball going, how to continue? Dave, you play professionally, man. You need to tell us exactly how the coaches are telling you how to build that discipline.
Bro, that is actually such a hard topic. But to be honest, there are many different foes to it. Number one is communication. Because each player on the team will keep each other in check. If you talk a lot with your team, that's why I was thinking Hailan was so fundamental, crucial to the team, right? Because he communicates a lot and he's excited, he's talking, he's always shouting. In a very, very hyped, very, very nervous environment, if you speak certain words 3 times, that's how you register the word. And Hailan brings that to the table. So that's why I like this player and a big, big fan. But communication is key. And number 2 is you just have to like really practice, right? Treat every rank game like how you would play a tournament. And that's obviously advice for a 5-man team, right?
All right.
When you play solo queue, it's all about 1v9. Yeah, have fun.
Boys, I'm really sorry just to cut the conversation right over there. I just received information on our Game 7. Sadly, Paws Gaming failed to complete their picks on the 3 minutes limit, and because of that, they're gonna have to play with their Game 6 composition. So one more time, we're going to be able to move forward to Game 7, but sadly, because Paws Gaming did not lock their composition in the 3 minutes limit, they are going to have to play with their Game 6 composition. This, boys, could completely change everything.
Yo, all I gotta say is there's still Mai in there.
Dave's bet is still alive. They did play Mai in the 6th game.
Get out of here. Is that really what you guys are going to catch?
Yeah, no 20 push-ups for Dave. Okay, 20 push-ups for this guy.
Well, not yet. We'll see. We still got to see what Highland picks up here from Twisted Minds.
Do you guys think that this is going to have a very big impact on this game, though?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I was joking around in the green room they would pick Luban number 7 here for Ultimate Battle. It turns out they did pick Luban number 7 for Ultimate Battle now.
Yeah, I mean, now you have the draft, right? For Paws, you have Monkey, for the people who forgot the draft. We got it right here. Monkey, Dolia, Mai, Guan Yu, and Luban. That's for sure for Paws. But what is for Twisted Mind, right? We still don't know. Is it going to be Ogwen? Is it going to be the Pei Byron?
I'm telling you, and this is just so interesting to understand because Fengjie did not have a great performance on that Luban number 7, and then he's going to be given a second opportunity to try to redeem himself and be able to be the carry that his team needs. This could be a great story. So I am loving the fact that this is happening. I'm really sorry for Paws Gaming because you know what? Everybody wanted to see their Game 7 composition. Everybody wanted to see their Ultimate Battle composition, but the rules are the rules. We got a 3 minutes limit, and sadly for them, they were unable to lock in their picks in that time ban.
While they are given this handicap here where they have to pick their, their last game's composition here, this could be the play for the ultimate street rep. If you win this game here in Ultimate Battle with the Luban number 7, history is going to be made.
Next level gaming, and that's exactly what it is. And by the way, Luban is a fun character to play, right? I mean, like, if any marksman out there, Arlie, Marco Polo, all those ladder characters that you would play, I prefer Luban any day, all right? Those skins for Luban is so insane.
Luban is one of the very interesting heroes. You know what? What about if we go there and then we look at what's going to be the compositions? I know that the casters are counting the seconds so they can take control. Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate battle is here. Game 7 between Paws Gaming and Twisted Minds. Sagi, Flam, take it from here.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the first Ultimate Battle of KWC. It's clearly look like Isaac knows a little bit into my relationships. I like control. It's clearly, he's like, hey, let's give them control over the draft and let us be into this game. But here we are, guys. Obviously, stipulation, because Paws Gaming wasn't able to lock in within those 3 minutes, they have to run with draft game number 6, which we were looking towards ourselves, Sagi. It's not the worst draft.
It's not the worst draft here, but clean on his hands yet again onto this pay. He has not lost a single game onto this pay as of this point. That is going to be a power pick here. Coming in for clean here. And the analysis we're talking about, is it going to be a 5v5? It's going to be a 5v5.
What's better than one Mai? It is 2 Mais. The character's so nice, we got it twice. But it's going to be Shanks on the Arlie going up against Fengjie on the Luban. One highly mobile marksman against one low mobility marksman.
That is indeed the case here, but you gotta be figuring here, the last pick here beating CT Boy onto this Zhang Fei here. You have the Zhang Fei, Marshall Nui, and Pei. This is triple insanely fast tempo hero here. And if you do get engaged by 90 onto his Fatih, what are you going to do about it? Because this Luban has no feet. He cannot have any mobility to be dashing around.
Yeah, has no mobility to dash around. I mean, we can maybe see the priority for going the teleportation top side of the map, right? To be able to kind of go down to the bot side and then just kind of put the pressure on that way. But like you were saying there, Sagi, Clean has not lost a game on this pay. And I don't think he's looking to upset that now within the Ultimate Battle. I mean, this is do or die. Game number 7, ladies and gentlemen, at the Amazon Arena, we are getting into the first Ultimate Battle of the KWC.
And right off the bat, we see a lane swap here coming in from Twisted Minds as they look to contest Myosotis here onto this buff. A 5v5 breakthrough early on towards this top side as Myosotis successfully secures the Crimson Golem.
He's able to smite this Crimson Golem there. So really, we committed 3-4 men there onto the side of Twisted Minds, tried to get the Crimson Golem, tried to punish Myosotis, but he came out on top.
That is indeed the case here, but that is 2 small camps being stolen away from the side of Paws Gaming here. That's going to be hurting a bit onto the jungler Myosotis here, but towards the bottom side here, Fengjie is putting a lot of pressure as they secure the Fire Beak. the Firehawk, and also soon to be the Spiketail Beast.
Soon to be the Spiketail Beast. They're just looking to try and obviously put some resources into the likes of Fengjie to try and get that itemization on a little bit more earlier. And you can kind of already see it's paying its dividends. It's around about 200 gold difference into the bottom side of the map there.
Exactly the case here. And Shanks here, he's playing the early here. He did not have the greatest of the game against Paws Gaming. He was getting sniped down by all these Burning Sun arrows back in game 4, right? But it's a time for redemption here. We don't talk about the previous games here. 3-3 in scoreline, we evolve it back to a best-of-1 blind pick.
Best-of-1 blind pick here. But I mean, we can revisit the history, right? I mean, we said, obviously, Isaac was saying that Fengjie gets that second chance to prove himself onto the Luban, but so does Shanks. He gets to prove himself now onto the Ali, so a little bit of a redemption arc. But those two heroes and those two players that we've been focusing on for the majority of this series.
And once again as well here, Blank Clean going for the semi-tank build onto this pay that he has so much confidence in. But due to this rotations here, the bottom tower is getting chipped down so quickly coming in from Paws Gaming.
They're doing very well, right? They're doing very well to put that pressure on down to the bottom side of the map, and it's pre-4 minutes. So they're having a field day with the health bar of that T1. So at that timer of the 4-minute mark, when the Tyrant comes up, that you know for a fact that's going to be the main focus here for Paws Gaming.
Okay, let's talk a bit onto the game-winning conditions here for both teams, right? For Twisted Mind, it's simple. You catch out Fengjie, you mitigate Snow and Myosotis, that is your game plan here. For the side of Paws Gaming here, Fengjie has to survive because unlike last game here where Shank was on Dirunjie, immobile, he could have got dove by Snow and Myosotis here. This game, he's playing an Arlie, and Arlie has so much mobility to offer.
A lot of mobility, and a lot of, obviously, she can cleanse and take away those long-range projectiles as well, right? So, second skill from Fengjie, maybe getting cancelled out there by the Ali. But right now, Nighty has to make sure he doesn't get caught out here. There's a lot of poking, pushing, and prodding, and placement onto Nighty, the top side of the map, but then it gets paid back down to the bot side. Jingling getting taken off the board.
And that is the numbers game that we are talking about. One side there's action, the other side the trigger gets pulled immediately. Once again, Jingling gets the punishment coming in here. And talking about punishment here, Clean does sneak away some of the camps once again from the jungle of Paws Gaming.
Just sneaking away them, obviously chipping away at their resources is obviously what we're going to really be looking for here for Clean. Obviously 3k to around about 2.8k, not the biggest lead, but speaking of that, we do get a dive into the bot side of the map, but has to get out of there because they said that Xiao Yang and Jingling are down there as well.
That was a crazy micro side step here coming in from Fengjie there. If he would have got connected by that Ryu engine, he would be so done here, but look at Shanks as he gets demolished by Xiao Yang's flash engage.
Yeah, massive. Traveling the distance here for Xiao Yang is not going to be a problem. And obviously having the Dolly, being able to refresh those skills as well, means you can potentially get 2 dives rather than 1.
Exactly, and right now Xiao Yang is proving that his engages are much more effective compared to Hailang here. We talk about all the other picks here, but the key difference maker being this Maestro. Look at that clean execution here. It's not on the Luban, it's on Shanks, on an Arlie.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit worrying for Twisted Minds, right? The fact that you can get caught out on such a high mobility hero is pretty scary for their prospects of the victory of this game, right?
But still, we have yet to see a full-blown out 5v5 here. We have seen from last game, Fengjie is so prone to these dives, especially CT Boy and 90. They have such a good synergy in diving the backline. So we have to see, as the game escalates, how does Fengjie play these fights?
He's got to play them carefully, right? Like, we saw the last game where he was getting caught out by Nighty dashing in, same with City Boy, but there was kind of like overcommitted, and they had to kind of stay once they were in, but now they've got to try and find a functional way around that.
Exactly, and right now we see rotations coming in from both teams here. A small 1,000 gold lead does fall over to the hands of Paws Gaming here. That 1,000 gold lead is the difference between Xiao Yang and Hailang currently in the mid lane.
I'm going to say it once and I'm saying it again. I mean, Paws Gaming, every time they get that early game gold lead, they win the game. They did it last game, they're doing it right now, so Twisted Minds better not be looking at that as a bad omen.
Man, but that Flam, that last game though, would you really call that as a victory? Because that was Twisted Mind fumbling the bag here. So, Man, we gotta see how this Game 7 really escalates, because right now, it's looking pretty good for Paws Gaming in terms of the goal lead.
I mean, it was a victory. They got a point on the board. They got to the game number 7. So even if it was a fumble, it doesn't matter how you got there. It's the destination, right? You got there towards the end, and you got the point overall. But like you were saying, so far it is looking like a good fight, a good ultimate battle here for Paws Gaming. But we know that in terms of those team fights, this is where Twisted Mind likes to thrive.
That is exactly the case. I do have to agree with you as well, but I want to put focus on our clash laners here, 90 and Snow. I feel like these two will be the key difference makers. Aside from the Mai versus Mai matchup, they will be the one to really find these backline engages. If you can't find Shanks, you can always find Clean on the Guan Yu engage. But exactly, Snow has such a phenomenal game last game that I feel that bringing that tempo from his Guan Yu performance to this game will be pivotal.
Exactly, yeah, he has the momentum. He's kind of had a warm-up match with it as well, so it kind of works out, right? We see obviously the support spell being used there by City Boy to try and slow the side of Paws Gaming to keep them within that means, but someone's missing from this team fight, right? It's Snow. Snow is putting the pressure onto the top side of the map.
And that is a lot of pressure for one Guan Yu alone. He has a Frigid Charge already, so even if he accesses the backline onto Shanks, he gets the stun in, he will send Shanks flying into the arms of Paws Gaming. So right now, both teams are playing exceptionally safe from any form of engages, but look at City Boy. He's finding an angle, he's looking for the unbridled outburst, but Paws Gaming, they're not giving you a chance at all.
That's the thing as well, right? Like, Unbridled Outburst, it's great when it hits onto 4, onto 3, but if you miss completely, it's going to be a devastating blow for the side of Twisted Mind's team fight potential, right? Like, if you miss that Unbridled Outburst and then you take a team fight, it's going to look worse for wear.
And that's exactly the case here. So that is a very key spell there. If you miss it, you're going to be talking about like a 30 to 40 second timer where you have to stack, given if there's a jungle camp here. And look at the positioning right now. Feng Jie is at a very safe spot, but we have to see the angle coming in from 90 and Hyla.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks takes a lot of damage before even getting into that team fight, right? This is kind of already showing the potential damage output here for Feng Jie onto the Luban. And again, Luban's really good at just soloing these neutral objectives. I mean, it's gone.
It's gone. He's already finished the Shadow Ripper and the Eternity Blade. He's slowly working towards the Blood Reaper. And look at Clean here. He might be caught out though, but he leaps towards the safety. That is 2 key spells being burned for the side of Snow. But look at him immediately, Feng just getting caught out!
Yeah, the Unbridled Outburst, he flashes into it, obviously baiting it out, but only catching onto 2 of the side of Paws Gaming. Not really setting up that big team fight was really hoping for there.
But still, key cooldowns has been burned from both sides prior to the 10th minute Shadow Tyrant right now. A contest between this buff has been concluded. Clean does get it, and he leaps out to safety.
He leaps out to safety. The Dream Roll comes through just so that Myosotis can get with his boys, right? Rather than traveling in singular pack, they are going together. And looking to try and get this T1 into the mid lane is what Paws Gaming really are hoping for here, to try and give over the enemy jungle.
And positioning does come up clutch coming in from Paws Gaming as well. But keep in mind, guys, Feng Jie does not have flash for this 10-minute objective here. And look at the Mai Shiranui coming in from Xiaoyang here. He wants to catch off Shanks that's slowly but surely popping towards the Crimson Golem here.
Yeah, I mean, is Shanks going to look to go for it? Is Clean going to kind of go phase check it? I mean, right now, Xingling's around there, just maybe giving intel over to Xiaoyang.
And the difference between the two Mai Shiranui, we're looking at Hailang, he's more towards the utility side, and Xiaoyang, he's wanting to farm out all this gold, be the side lane, and make sure that he has the one-shot potential. And for the side of Clean here, he's going for a semi-tank build. He's slowly building towards the Hunter's Grip, but look at Xiaoyang, don't might be caught out.
Oh, careful though, you don't want to lose the Mai Shiranui. Oh, Clean with the takedown. Are they going to be able to get that Feng Jie? The Unbridled Outburst, it does knock Xingling into the wall, but it's not enough to keep him in space, but the damage for the side of Twisted Minds is coming through.
1 for 2 trade coming in big for Twisted Minds here. Once again, Feng Jie onto this Luban. No mobility, easily caught out by 90. So much engaged, but you only have one spell, which is the Flash.
Only the flash, and that's going to be the means that's the goal, the green light, right? The green light for Twisted Minds is knowing that command skill has been taken off the side of Paws Gaming. Speaking of taking things away, they take away the Crimson Golem from Paws as well. Able to catch Snow into this brush, is trying to charge out of there. We are seeing Shanks with a bit of a flank here, but he can escape into the top side. The leap over the wall, clean with a 3-man gank. It's going to be Twisted Minds taking down Snow.
That's going to be painful for Snow. They're being caught out at such an awkward timing. As right now, if you're Twisted Minds, it's time to orchestrate a push, and it's time to secure the gold lead for yourself. And let's check out the replay real quick. As Clean was catching out Xiaoyang here, the backline of Feng Jie was once again being engaged from the likes of 90, and to finish off the top, it was the unbridled outburst coming in from CD Boy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful setup here. A bit of a crutch here for the side of Twisted Minds because they were looking a little bit like shaky until that point. But now we obviously see top side of the map, bit of pressure being put on here by the side of Twisted Minds, able to get that Shadow Overlord, the same MO that finished probably the game for the side of Paws Gaming in that last one, right?
But still, Lamb, it's a 50-50 game. Look at the goal lead here, and it's Paws Gaming we're talking about. They're going to push it back to the late game, and when we look at the high ground, the final push attempt, that's where it truly matters. But right now, I want to see what damage can Twisted Mind do with this Shadow Overlord being spawned towards the bottom side of the map.
I mean, it's more so pressure than obviously damage that's going to be dealt here. We can see Shanks obviously feeding through those minion waves, able to get that T2 down to the bot side, creating and alleviating a little bit of pressure over the side of Twisted Minds. But Myosotis is playing this monkey very well, right? Like, he's there to soak up a lot of the damage, soak up a lot of those skills.
That, I have to agree, but imagine without any form of backline damage, how much can Myosotis really do? Because if Feng Jie keeps dying at the start of team fight, you have realistically no backline damage to assist from him.
Exactly that, right? They've got to make sure they're protecting Feng Jie if that's going to be the case, right? Obviously, just look at that damage. The Kachusen's coming through. The dash in on top of Feng Jie means that we are going to get the takedown out to Xiaoyang, as well as Feng Jie. Xingling goes down as well. We're seeing Twisted Minds really open up Paws here. Snow trying to get in onto that backline, trying to deter them away from this T2. No minions just yet, but they do have the Vanguards crashing through into the top side of the map.
It's a 4-for-1 scenario coming in from Twisted Mind. Can Snow really defend this? Because that is the Overlord and another one crashing down. Right now, he needs to be the savior of his team. He takes down Hailang.
He's not going to be able to do it. This means the Twisted Minds with the Vanguard, they take down the WKS champions. Come through, KMW.
They take him down and they progress themselves to a higher prize pool, to a minimum top 4 finish in this tournament. We congratulate Twisted Mind and we thank Paws Gaming for their effort.
Paws Gaming, I mean, at the stipulation of the ultimate battle, maybe that could have been the problem there, but hey, if they cannot come together and decide what's going on, that has to happen, right? There has to be a consequence, and we just follow the rules. It's not like it was the worst draft.
Rules are rules here, so that will be a painful lesson for Paws Gaming and the coaching staff, as the next time they come into this ultimate battle, they will be more careful, as they will be more mindful of the timing that they are allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're seeing that the players, every game that they've won, they haven't been the rah, kind of like stand up, let's take this victory and own it. They're kind of like realizing the gravity of the stage, right? They're like, you know what? We got to keep calm and collective. We got to make sure that we're kind of just allowing that we are here. We are amazing to be here, because I just want to, those in the Amazon Arena may not know this, but Hailang, 90, Shanks, City Boy, last year, EWC, they were dropped at the first hurdle. They are now in the semi-finals. So crazy, but Mara lead the gorge.
Here we are with Hailang. Congratulations. Man, our first best of 7 you took us to game 7. How was that, especially when you guys started with a 2-0? So things have shifted in the middle. How did you stay composed for that potential comeback?
Because in the first game with 2-0, then we are like express ourselves, and then we think that it's easy to win. But I think this next time we won't do like this anymore, and then we'll try our best to meet every team, because this time we do a pretty hard game.
And then also in the first game, we do very well, but also lots of mistake. And our coach also very angry with us.
Is that why you look so stressed? Because when you came here, you were breathing hard, you bent down and took a deep breath. So what's going to go on when you go back to that room? What are you going to tell your teammates?
I'll tell them next time, don't think they are weak. Just do ourselves and make ourselves to the best.
Now, just one last question. In Game 7, you found out that your opponent didn't lock in their heroes and they had to use their Game 6 heroes. What was the reaction of the entire team?
At the first time, we feel shame of them because this game will be very... Because, you don't have lots of times to play like BO7 to the full. And I think this is also a mistake for them. And next time, we fight with them and they must remind us.
You did well today. It's time to take a deep breath. It's time to rejoice because you've won today's hard-fought fight. Once again, Hailang, you're so amazing. Congratulations. And now that we've shown you all the action, we're going to hype it up even more because there's lots of things happening with Honor of Kings. So let's watch this.
Hello, Honor of Kings fans in Saudi Arabia and all around the world. I'm James Yang, the Senior Director of Global Esports Center at Level Infinite, Tencent Games. Honor of Kings launched in 2025 with a brand new esports ecosystem. This year, we've seen players transform into competitors and competitors into champions from grassroots open series tournaments to regional leagues, all competing in the global spectacle of KWC. We've built an esports ecosystem for players worldwide. Over 160,000 players have created their own esports stories. We see these stories worldwide happening in each player's daily lives. And in the second half of 2025, we'll tell these stories even more fiercely, with more tournaments, low barrier to enter, and more ways for players to make their mark. A more challenging and epic global esports tournament. Honor of Kings International Championship KIC is happening this November in Philippines. The reactivated KIC will embrace local culture to deliver richer experience, ready to boost your excitement to the max. This time, the focus is on global teams, where top teams worldwide will meet to fight for regional pride, battle for championship honor, and split $1 million prize pool. The more thrilling news is the KIC champion will have a dedicated hero skin made for them. Furthermore, they will not only be KIC winner, but also new contenders. The top 3 teams from KIC will carry their regional flags to the Challenger Cup in China this December. Regional professional leagues offer pro teams the direct path to the world stage and international fame. Starting in August, the second season of regional leagues will launch IKL, MKL, PKL, WKS, ChokeBR, KME, KMW. Which team will crown the next regional champion? Which player will emerge as the next league superstar? Stay tuned to witness the regional actions. We are excited to announce that the champions of the IKL, MKL, and PKL will each receive a special team-themed Flowborn outfit. Should they secure their title as a regional pro league champions again, we'll enhance their outfit with new and exclusive accessories. Legendary players might be among us. Just look at Team Twist Minds. They clawed their way up from Open Series, emerged from Major West League, and earned a place on the KWC stage. They will not be the only ones. Over 160,000 players from 100 plus countries and regions competed in the Open Series Split 3 this year, and 18 teams advanced to regional professional leagues. Their stories show that everyone has a chance to step on the esports world stage. Do you want to be the next grassroots glory miracle? Open Series Split 4 has begun. In the second half of the year, the esports competition will open to every HOK player with low entry barrier requirements and new format for more aggressive battles for advancement. Plus, we welcome everyone to become a content co-creator in the Open Series. Showcase your highlight moves and get cheers from audiences all around the world. HOK Esports isn't just about fighting each other, it's also about playing together. This year, we bring two campus-exclusive events, Honor of Kings Campus Series. The inaugural KCS tournament happened in over 500 campuses worldwide and attracted thousands of student participants. According to them, KCS was the closest way they have to the pro-level competition and was also a great chance to meet their fellow gamers. For the second half of 2025, we are ramping it up with more campuses, giving more students a shot at KCS. We'll also host more online and offline events for a chance to meet with students. So students, get ready for KCS because the next campus we visit could be yours. It's time for your Dome team to become KCS champions. We believe in everyone having their esports moment in HOK. So, esports players from all around the world, are you ready? Create your own story of honor now!
Hello, I'm Rex Wang, Game Operation Director of Honor of Kings Publishing Level Infinite Tencent Games. Honor of Kings is committed to delivering higher quality, richer, and more diverse game content to players worldwide. We also aim to build an ecosystem for everyone to play together, win as one. In this ecosystem, other than esports contestants, Honor of Kings content creators are also vital, bringing creativity and tons of fun and rich Honor of Kings content. I myself follow many of those creators. To help more creators and their amazing content reach passionate Honor of Kings fans worldwide, we have already launched Honor of Kings Studio, and now we are excited to announce that in the second half of this year, Honor of Kings will launch $1 million creator project. This project is designed to discover, support, and reward outstanding Honor of Kings creators around the world. Creators in the $1 million creator project will receive monthly incentive, special bonus, and exclusive content tasks, all designed to encourage consistent and passionate content creation. If you are a skilled Honor of Kings player but new to content creation, we provide systematic training and guidance to help you grow. Combined with traffic boosts for high-quality content, we will help you accelerate your journey as a creator. In addition, Honor of Kings creators will enjoy exclusive in-game perks and have the chance to work closely with the official Honor of Kings team, contributing directly to game's future development and making Honor of Kings even better together. Top creators will even be invited to attend official offline Honor of Kings events, acting as ambassadors to connect with fans and players in person. Whether you are an experienced creator or a passionate gamer just starting out, as long as you bring creativity and enthusiasm, Honor of Kings will go all out to support you, helping you grow with us and become a more influential voice in the community. Play from passion, earn from passion, you will be the next Honor of Kings star. You must be curious about the new exciting content coming to Honor of Kings, right? This August, we will launch the Honor of Kings Anime Summer Festival. We'll be breaking the dimension to bring you a ton of fun and exciting anime content. Which below character are you hoping to see in-game? Our first stop on this journey started with Fighting the Truth.
That's right. Honor of Kings will officially kick off its collaboration with Detective Conan on August 1st. Don't miss the showdown between Detective and Fatal Thief in Honor of Kings. Coming soon in the second half of this year, whether it is gameplay, esports, or content, Honor of Kings will be with you in every part of your life, offering the best gaming experience and our fondest memory. Let's enjoy together. Okay, it's okay.
Hello, Honor of Kings fans here and all around the world. This is James Young again. I believe you are very excited about the announcement just now, and we have another surprise for you. I'm excited to announce that the Paws Honor of Kings Nation Clash will be held this October in Malaysia. This is not just a tournament. It is a battle for national pride. We are bringing the teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines to clash in an epic cross-border competition. This tournament will have a different format and qualification process, offering more diverse esports experience to all of you. So, are you ready for this nation clash? Okay? Okay, it's okay!
It's been amazing just to hear the new opportunities of what is going on in our game. I am super excited just to see the evolution of Honor of Kings, how we are moving forward, creating a bigger ecosystem, creating more opportunities not only for everyone at home, but for us as well. They talked about content creators. I know that both of you create content for our brand, which is amazing, and we're super glad to have you here and to share every opportunity that you have. But at the same time, for everyone who has that esports dream, these platforms are going to become a key passage toward you to make that jump from home to the stage.
I mean, you got so many events coming up, right? There's KIC, there's new national clash happening in Malaysia. There are KCS Open Series. They're basically multi-tier tournaments that everybody can join for the HOK ecosystem. This is quite insane. Not to mention that I was in one of the clips.
Yeah, we did see you. We did see you, Dave. It was actually really nice because you died.
Yeah. That's not important. Let's focus on the most important aspect, which is they have a $1 million content creator support program. And that's absolutely insane, Phil. What do you think?
Oh, I'm very excited for that. Hopefully we get a piece of that pie there. Dave just got on.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, that would be amazing. Dave just got on there for that, and he was only on there for 1 second, you know?
Kind of true. And in that 1 second, he died.
Of course.
Hey, it's important. It's important just to be on there, all right?
Take the wins when you can get them. But when Honor of Kings mentions they have something for everyone, they truly have something for everyone. The esports side, the player side, even if you don't want to do any content creation or all this, having more creators for you to watch and all that is going to be amazing for everyone involved.
And everyone who has that content creator dream as well, right? Like not everyone is just designed just to be an esport professional and just to become an athlete. A lot of people just want to create content and they love the game and they want to just make their voices be heard. And this new program is going to allow them. If you don't know how to do this, you can always come and we will help you out and just give you a hand.
Absolutely. There's so many different angles you can come in to start creating content for Honor of King, ensuring great content series like tutorials, guides, gameplays, or if you're just a pro player who want to share some tips, it's all here ready for you, not to mention all the prizes you can earn along the way. It's so good. I want to talk about something which is the anime series, bro. The Conan skin for Luban number 7, that's great.
I'm telling you, man, like it is going to be one of those things that when you've got it, you gotta show it. So we're gonna start seeing a lot more of that Luban number 7 over there in the gorge.
Absolutely. Honor Kings make some of the best skins, and these collabs are amazing with AAA branded names you guys know, like Detective Conan. I don't actually know the anime, I'm not too familiar, but that Marco Polo skin looks amazing.
Weak. How can you not know about Detective Conan?
I haven't watched it, but I know what it is. So I'm a little bit closer to Phil. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. Twisted Minds and Paws Gaming, that has already finished. Twisted Minds taking the victory, a 4-3 victory for Twisted Minds in that very eventful Game 7, right? What about if we go to what about if we just move forward a little bit and then just check a little recap of the game? Because there were 5 members of Twisted Minds. One of them stood a lot higher than the rest, and he is going to be our MVP of this competition, is going to be CT Boy. CT Boy is going to be taken with us, the Sony MVP.
Man, look at City Boy's place. The entire series, because it's 7 games, and not only just take skills, it take a lot of stamina, focus. And when you're playing the roam position, there are a lot of shot calls, a lot of macro, a lot of commanding position you have to take. It's not easy. Okay, a lot of people think roam is easy. Just the opposite. It's usually the captain position.
You know what? Like, roam is just so hard in terms of the communication, in terms of the information. When you need to be thinking about the timers, it is the roam's responsibility to be looking at those timers.
Yeah, the roam kind of dictates how the team moves around the map. We were mentioning earlier, they work for the jungle to go ahead and get ganks going. And while you could play more of a passive roamer, that is definitely not City Boy. He's the playmaker of the team, moves around the map, starts all these plays.
That's why he play like the frontline kind of roam characters, right? You have Lin Po, you have Zhang Fei. There are a lot of different characters you can engage with, tank a lot of damage, soak a lot of damage. And you can see right now, that's Zhang Fei right here with the KDA 009 not dying. He's unkillable.
Beautiful support KDA.
Beautiful performance on our Sony MVP from Twisted Minds, CT Boy.
You know what? This is actually a triple S performance, I think, right? The new evaluation system in-game. You haven't tried that, you have to try that, okay? Like, this is it. If you don't die as a roam, and you constantly get like a high teamfight participation, taking a lot of damage, while having little gold, because that's what, you know, support does, I guess. But you will get triple S in rank, that's 3 stars in 1 game.
I am really looking forward to do that, and I would really like to do that. I know that a lot of the roamers out there would love to be able to see themselves just getting extra stars and then just getting that triple S performance. Well, right now, Twisted Minds already with 4-3 victory over Paws Gaming, and that's going to send them to the top 4. The top 4 of our this year's KWC, one of them is going to be Twisted Minds. They win, and look at that. They're waiting for the winner of tomorrow's competition between AGAL and Alpha 7 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, AGAL and Alpha 7, they're waiting for you. I mean, I guess Twisted Minds is waiting for you guys, right? Either one. So, Alpha 7, bring a great show. AGAL, good luck.
They got a lot of time to study, being the first ones to break out of the top 8 here. And they're going to need it. They're against potentially a very strong opponent.
It doesn't matter if it's going to be AGAL or if it's going to be Alpha 7 Esports. I'm telling you, that is going to be an amazing match, and it's going to be worth of that semi-final. We're extremely happy to be able to see that. What about if we just start thinking about the big picture in here? We already have one team already seated in that top 4. We need to move forward to the next matches. And those matches from today, it's going to be an amazing, one more time, retake to what we've already seen in best of 3s.
Dave was mentioning some series went where they had 3 ultimate battles in a row. Today, one of those days that I can see 2 ultimate battles come up, and it's highly probable too, I'd say.
Yo. Before we move on to the next series, all right? We made a bet, and then I don't think we're gonna let it slide before we go to the next series. I know Isaac wanted to move to the next series, but we have a legitimate bet regarding Double Mai being picked in the ultimate battle. You know, no matter how it happened, it did happen. So Phil, what do you say about this?
It was a series of, you know, drama and a series of punishments, okay? Paws got doled a punishment, all right? And I guess I am doled one here now too. And we bet for 20 push-ups. I'll do 20 push-ups here live.
All right. This is a life choice and regret moment right here. Okay, let's have it line up.
Here we go. I told Dave before this, I'm a bit tired. So when he saw I had a hot take, he's like, oh, I got this guy right here, you know?
I know that everyone at home is just enjoying so much this, and they really want to see us doing some push-ups. So you know what, Phil? Just get down there, boy. Show us your shape.
Show the muscles. This is the time, okay? Honor of King is all about community building. This is exactly what it is, right? This is what happens. It's a life choice and regrets. So, this is actually pretty good form, to be honest. I mean, how many was that? That's 1, 2,
that is 10,
3.
10 already. 11, 12, and 13. Okay, let's go.
He's not slowing down.
The pace is amazing.
I know. If Twisted Mind had this in Game 6, we wouldn't go to Ultimate Battle.
I love that.
Wait, is that 20? Hey!
That's 20.
That's like 25, 27. We're up there already. All right?
It's all right, Phil. It's all right. You know what? I feel like my brother in here, he needs a little bit of water and he needs to take a little bit of a breather. What about if we do the same and we bring you the game between Nova Esports and OG Esports right after that? Let's have a little break and we'll be right back.
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. We the kings, it's an honor show. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. This is the KWC 2025. This is the Honor of Kings, and we're live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is going to be our second match of the day. This is going to be electrifying. I'm telling you, if it is going to be at least half of what we already saw from that first match, this is gonna be something. You guys are up for a feast. If you just got online and you do not know exactly what just happened in that first half, we had Twisted Minds take a 4-3 victory over Paws Gaming. That was a very amazing game. I remember that Twisted Minds started with a 2-0 advantage. Then it was Paws Gaming, the ones that they took the lead, and then you went to 2-2. Then Paws Gaming, then Twisted Minds took the 3-2, and then Paws Gaming in the last second snatched the victory in Game 3 to send us to our Game 7. In that Game 7, sadly, we had Paws Gaming just having to take a little bit of a nerve because they did not submit. They did not submit their picks in the previous 3 minutes, and then after that, Twisted Minds just sealed the deal with one more victory. Moving into Nova Esports against OG Esports. We can see the players already arriving. I know that Nova Esports and OG Esports, they're really looking forward for playing against each other. The two of them, they really are counting the minutes to be able to see exactly what this game is going to be. We had already an OG Esports against Nova Esports match before, and that was already a Nova Esports 2-1 victory against OG Esports in the best of 3. Now, Nova Esports, Mutsi, Weipit, Xuan, CY, and Wendy. These are going to be the 5 men that they're going to be showing us what Nova Esports is going to do. We are always talking about Nova Esports being able to be very close to that S tier. When we were talking about the tiers, when we were talking about the ranks in this morning, we were talking about how the difference between Nova Esports and those teams like AGAL, like TT Global, it was day by day becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. When Nova Esports is really on their toes, like believe me, they can take anyone. And Nova Esports is going to be one of those teams that you're going to have to look forward to. On the other side, OG Esports, Dao Dao, Wen, Keke, and Muchen. These 5 boys, I'm telling you, they wanted this match more than anything else that they had right over there. The day of the draw. If you would have been with me right over there in the studio, it would have been amazing vibes, a great environment. When they saw that they got to play against one more time against Nova Esports, I'm telling you, they erupted. They were elated because this was going to be an opportunity for them to take revenge. It does not matter if you are a Nova Esports fan or an OG Esports fan, this is going to be the match of the day. I'm telling you, this is going to be our SNB match of the day, brought to you by the Saudi National Bank. Boys, this is our match of the day, brought to us by SNB, Nova Esports against OG Esports. Lads, what are your thoughts?
Here we go. This is the main dish. Paws G versus Twisted Minds. It's just the appetizer, bro. This is the main event for today. There's a reason why this is the last match for tonight. A lot of history between both of these teams, right? Team Nova versus OG. On paper, you can say it's Nova, but OG. If you're gonna look into their player walk-ins, you can feel the aura. You can feel in their body language that they want to get this.
Manji, I'm telling you, if you're telling us that this is an appetizer, wow, that was a big appetizer.
The main dish.
Yeah.
This is the main dish.
And if there's a main dish, after the size of that appetizer,
yes, sir.
Gosh,
yes, sir.
We're off to a great start for our top 8, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nova versus OG is one of the most anticipated matches of the day. The skill levels, and we're talking about Nova being consistent, OG being the upsetter. They missed the mark just a little bit every single time. But now, $3 million are on the line. I mean, this do or die, okay? If you want to show us something, this is the time to show us something.
Dave, I'm telling you, the players are ready. We are ready right over here in the studio as well. We are really counting the seconds for them to start. What about if we go to the Amazon Arena and we check exactly what is going on in there?
Welcome back to the Amazon Arena for the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. My name is Mara Aquino, here with me, Milosh. Oh my goodness, that first series, best of 7, and it went all the way to the ultimate battle. What a twist and turn. Such a twist.
A lot of twists, actually. You could even say our minds were twisted throughout that matchup. That was a big prediction.
I like what you did there.
See, it's on another level, right? Our analysts were predicting it. Casters were predicting it. This would go to Game 7, and that's exactly what we got. An ultimate battle between two tightly knitted squads, and really it seems like Twisted Minds are like to take games to the distance and play with all of their fans' hearts.
They're becoming the crowd favorite. They crawled through the group stage, and now, well, they won the game to survive another day. There's so many things happening. But you know what? How about we go up to the next best of 7? If that's what happened in the first, imagine what's going to happen next. Now, up first, in our second best of 7 series, it's going to be Nova Esports. Now, this team, straight out of Malaysia, crushed Group C in their group stage and walked away undefeated in their series. No one could stop them as they entered the playoffs in the top pool. Shuan, Sai, Wendy, Muchi, and Waypit. Now, they're not just here to compete, they're here to conquer. And their energy and confidence is sky high, and they want more.
Who would not be on the stage if they were not looking for one thing, to lift this trophy at the end of this week here at KWC? Well, we're going to need 2 teams to tango with this one. Let's introduce their opponents. It's OG Esports! Well, the OGs themselves, they were the final team to qualify to KWC out of the last call. And oh boy, did they scream loud to the phone speaker. In Group D, they 2-0 though NS Red Force and Alpha Gaming remaining flawless until today. It seems like this rematch has all the makings of exactly what we're looking for. KK, Dao Dao, Wen An, and Mu Chen. What a game.
We're gonna see if it's the same outcome as the first, or will it be a totally different outcome? It's going to be Nova Esports versus OG Esports. Now, gentlemen,
please
head to your stations. And it's time to get this started, so we're gonna go to our experts in the panel. Panel, lead the gorge.
All right. Nova Esports against OG Esports. This is the match that everyone was waiting for. Everyone at home is tuning up just for this one game. This is a best of 7. We already have some history in best of 3s, but best of 7, that's a completely different beast.
For sure, for sure. You would definitely understand why these teams are excited to face off against each other. It's like, if you're gonna do an analogy in an anime world, it's like Sasuke versus Naruto, right? It's like Goku versus Vegeta, the main event. If you've been watching a lot of HOK ever since it came out, these guys have been there, right?
Yo, every single players here are my homies. I mean, these players are the best, all right? They're great on content. They've been really friendly. And guys, you have to come to the arena if you have the chance to, okay? So you can meet these players in person. They are fantastic. They will greet you, collaborate, work with you, take photos. They will go buy jerseys with you as well, or maybe give you a jersey if you're here and if you're really good looking. So make sure to show up in the venue live. And I gotta say, I have my eyes on Coco and Xuan, right? This is going to be a fight for the Clash lane. And I want because both of them play really aggressive. And I want to see who's going to rotate first, who's going to gain prio in the lane. Clash lane is probably the most impactful in terms of macro rotation in Honor of Kings. And today, we got the two best players to demonstrate that.
Yeah, for sure. Last time they met was in the Group Kings. If I'm not mistaken, it was 2-1 in favor of Nova. And there's a lot of contestment. A lot of contests regarding the Clash lane. You have the Dharma pick, Guan Yu for sure. Mulan was also in the pool back then. So Keke, how do you pronounce it? Keke?
Keke.
Keke. Keke and Shuwan for sure. This is gonna be their fight.
Great pronunciation, Manji.
Keke, yeah.
You know the vibe.
Back
actually.
then back in the Philippines, we call him Keke.
Keke? I like that one. From now on, we're running with Keke. I like that. I'm telling you, that Clash lane, as Dave was just mentioning, it has been a critical area.
For sure.
Why? Because you need to gain advantage. You gain advantage in Clash lane, and then after that, you can start rotating. You rotate quickly, and then you're creating 2v1s in different lanes.
And by the way, last series, we might not see the best Guan Yu play, but in this series, Coco is a master of that hero, okay? If you're trying to learn how to play Guan Yu and why this character is probably the crowd's favorite in so many different regions,
of course,
this is a series that you want to watch closely and really learn from the best of the best players in the world. And I also got to pay attention to the mid lane. You got Wendy versus Wen. I mean, these two players are also the master of their lane. However, though, Wen, I wouldn't say the weak lane of OG, he does zone out sometimes. Can he stay focused? And I'll give today's matches, I would say a title or like a theme, which is leveling up, right? Can he level up his focus and stay in the game, stay in the zone, and bring out something different that we want to see? I love Wen. I mean, this guy is goated.
Yes.
But today, can you take it to the next level?
It's going to be difficult, right? Like, it's not like they're playing against bots, right? They're actually playing against top-level players. Being able to perform the best. It doesn't depend only on yourself. It needs to depend exactly on what opportunities your opponents are going to give you.
And what is interesting for me is that they're kind of playing against their rivals, and this is an elimination game. And if you want to be eliminated, of course, if you want to exit the tournament, you want it to be up against your best opponent, right? Because for the next stage, they're going up against, if I'm not mistaken, AG or maybe Vitality, right? So then again, for these teams, they need to bring their A game. For sure, they reviewed all of the VODs.
The winner between Nova Esports and OG Esports is going to be playing against the winner between Team Vitality and TT Global.
Oh, TT.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our BP is starting, and it is time to send it to the voices that they're going to animate this gorge. Kindofu, Holler, take it from here, boys.
Teams played in the Group Kings, and they meet again on day one in the playoffs in a best of seven. Loser goes home. My name is Holler, and with me is Kindofu.
What's up, everyone? It's your favorite kind of tofu, and of course, this is going to be an exciting day. We've already ran through a best of 7. In fact, the entire best of 7. Let's start off with the game number 1, Nova Esports against OG.
Yeah, I mean, the draft is underway, but not to undermine what we just saw in that previous series, Paws Gaming, and of course, Twisted Minds going to the 7th game. I do predict we'll probably see a 7th game in this series as well.
I agree. I mean, this is what we've been discussing behind the scenes as well. And I think, you know, with that 2-1 scoreline, I feel like that's not the true representation of power levels between the two teams. And we will start off with the first pick for Nova, who's going to be on the blue side, picking up the Dharma, a strength specialty, as you've already seen in that initial Kings group BO3.
Yeah, they'll set up the tone quite a bit. And Chuan, prioritizing the Dharma is going to be gravy for this team. I mean, he's an absolute maestro on this hero, really setting it up. Multi-man stuns, he has so much control, plus he gets some solo kills. I mean, this is everything that you want going into this first game.
Exactly. OG Esports trying to play around with the CC immunity, picking up the Direnjie, the Yuan, as well as the Agudo. But the answer coming out from Nova, extremely good as well. Direnjie can only cleanse 1 stack of CC immunity. So what more? You get the Mozi, you get the Lung as well. 3 different kinds of stuns for all the members of OG.
Yeah, and going into this one, it feels like the teams are kind of playing more of a, shorter series. Some of these heroes are definitely meta. It seems like they want to really have a good first game and really take the fight to them.
I think it's very important to do so, right? We had the question from Isaac earlier talking about, you know, what makes the difference between an S-tier team and an A-tier team. It really comes down to the competence and the consistency. So you want to have that confidence as well, right? And a good game number 1 puts you in that mode for sure.
Yeah, but this is, of course, a marathon, not a sprint. I mean, yes, you'll win first game, but you have so many other games that could potentially be there. You need to have that hero pool. Obviously, these two have gone back-to-back in terms of these best of 3 and best of 7 when they last met in Season 3. All of the series went to the final game.
That's right. And I think one of the things that we need to really pay attention today is the fact that can you achieve your win condition? In that previous best of 7, as you guys seen, certain decisions are so important, right? Do you go for the kill? Do you go for the turrets? Do you go for the objectives? Many decisions need to be made in a split second. So OG Esports, Nova Esports, this is the difference maker between an S-tier team and a A-tier team. How fast do you make these decisions and how well do you do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about pace too, right? I mean, one thing that we've kind of saw even in the Twisted Mind series earlier was that they really prioritized pay. They wanted to really take the fight to the enemy early, and that's kind of what we saw. You know, OG tried to do that in the last series they were together, but, you know, Nova was kind of up to the task. But we're going to go a different route. It looks like Nova Esports finalizing their draft with Yixing and Luna and letting CY fly high in this first game.
It's the 5 C's that you want, right? Most people want a condominium, they want cash, but for this one, it's all about control. 5 members of 5 different control on the side of Nova Esports. It's quite a difficult draft to play against, but OG Esports responds with the Donghuang. What an interesting debut, and what a day to debut it as well.
I think this is actually the first pick in the KWC thus far for the Donghuang. This is going to be an interesting. Walk me through this hero, King.
Right, so Donghuang is actually one of my favorite roam heroes to play. He can be played in the Clash as well. His ultimate is called the Forsaken Contract, which, if connected, you will share the damage that you guys take together. So if you hit Donghuang, your teammate gets hit as well. So it's all about, you know, tankiness. And with his ultimate, it is a suppression. So you cannot stop that Forsaken Contract.
It's just a lot of control, right? I mean, this is the biggest thing. When you see the CY Luna like flying into the back line, you need some way to lock him down, give the rest of your team really a chance. Like the D-Ren-J, he's going to be able to lock his stun when the stun from Dongwon happens. So it makes it very easy. It makes a lot of sense going into this one, but it really comes back to, again, this Luna pick. How high flying is it going to go?
Exactly. I like the way that you pointed this out because as you have noticed, we have progressed deeper into KWC 2025. The lines are no longer black and white. There is some gray area. Both teams are actually able to take the series. So let's start off with the first question. Muchen here playing this Dongwon. Do you really want to catch the Luna?
I mean, you want to, right? I think that's going to be one of the big targets. I mean, Muchi is definitely high on that list, but it's not going to be the easiest to lock down. So if anything, OG, they were looking to kind of have that sort of stun to kind of control these two heroes, which could be an absolute menace on the back line. But here we go. This is, of course, going to be the match of the day. Game 1 in a best of 7. The loser is going to be going home.
Yep, going home. That is a situation they do not want to find themselves in. So let's talk about the drop a little bit. Nova, the win conditions are pretty straightforward for them. It's really just layering all those stuns in collaboration together, right? And they have a lot of damage over time. And during that mid stages of the game, this is where Xuan and CY are going to pop off because they're going to hit the level 4s, the level 6s, level 7s, and then OG is not going to have a very fun time.
Yeah, not going to have a good time at all. So it really comes back to them in terms of like OG's lineup, probably a little bit more slower paced. They're going to go slow and steady with the sieges, especially with this Agudo up front from Dao Dao. I mean, you have that potential to just be that menace, that death ball, which is going to be tough for Nova to kind of crack into.
Yes, and one of the traits of Nova's draft that you will notice here, they are a team fighting comp. They want to get those big fights. And what's the answer to someone that constantly wants to fight? You don't fight. You don't fight back. There's no need to reply. You take the turrets, which is why Dao Dao as well as Ant have taken this duo combination of Agudo and Direnjian because they are the ultimate turret pushers.
Yeah, actually, that's like good life advice in just general, right? Somebody wants to fight, you just kind of feng shui them a little bit, you kind of move around.
I'm going to sneak into your house.
A little too dangerous at that point, but again, look, let's talk about this one, right? Dao Dao has been rotating throughout. I mean, they're going to try to funnel him as much farm as possible, maybe potentially steal away those blue buffs from CY because they need to be aggressive. This Luna without a blue buff, you might have a good time.
Exactly. So I think, pacing-wise, CY and Dao Dao are pretty tightly matched because Dao Dao is able to move fast. You also have that insane movement speed, mobility by CY as well. So this 4-minute Tyrant actually going to make a significant difference between the two teams.
Yeah, actually, we should have started with this, but which team are you giving an edge to just with draft alone?
I actually prefer the Nova draft. I think it makes a little bit more sense.
Okay, but On getting a little bit low. Muji get run down, and he's going to give up first blood, but here come the reinforcements. Waypit is there with the Peacebringer, but not able to capitalize and get a revenge kill.
Super interesting. No punishment coming out from Nova. This is not very Nova-like. And Nova is a team that we have praised. In fact, on paper, Nova looks a lot better than OG, but it's OG that strike first.
Yeah, so this going back to that one, I mean, Nova has always gotten the best of OG in all of the games and all the previous series. Like, it seems like they're the nemesis, right? I mean, going back to the Season 3 championship, or the Season 3 Invitational, excuse me, OG was up 3-1. They had a potential to knock out Nova, and they kind of fumbled the ball as Nova Esports won 3 games in a row.
I mean, if you have to make mistakes, because we inevitably do, I would rather you make those mistakes early, right? Yeah. So Season 3 Invitationals, it's a pretty big stage, but right now, it's an even bigger one at KWC. So isn't it the best time to show that you have learned your lesson?
Yeah, it looks like Dark Impact was going to be used in the bottom lane, most to zone it away. OG doing a good job. I mean, again, we knew that these two teams were going to be evenly matched. You're seeing that in the net worth.
Yes, and you'll see that the gameplay is a little bit more passive, a lot more safer from both teams, right? Because at this point of the competition, it really is, hang on, there is going to be a board laid down. Forces out the flash from Muchen. This is not ideal because now that aggressiveness is not going to be apparent from OG.
Not going to be possible. I mean, the 4-minute Tyrant is about to spawn, so that's something to take note of. I think Nova have a slight edge going into this team fight, especially with Waypit just like throwing out these cannon blasts left and right.
Yes, he already has the arcane boots here, so he's going to have Pierce.
Yeah, Dao Dao over the wall. He's going to be back in. And I mean, he's been spotted out. Nova Esports doing a great job of understanding that, hey, the 4-minute timer's about to happen. Let's push the wave. And as I said, that Infinite Vastness used instantly.
So they make a trade, right? Right now, they force out the Dragon Force from Muchi, Infinite Vastness. They also force out the Flash from Muchen. So there's a little bit of a trade in terms of like battle prowess. And I feel like OG, they have a little bit more control. Nova, very smart. They recognize this. They go for the other objective instead.
Yeah, very smart here. But I mean, they're going to trade away the Tyrant because OG had all that space in the bottom lane, plus the fact that they picked up the bottom T1. So I would say the overall net worth shift has gone in OG's favor.
Yeah, and very small decisions here coming in from Nova, but very smart ones. You will notice that, Muchi is actually trying to take away this Crimson Gold because they wanted to stop the steal. But unfortunately, OG, they recognize this. This is one trait of a professional team. They are able to read the situation at all times.
Yeah, and being able to take out both the red buffs, especially early, taking it away from CY, huge. Set sail connecting onto 2 on this one, but again, it's all about CY. How is he able to get farm in the early lane? It looks like they've got him with the lockdown, Muchen not getting away from this one, and they're going to feed CY, let him get that kill.
I think that was a worthwhile trade for the side, right? Muchen, he gives away his life, but end of the day, they secure the buffs. And unless Dao Dao is taken down here, I don't see much of an advantage for Nova.
Yeah, not much at all, but I mean, it's still a shift. Yes, it is just a roamer at the end of the day. It was just Muchen, but I mean, you're feeding into CY. You never really see that if you're an OG. Okay, looks like they're going to go on, bind on, and they get the return kill, and CY starting to come online.
Yes, 5.5 minutes. This is probably one of the times they want to get that lead. CY opening up OG.
Yeah, CY not scared. He's diving back and forth. They're going to find Dao Dao as well with Muchi's damage on top of that, and Nova Esports, you blink and now they've got a lead.
Yes, you don't want to be too careless with Nova at this point, right? We have already seen the results of being careless against Nova Esports, and once again, OG put their foot off the gas and they're punished pretty heavily at this point.
I mean, look, I think it's more of the fact that like OG were fighting, but Nova was like, actually, we're just going to take the driving wheel, steering wheel away from you, and we're going to take control of this game.
They went into that playbook on the side of Nova, right? Which is Nova wants to fight. So OG, I think they need to recognize the situation a little bit better.
Here's the board. Unending Sorrow going to be used, but the mid T1 is under siege, taken away by CY, and it looks like Nova, again, with just another lead.
Yeah, the stage shifts coming in from Nova is so smart, right? Changing in between objectives as well as fighting. It's so important to recognize where your strengths lie.
Yeah, and CY could potentially jump in. The Cannon Blast, not going to be taken away, but CY with most of the buffs, or excuse me, Muchi has them all. CY has nothing. He's going to back off and take his own.
But because of this interaction here, they're actually pulling away the defenses of OG. So OG now, they have to get a little bit of damage. Hang on.
They found Waypit. He's going to try to flash away with a Dark Impact. Going to connect, but the box is going to be used. They throw out Furball, trying to slow it down, and Waypit will fall in the end.
Good understanding, but still, it is Nova in way more control, because at this point, yes, you take the T1 at the bottom, but this is the game plan of Nova. I am thinking 3 steps ahead of you. You win that team fight, it's fine. I'll trade for the T1 on the top.
Okay, I don't know if it's 3 steps, but it's at least a step. But now they've got the connection. They actually have CY locked down, and that was that control. Here we go, the Unending Sorrow back on now. Infinite Vastness, he's potentially going back in. He wants to be aggressive. He will turn this, but Schwan is already going to be killed. Keka with a double, and they find On, and now Muchi on the run. He's going to be chased here. The Furball comes in, gets the stop, it gets the kill onto Muchi. Shut down, going the way of Dao Dao.
That timing was so strict. Muchi actually just used his Infinite Vastness, but got taken the moment he could turn into a dragon, and this is a huge hurt on the side of Nova Esports.
And now OG, just like that, they've shifted the game in their favor. They're going to take the mid T1, and you never really see that. I mean, you never want to see that, but here's the replay here.
Yep, CY actually, this was a decent position, but here's the problem. They actually did not commit enough stunts in synchronization to be able to force On to be in a bad position. He got out, he got so many free hits even as he gave his life. And this is where the problem was. Now Muchi, I think you want to be patient with using your skills, but you need to understand when you need to use it.
I mean, you should have gone, right? I think you have to play it safe more than anything else. I mean, the Tyrant is going to be started here. It's been scouted out by Waypit, potentially going for a Cannon Blast steal. This will be very close. Not going to happen. On picks this one up.
But is it worth the trade? They lose another T1. Look, there is no more T1s for the side of OG, and this makes the map very dark on the side of OG Esports. And Nova is a team that capitalizes on minor mistakes. So OG, have they gone too far?
I mean, they haven't gone too far as of now. CY going deep for this one. He wants to go for Keka. He actually flashes away and back to safety, but Muchi actually has the Infinite Vastness on back on out of this one.
look, one thing that really was a major game changer was the fact that Xuan was on this Dharma in that best of 3, crushed OG completely. This time, OG gave it to him, and look at how Xuan is performing. They have definitely done their homework on this Dharma.
Yeah, I mean, look, the biggest thing about OG was that they were previously grouped up and they got caught out many a times by Xuan. His jump-ins, his truths were on point. He was just the man of the match in that game 1. But going into this one, yes, they're trying to bait him out, but it seems like OG are actually, best of 7, maybe we give him his best heroes and let him kind of dictate the pace, because losing game 1 isn't the end of the world.
Exactly, and I think playing a game that makes you more and more fatigued, you want to make sure they burn out the best heroes at the start.
And going back to the earlier series, I mean, Ultimate Battles, when they go to a 7th game, it is very tiring. There were some uncharacteristic mistakes from the Twisted Mind side, as well as the Paws Gaming side. It didn't seem like everybody was 100%. Fatigue is definitely an issue. But here's the Dark Impact potentially going in for this one. They have the stun on the Way Pit. They have the lockdown and the control. They get the damage. But it looks like Muchen's going to be traded away. They have the knock-up onto this one, and they're going to bounce him around. Juan trying to go for the truth, but not going to be enough. CY is going to be focus fired. He goes down as well. 3 for 1 thus far, and Nova on the run.
Baited! OG playing that so well. The fact that they allowed CY and understood that this is exactly where it's going to come from, that save coming in. They baited out Xuan's ultimate as well. Very smart gameplay coming from OG.
Very smart, and they were actually able to focus down members of Nova, right? And they didn't actually go for Muchi because they knew that he had that Infinite Dragon, the Infinite Vastness. He can get on out and get back into the fight. If you're going to prioritize someone, you need to ensure that you kill them, and here's the replay.
Yeah, so they actually baited out the box as well. Was it really a bait? I'm not sure, but the fact that the Forsaken contract got rid of the support on the side of Nova actually was a big difference maker, because not only did they force Xuan to use his ultimate early, in which you saw they did not manage to get the slam onto the wall. That was the biggest difference, right? The Truth mantra has maximum effect only when they're all stunned up, and that requires you to slam your opponents against the wall. It did not happen, which allowed for the instant one ultimate, which heals and damages at the same time.
Yeah, and they were able to out-sustain it, right? And just kind of outlast in that lineup, in that team fight. So, again, OG's, it's more of the draft has been paying dividends in terms of how they want to build, understanding that the potential burst from Xuan is there, but unfortunately for Xuan, not able to get that, that 2-man stun to kind of really set the tone in that fight.
So I think OG recognizes what this big win condition from Nova is, right? We need the stuns, we need them layered, we need them in synchronization. So the moment Way Pit was taken out, number 1, there was no Radiance, number 2, there was no continuing stuns, no think inside the box, so no AoE control, which if you're on OG, you are in love with that situation.
Yeah. And look, this lineup has so many different ways to deal with that. I mean, Way Pit goes for that box, you have that set sail, you have the furball from Dao Dao, you have opportunities and options to kind of deal with that.
So, I mean, for now, it may seem like, hey, we're talking a lot about OG having a big win condition, but the same can be said of Nova as well. There is a potential of a very big turnaround. All they need to do is to start with a perfect Wendy chessboard.
It's going to start with that one. I mean, just to initiate, just to lock down. But look at how OG are grouping up together. This is a death ball that is a very tough nut to crack. Nova Esports, if anything, they need to think about looking to split. But here's the truth, setting it up. The Unending Sorrow just instantly used to counter most of this one. But here's the board, the Dark Impact on the side, and they're trying to find for Muchen. They're trying to focus him down. They're taking liberties. He flashes away, and it looks like OG are going to disengage here.
They expended almost everything. Muchi still has his ultimate along with Way Pit though.
Kaka flashes away as well. He's going to get back to safety. Muchen is going to recall, and now Nova Esports with a bit of an opening are going to look to focus, at least start the Overlord here.
Yeah, they want to look for the steal. It is a Shadow Overlord, so this is going to be big.
Oh, nice little pull in, searing stab, but he's been stuck in. He's been suppressed, but the truth coming in with Sean, and it looks like he's going to get the return one, looking to turn this. The Infinite Fastness over the wall. He's going to go aggressive. Kaka has been down, and they look like they're going to get on as well, and now they're turning it around. Dao Dao just trying to stay alive, trying to go, gets Muchi on his way out.
Okay, that was a worthwhile trade if you're on the side of OG, but still, overall, Nova wins. So it's about alleviating pressure, and they're looking for some rewards, right? You want the team fight, that's great. You need to make sure it works even better. This one, it's all about the distractions here. Wendy, his positioning was very clean. He was one of the main reasons why this fight went the way it did. So number one, Xuan catches them on the wall this time, finally gets the stun. The continual lockdown, this is the synchronization I'm talking about, right? Multiple stuns make An uncomfortable. He cannot get out of that CC. And then with Wendy, the amount of sustained damage that a Yixing does is something you do not want to experience.
I mean, the biggest thing was CY going in for that one, right? Over the wall, catching out 4, and then Chuan coming in. Yes, CY had been suppressed and killed, but then Chuan was able to go in, get that flash truth, and just really knock it into 2, just setting up for the rest of Nova Esports to clean up. Again, OG needs to be careful. They need to be, positioned well when they're looking to take a team fight.
And this comes also with, the stress, right? If you're stressed, you don't think straight. And I feel like OG have been pressured, and at this point, they feel like they are out of control.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever thought straight because I'm always stressed, right?
True.
All right, here we go. It looks like they find Kuka. Juan is going to go, but Muchen is going to be killed. The first wave hit looking for the next target. Gets the cannon blast, and Juan with the truth bouncing them all back. He gets on top of An. He's going to be killed. They found Kuka, and Nova Esports, without a single death to their team, are going to continue to push.
And in a swing of events, Nova now looking for the lead. Wendy, what a player. This is why a good Yixing changes the game, and this could be number 1 for the side of Nova Esports.
I mean, they're taking the mid T3. They're going to take out Wen. They're going to get the ace, and it looks like Nova Esports are going to walk down mid and take game 1.
Lesson learned, no, it is Nova giving that first response. Game number 1 goes into their hands. It is not the Xuan performance. This is a Nova Esports performance.
What a great game. Just being able to just understand the win conditions, being able to take the perfect team fights. And I mean, it was a matter of like 2 wins and towards the end where they just like controlled the game, walked down mid, and just finished it.
So are we in the clear to say that, hey, Nova is S tier? Isaac, would you agree with us later on the desk? I'm not sure just yet, but Nova, I think the way they have layered their skills, the communication here is so much cleaner than that best of 3 series in the Kings group.
Just absolutely clean. That was almost like a great game for them to really set the tone. Yes, OG had opportunities to get back in, but they were completely unfazed. They understood the win conditions and just like being able to play this game out. OG had a couple good times. The draft was a decent idea, but they were never really able to go. This is the moment where Xuan didn't actually connect with that truth, and this is why OG were able to take it. They had a bit of a lead, especially in that early game.
Okay, so let me give you what the difference maker was at this point. So number 1, the main difference between those successful team fights that OG had versus the one that really worked out for Nova is the fact that Muchen dies first, right? If Muchen dies without getting too much damage onto this lineup of Nova Esports, that is a big loss for them. At the same time, as the later the game goes, I want you to put your eyes onto Wendy. Yes, CY, Xuan, perfect combination, but it's Wendy who's setting all these things up with the taking liberties, the sliding stones, a lot of damage offered by Nova Esports. So, I'm curious about the answer to our question, are they tier S? Isaac, let's hear your answer.
Again, I do believe they are tier S. Like an S minus. Let's be realistic. There are levels to levels, and they're on their way. The distance is just becoming smaller and smaller, but there's still a distance in there. They will have a chance. They just need to finish the game today, and then they will have an opportunity in the future. They need to make it to top 4. Talking about tier S or not, I don't think that is a conversation for right now, but that's a conversation for tomorrow, that's for sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Nova Esports against OG Esports, with Nova turning things around and being able to take that victory. Before we start, let's welcome in the proper way, Mantin.
Okay, I apologize for earlier. We went to the toilet because of the Game 7, right? Because it was such a great series. But then again, the main dish, as expected. By the way, hello to the Filipinos out there in EWC.
Masarap.
Yes, as expected, this is the global game. Team Nova versus OG. It is indeed a bloodbath. We have what? Another 20 plus kills of a game at around what? 14 minutes? These guys are like the best of the best.
Hey, they love each other, okay?
Yeah,
that's why they brawl so much.
Yeah.
They brawl in game, they brawl in real life. I mean, not in a safe way. But we gotta say though, in that game, we see like a mastery of draft, all right?
Yes.
Like both teams had outdraft each other. You saw the Dong Huang pick, one of the best. I would say not the only, because there's also Liang there. A lot of CC will counter someone like Luna, but Dong Huang is a great choice. However, the Yixing though, they're able to circle him in. I was a box him in and get him poked out. The best way to counter someone like Dong Huan is get him poked out before a team fight.
Of course, because if we understand Dong Huan can do suppression, right? And when you're just under suppression, then the problem is that you're going to be taking your life.
Yeah.
Let's be realistic. Dong Huan was never expecting to just run out of that fight alive.
Yeah.
But he's expecting to take Luna with him. In the moment that Luna is not done, in the moment that Luna does not fall, that is the problem of OG. At the beginning of the fights, it was working. At the mid stages and the late game, it was not working no more.
Definitely, I do agree with the Yixin counter to the Dong Wang.
Yeah.
But then again, it was the last pick for OG, so they risked it. They know that it's coming. The Yixin mid lane is coming, but we need to get the Luna. But the problem was the Luna got his game. It was because of the poke game also that Nova has every time they play. Like look at this. The poke game from the Mozzie and together with the iWin, look at the damage dealt. 30+%. It gave the Luna the opportunity to get all of the objectives in the jungle and just snowball at around 9 minutes. He already has CY, already has the Void Staff.
I think if you kind of like just summarize their strategy, it was very simple. You come in, you poke, you chip a little bit their HP bars, and then after that, let Luna just come in to collect kills.
Yeah.
No, another thing is they're actually somewhat using CY as a bait, right? You see him, he's actually not that impactful in this game. He doesn't do that much damage. Look at Muchi, right? Look at Wendy's damage. Together, two of them have about over 66% of damage in total. At 33% on average, just between those two. That's the insane amount of damage that's leveraged onto Long, onto Yixin. And that's why I say, like, Luna, yes, you try to counter Luna, but you forget about the true carry, which is Long and Yixin as well.
There were multiple cores in that Nova Esports composition, right? And OG did not have any way just to turn things around. Sadly for them, they already lost that Agudo pick that I know that is one of those OG Esports very favorite heroes.
That's one of Dao Dao's main heroes, the utility type tank of jungles, the Menkeys, the Agudo. I think they played it again systematically. They went on to protect the king, lineup, to just protect the Derenji all the way, get the sustain all the way. But the problem also, right after the mid game, they got it. They had the opportunity to kind of like get the chance to turn it around.
Yes.
But their main problem, we talked about it earlier, the clash lane, Shuhan on this Dharma, always finding a way to, I don't know, get them from the side, from the back, from top, I don't know. He's just everywhere.
When you start talking about laning, I think that Nova Esports had a little bit of an advantage in each one of those lanes. And then when they put it all together, that's the reason why they took the dub.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a game, even though in the early game there was a slight advantage to OG, but Nova stayed cool and they just stayed persistent, did their job, and eventually when they find the big clashes, that's when Dharma's rotation truly mattered.
I'm telling you, I found that CY in some moments of the game in between the 5 to the 8 minutes mark, jumped in a couple times and died in both times. And it just, I feel like he felt like, okay, I got the Luna, I got a little bit of an advantage, I might be able to come in and take the kill. And just his tempo was slowed down because of these decisions.
Yeah, that's why it's a team game, right? Like Shuan, for sure, definitely stepped up with the Dharma. And I'm really guessing that they're not giving the Dharma anymore. For sure, in the next game, they're going to ban it out. Maybe ban out another jungle hero. Maybe a Pei, for sure. Or maybe the Luna themselves, they're going to ban it out and will not give it to Dao Dao. And the Dharma onto Keke.
Yeah, Dao Dao's signature hero is actually Luna. If this guy has his hand on Luna, this is the time you pick out Liang and Wang Zhaojun, right? That's when you try to counter. But it's so hard to do that because it's so hard to bait. You don't know whether this person is going to pick it or not. And Dao Dao is such a flexible player. So, yeah, even though they lost game 1, but again, Isaac, we talk about this 7-game series, so we're just getting started here.
From a psychological point of view, Dave, OG comes in here just like very looking forward for Nova, right? Like Nova it's actually pretty chill. OG were the ones that really wanted to take this fight. They come in, they come strong. The first game, it doesn't go for them. Is that going to have a mind blow for them?
This is they want revenge, right? Like they want revenge. And I think the psych game right now is coming in. Like, for example, Shuhan has always got the advantage up against Keke ever since they're matching up. Maybe there's a little bit of intimidation factor here. coming in to OG. Of course, they're really frustrated every time. They really they memorized Nova's arsenal already. They know their playbook, and every time they make mistakes, I do believe there's a little bit of frustration coming into each player.
No, I also gotta say there's a proficiency issue might come into play in the game 1 because you don't see Donghwan a lot. You don't practice character a lot, right? And just now, what you saw was Donghwan getting poked out before he can be effective in a lot of the team fights, and that's very, very important. If Donghwan is able to find the crucial picks before he dies or trade the crucial characters, that might be the play for OG, but that's not what happened. Well, in the early game, it was effective, but then it slowly died out as Nova come to more of a grasp. Okay, how do we counter this Donghwan pick?
That's why Donghwan is not part of the meta. Let's just be realistic. There are meta picks and there are heroes that just kind of just fall off out of that meta. And you need to understand that. You might like the Donghwan a lot and it might just have an ability that is really interesting, but if it is not in the meta, there are reasons why.
There's I think a high chance that they trapped out OG because the first ban was actually the Liang, and they know that OG wants to play all of these stuns. Like last time they saw the Princess Frost and the Liang combination. Because Anne as a farm lane, I always see him as this type of farm lane who is always in the back lines. It's not the flashy type of Arlie, Marco Polo type. It's like those the Rengis, maybe a Consortiu or Lady Sun, and they tend to win these games with those types of lineups. So pretty sure Nova adjusted the first few picks for the first 2 bans that they have.
Well, very good BP for the coaches, right? For the Nova Esports coaches, this has to be like a very important BP, and then it's going to give us the result that they wanted. Nova Esports right now a 1-0 advantage on top of OG Esports. What about if we move to the casters right now? The BP is starting, Nova Esports on the blue, OG Esports on the red. Boys, take it from here.
Nova Esports struck first, going up 1-0 over OG Esports. It looked like in game 1 that Nova Esports had their number, but your thoughts on that one, Kindofu?
I think OG Esports' drop in that first game might have been something we know as a burner, right? If we talk about meta picks, was it really meta? Like you said, Sun Ce with the Donghwan. Really, I don't think that's the kind of strongest lineup, but Nova did commit quite a lot. So let's talk about the game plan here for Orange, who's going to be the coach for Nova, and Andy, who's going to be the coach for OG. Now, Nova, they ban out the Dharma, they ban out the Luna, and they pick up the Allgren.
Yeah, this is definitely a meta one. But I mean, to kind of answer yours, obviously there were some questions, but when you kind of saw the Agudo, the Renjie, and the Yuhan, yes, you had the play. Like, the Yuan is like the most picked hero in the KWC. So at least in the groups, coming into this one, it was kind of showcasing that, hey, we're going strong. But then the final 2 picks in the Sun Ce and Donghwan were not really as optimal.
Yeah, and now, Nova Esports, this might be a Diadea pick. It's one of the strongest synergies along with the Allgren as well. While the Arlie has been banned out by OG, they themselves have actually put themselves in this position, which is they ban out the Agudo, one of the natural counters against Allgren.
Yeah, I mean, they went for that first, and so I think that maybe they have another answer, because again, the Allgren was still in play. Nova Esports were more than willing to pick up the Allgren because we know that CY plays an amazing one.
Wow, okay, they want to keep their options open for that roam on the side of Nova Esports. Interesting. They pick up the Chano and they pick up the Fatih as well. So there are a couple of combinations here. And look, they have, once again, a very piercing jungle lineup. The Allgren can just go in the front and opens up the sides and provides a lot more space, once again, for Muchi to really get the damage in. Like the Lung last game that Muchi was playing, he was practically untouched in some of the fights.
Yeah, and I'm liking the Fatih pick as well. I think that it's definitely been on the up and up in terms of this KWC. It definitely in terms of the meta, we're seeing just how great of a clash lane hero he is, because he provides so much. I mean, not only does he have that sustain, but he's kind of tanky. He does a decent amount of damage. It's pretty much everything that you want from that clash lane.
In fact, I would go as far as to say right now, Nova Esports, they've started this first half of the draft really well, because, you know, the Flowborn marksman, yes, he's great if he plays from a distinct range, but Fatih, one of those clash laners that's able to kind of close that gap really quickly, and he has 3 chances to do it with his first skill.
So I'm a little bit scared because whenever I see Flowborn, obviously it's not the tank, so I would have given up on this game. But I mean, this is, yes, you saw one victory with that, but the marksman here definitely, it seems like it hasn't had the greatest success rate thus far. I mean, it's what, 2 and 5 with a 28% win rate. It hasn't been the highest, but it's still one of those heroes that is kind of finding its footing in the KWC.
True. I mean, it's almost double of the Flowborn tank thanks to that first series today. But of course, with that being said, OG Esports, they're actually taking out all the burst majors. They want to make sure that in this mid lane, one has a good time. And I want to bring you back to what Dave was talking about. I think, yeah, he hasn't really been showing up today. And Nova Esports, like I said, is a team, if you give them a chance, they will slap you in the face.
They're about the long term, right? They're able to find ways in. I think even going into this draft, it seems a little bit like posturing. I mean, the marksman, the Flowborn marksman is fine. Secure is definitely, we're going to see Muchen kind of fly high on this one and just kind of out-sustain because you need to deal with the potential healing of this Ogren and Fati. And the idea now.
Okay, not only that, Nova Esports, they pick up the Milady in the mid lane. A debut pick for Nova Esports, also for the entirety of KWC. So are we gonna see a awesome map control play, macro play coming out from Nova? They also have fighting prowess.
They definitely have fighting prowess. And I mean, if they're able to just kind of stand up in front, you have the Ogren there as the initial one, Fati is the secondary, and then you win a team fight, and then Milady is gonna just roll down towers.
Okay, Milady is one of those scary picks. When it works fabulously, but if it doesn't, it gets thrown down the drain. There is no gutter lane here.
Yeah, it's all in or nothing, right, for this one. But look, Nova Esports have kind of proven that they're able to do this and kind of make unconventional picks work. But going into this one, it's the ultimate battle. We knew that there were going to be some unconventional picks. We've been seeing a lot of best of 3s. We saw only 2 best of 5s in the KWC thus far. And going into this, it's all about the best of 7s where we're going to see just how deep everyone's hero pool is.
I feel like it's a return answer from Nova, right, as we hit into this game. Because end of the day, is Milady a meta pick? It's a good pick. Do not be mistaken. If given the appropriate lead, Milady is an instant killing machine. Once she gets her ultimate on you, the air support, with the damage from the air support as well, and the robot minions, you are done for.
Okay, we're going to see. It looks like the game 2 is underway. We started this one. OG down a game. Do they bounce back with this draft, though?
For OG?
Yeah, for OG.
This one's a bit hard for me because I find it very difficult for the side of OG unless they can take CY down in the early game. Look, Dao, yes, his main role here is a tank, and as the game goes later, he's going to provide a lot more room for Art. But is that going to be possible?
It's going to come back to that, right? I mean, just being able to kind of suppress and kind of restrict what CY can get in terms of that farming. Because if they slow him down, they're going to have a great time. But Dao, it looks like he's going to be contested here. CY smiting it and walking away, essentially, and Nova Esports with a Grand Theft Auto.
This time, it is OG. They are unable to punish Nova. And Nova, this is a great start. It's not the biggest of goal leads just yet, about 600. But every lane seems to be in favor for now.
Yeah, in favor for now. But Nova Esports, more than anything else, it's like funneling that farm into CY as much as possible. And look they're starting to contest. This is going to be very uncomfortable for Dao. He wants to be left alone, but it looks like they're going to have the knock up CY using the Conductor of Souls. Not able to take that one. And now Kuka looking to go in for this. Nice 3-man stun. And do they get anything on this one? CY solo. He uses the Path of Passing, but that's not where you want to go. He's actually going to the wrong side, but he will go down. But Dao falls first, and first blood goes the way of Nova, although CY did trade in the end.
It's a decent trade, but it's still Nova in control because they took down Dao, they took down Wen, but they only traded CY for that. They also got rid of that Crimson buff. It's in the hands of Wendy at this point.
Yeah, and he'll definitely be using that to kind of help push for Kuka in a bad spot, fighting 1 versus 2. Oh, they've already taken him down. Muchen is there. He's just trying to whittle him down as much as possible, but these bots are on top of him, and Muchen has to fly high away from the base.
They're riding the wind. It's a very important skill, right, for the side of Muchen, but you can be interrupted during that skill. So he was lucky that Wave Pit did not get his second skill to lock him down in mid-flight. Now, let's talk about Nova. They have a very commanding lead. 2.5 minutes, they're about close to 1,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, this is actually huge for them. And Wen taking a lot of damage from Waypit, just being very cheeky at this point. But to sustain with that Mulberry power, negating most of this one. The big one right now, it's not 3 minutes in, but going into this bottom lane, let's talk about this one. It's going to be Muchi versus An. Who are you giving the edge to just in lane?
I think it's really based on how aggressive they are. At the same time, this is also aided by the rotations coming in. And if you take a look at the goal differences that are very apparent at this point. Nova in the mid lane, Wendy already has close to a 700 goal lead against the Lady Zhen. So he's going to have a lot of pain down to the side of OG.
Yeah, and look, CY looking to contest at this point. The Ocean of Tears is going to be on top, but CY with that steal, he smites it, and this is going to be great. And they've also picked up Keka in the top lane as well, so they're doing some serious damage. Nova Esports being aggressive, OG on the defensive, and just want to farm in peace.
But they can't, and this is exactly what you should do, right? We have seen the previous series. One of the things that we have definitely learned in this one is, look, when you have the lead, you have to press on, you push them back. Not only do I get the goal lead, I don't allow you to farm. And this was that solo kill, I believe. Keka against Shen, 1v1. Okay, no, it was not fair. The flash came in from Wendy as well with the ultimate, and with that stack damage, Wendy now on a killing streak.
Yeah, and just a nice little rotation, and it looks like Mu Chen taking some damage. Waypit chasing him down, but ride the wind, and Mu Chen flies on out of there, but they're completely out. This Tyrant looks to be a free one for Nova.
OG looks lost, and Nova, I mean, they're proving that, hey, that BO3, no fluke. CY in a very commanding position, and what a timing. Look again, Azure is here.
Okay, they're going to look to contest yet again the Arrow Storm right onto CY, but they pretty much just want the buff, and they're going to move on out. They smite away yet another buff.
Pure class. Shen, he should be able to survive this, and once again, OG cannot find the punish.
Cannot find the punish, nothing in retribution, and I mean, this is a big one for CY. Waypit all the way up in front, finding Mu Chen. They're going to slow him down. He's going to go down, and Wendy with those spots, chasing him down to the ends of the earth.
It's a big rampage coming, a 2,500 goal lead built in the space of 5 minutes into this game. They also have the Primal Bond, and what is this repeat? Look, every buff is Nova's buff.
Yeah, everything. Taking away everything, looting and pillaging their entire jungle. I mean, this is the top lane is looking to be in a rough spot as well, but Kuka, he's going to be dove under. He's going to be like gone on right here. He tries to flash away, but they're going to chase him down, and CY not letting him go. They're going to take that as well as the top T1.
Easy peasy, lemonade squeezy at this point. Nova leading 6-1 in terms of kills, but not only that, they have extended their lead. It's a 3,000 goal lead in advantage to Nova. And once again, unless they get a steal, this is like a consolation prize.
Yeah, Dao Dao might have gotten that one, and it looks like the chase is on. They have the control. Mu Chen trying to ride the wind, but he gets shut down. He gets struck down from midair, and it looks like it's going to be a kill going their way of Nova yet again.
What did I tell you? If you give the lead to a Milady, there is no chance of a comeback because the burst damage coming in is just insane. The goal difference now, he's already 1,000 gold ahead of Wood.
Yeah, no chance at this point. And I mean, look at how aggressive they are. Nova are like, your jungle is mine. I'm going to take yet another. Dao Dao does have that smite, so the battle might be on. The Arrow Storm is going to be on point, and Dao Dao does smite that for good measure.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a recovery coming in, but it's a 4,000 gold lead at this point. Nova definitely in the driver's seat. OG looking pretty lost, and in the gold chart, Wendy pops it all. #1 in the pop music chart here.
yeah, he's on top. All 4 of them. They've got the greatest hits in that regard, but Nova Esports just taking the fight to them. I mean, look, even with this push, Wendy's going to make it very difficult for them to defend this mid T1, but Nova Esports using that as just more of like a farce more than anything else as they siege and look to take this Crimson.
Yes, and you can't defend waves. There is no wave management.
There's no wave. Conductor of Souls right on top of that. The steal away with that smite, but now Dao Dao is about half-life. CY on the run. Xuen looking for that right angle. He's going to try to go down for Mu Chen, but they've already taken Keka in the other side of the map. But Mu Chen right in the wind. He's going to get back, but he's going to be chased. Uses that Mulberry power, but he's going to be killed.
Very smart move coming in. So Xuen actually separates the entirety of OG. And once again, once you're split apart, divide and conquer. And with the goalie, you don't win this fight. They've managed to extend this goalie. It's 5,000, and we're 7 minutes into the game only.
Yeah, and Nova Esports just so smart, right? Understanding just how to take those team fights. It's like, hey, if we have a 2-on-1 somewhere and we're able to kind of attract the attention of the others elsewhere, we're going to have that numbers advantage, take out those kills, which is a huge proponent of why they're up 9-1. But here's the Dream Roam. That's a nice one, connecting onto 3. The Arrow Storm right onto CY, but Dowdow, yes, he's tanky, but he's going to get sliced down. CY gets that kill, and Schwan with the flank, not able to get anything else.
There is no rising at this point. OG made to sit down as the map is just conquered by the side of Nova. We predicted a close series, but it's not looking like it right now.
Yeah, it's not at the moment. Kuka look flashing in, tries to find at least Waypit. The force field suppression is going to go in, but he's being focused down by 3 members. Nova make him pay for being aggressive and contesting, and they also pick up Muchen as well.
They're in a disarray at this point. OG, every member is playing for themselves. They're looking to provide value, but it's not a team play.
Yeah, not a team play at all. And I mean, OG, if anything, they just need to stem the bleeding, deal with the waves. Not the easiest thing to do, especially since Nova Esports. They win a team fight, and with Wendy, you have that potential push.
And look at the distribution this time for Nova, right? Instead of CY taking the buffs, now they've given the buff to Wendy, given the buff to Muji. They have hit their power spikes 8.5 minutes in. There is looking like there is no ray of hope for OG.
It's just one game thus far. This is not looking like a good game for OG as well. Obviously, they're going to look to bounce back, hopefully, on this one. But right now, in this game, yes, you were saying disarray. Yes, it's looking like it. OG right now, it seems like they've been shaken up a bit.
I mean, you can't blame them. Look at CY. He's at level 12. He's at 6,000 gold. He already has 2 of the main core items. Gonna finish his third, which is that full stacked Giant's Grip on that jungle item, right? So he already has physical defense. He has anti-heal in the Blazing Cape. He also has the Eye of the Phoenix, making his regeneration even higher. So he is the frontline tank. What does that give? Wendy space, Muji space. The heals are coming out from Waypit. There is nothing that OG can look forward to at this point.
OG don't have any answers right now. Really struggling to find their sort of footing. They don't really have the magic, the damage to kind of deal with some of the tanky ones, especially like CY that you're breaking down. But now Nova Esports putting the assault on this bottom T3, looking to go down. Yeah, you don't really have the minions, but you got Wendy.
It's a dash and a gash at the T3. Nova draw the big one here. T3 for the side of Nova Esports, and they are in elation. Once again, OG, there is no answer coming in.
No answers, and the way that the Nova team has been kind of poking and prodding, keeping them at arm's reach so that they can never really come in, OG are not looking to commit because they know that if they do, they will die.
Yes, and also because there's the Tyrant buff, so there is nothing to expect out of the OG squad unless Nova mess it up. And Nova is a team that rarely makes mistakes.
Rarely make mistakes. I mean, when you're, and that will lead up to like a 9 to 10K lead. I mean, this game has been all Nova Esports. It's tough for Nova to get any sort of farm.
In fact, look, they're so optimized. It's a double objective pick. Wendy gets the Shadow Overlord, and Muji gets that Shadow Tyrant. So not only do they have macro advantage, they also have micro advantage. Pick any fight you want. Nova is going to crush you.
All right, look, if you're going to take 2 neutrals at the same time, I think you're just being greedy at that point.
I mean, greed is good at this point, right? You have the lead, you have a 10,000 gold lead. It is set in stone now. You have an open bleeding wound on the bottom side. T3 available for the taking. Why not if you're on the side of Nova?
No, I mean, it's a great call. You have that damage too, and you're able to do it well. But the Dream Roam forward, Kuka looking for that flank, but it looks like he's been caught out. He's going to use the force field suppression just to stay alive, but CY Seer states him, and now it looks like Schwan all the way in the front line is just attracting them to go back into their base. CY over that wall, but they've got Vanguards. This siege will continue.
A second rampage, this time in the form of CY as well. It will be a Baron base, and you know what? The crystal is wide open. They can go for this if they want.
The top T3 is the only thing standing at this point. Yes, the crystal is there, but with this Shadow Vanguard, it's going to be tough. Muchen getting so low, he's going to get sniped out by Muchi. He gets that soaring signal, but Dowdow all the way up in front. He gets guillotined for his troubles, and they get Wen, and they get the crystal, and Nova Esports take game 2.
Well done on the side of Nova Esports. There was no chance of a comeback on the side of OG Esports, and Nova looking so strong.
So strong at this point. I mean, I think going into this third game, the draft has to be on point. They got to go with their meta heroes as much as possible. They need to figure out some way to kind of, you know, get back into this series. If they lose that third game, they're going to really struggle.
Struggling is not where you want to be at this point, right? If you're an OG. Because at this point, you are down by 2 2 games already. No points on the board, and Nova could be well on their way to win a 3rd game in a row in a best of 7.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but that one looked rough for an OG fan. Going into this, we thought that it was going to be that 7th game right now, and the potential is definitely there. But OG right now, the biggest thing for them is they need to kind of draft a little bit better, find something that works, because it seemed like this draft was nowhere near able to kind of deal with what Nova was throwing at them.
I think the draft is one issue, but then it's the constant questions posted by Nova, right? At every single opportunity, every 80 seconds, Nova's at your buff, and there was no response, no answers.
No answers whatsoever. And it kind of, I hate to be like, oh yeah, Flowborn, not great, but it didn't do well yet again. But let's see what the panel had to think about Game 2 here.
You can see it from Wen's expression, man. Like, it's not going well for OG. Even for the OG fans, they're looking at this game and they're just thinking, what's out there is what's going on. Not only what's out there for them to take in the next game, but are they going to be able to take the next one? That's a big question right now, because the performance is not their best. And that's just a little bit of a compliment compared to what everyone's thoughts are.
Yeah. Last game, you saw Win's expression with the post-game cam. This guy looked frustrated, he looked tired, and maybe he slept on the wrong side last night. He had a pillow syndrome. It's time to wake up, all right, for the next game. Yeah. But for sure, that was an interesting strategy. We see Augur and Daida for the first time in the playoff, and it was great showing from Nova's side, invading all around, and the other side, OG. They got a game plan, but it didn't go the way they wanted.
I think that they had a game plan that did not work out. Nova Esports taking the Milady pick out there, putting that non-meta hero over there in the Gorge, and being able just to take the dub. That's got to be a very difficult thing for OG to digest.
Yeah, we saw the push strat here, right? You have the ducks from the Milady. Those are the pushing robots. All of these units that she spawns. Plus, you also have the wolves together. You would definitely know that Nova wants to end this. Like, they want dinner early. They want to make it to the hotel and get that dinner, that yummy steak, right? But then again, for OG, I should say they need to change the blueprint right here, right now. They're sticking to the blueprint. They've been sticking to this strategy ever since the group stages, the protect the king type of play style. What I suggest is maybe they need to fight fire with fire now, like risk it all at level 1, at level 4, burn all the flashes, burn all the spells, and just take it from there.
Let's talk Wendy. Wendy on that Milady, 33% damage dealt. Dave, what is going on with that? Explain to us how this Milady works.
I want to know how much damage Wendy did to towers, okay? Because this guy was pushing a lot of turrets the entire game, the outer, inner, high ground towers. He got them all, okay?
Even the towers.
But let's talk about Milady in general. We actually mentioned it last game. Milady is such a great tower pushing character. It's so underrated. It might be a counter to Mai Shiranui in rank.
Okay.
And also in competitive, you saw today how they're able to use it along with channel, like Menjin was mentioning, right? To push a lot of towers. And the damage that Milady was pushing out onto someone like Sakir last game. Right? Sakir was not even able to survive going forward because of constantly getting hit by the robots, constantly getting shredded. And Milady's first item was Massive Agony.
Yes.
That item was so crucial on shredding tank's health.
Let's just talk a little bit about Milady, because I want to spotlight it a little bit longer since we don't get to see that hero a lot, right? So let's spotlight that a little bit. The item build that we saw from that Milady. Can someone just come in and just give us a little bit of more detail?
Yeah, I think the for the side of Nova, especially the Milady, especially their mid lane, they know their win condition. They know that Team OG, they want to play the sustain game, right? They got the Sakir, they got the Byron. So immediately pop second item, you go for the Venomous Staff as well.
Exactly.
Right after the Massive Agony, which has burning damage, you go for another poison damage. We call it in the Philippines the Cobra Commando, because it's a snake. It's a snake, by the way. Anyways, plus you have the Frozen Breath as well. It
slows
freezes
down,
you, right?
Yeah.
So it burning sensation plus a freezing sensation, you will definitely get a cold.
Yeah.
You will
For
catch
sure.
a cold, right?
For sure.
The HP bars were just really like going very, very slow and very, very low as we saw Milady dealing damage in that gorge. 2-0 Nova Esports right now with the advantage on top of OG Esports. This is going in a very quick fashion compared to what we were expecting. What about if we take a little break? We're going to think a little bit more about these games and we'll be back right with you.
Eu tenho um sonho, estar onde as lendas estão. Ini adalah jalan untuk membuktikan bahwa kami layak berada di puncak. Gunung di hati kami, suatu hari nanti pasti kami daki.
站在世界之巅，才配称为冠军。
Nos chamam de azarões tantas vezes, sempre presentes, nunca temidos. Mas isso vai mudar agora. Quero provar que o Brasil pode estar lado a lado com os melhores. Cada derrota me ensinou o quão longe estamos do topo, mas também o quanto já subimos. Estamos escalando. E sei que um dia alcançaremos o cume e enfrentaremos jogadores como Yuno em nível de igualdade. Saya tahu bagaimana rasanya kalah di panggung dunia. Saya telah melihat apa yang membuat tim KPL begitu tangguh. Saya meninggalkan rumah untuk berkembang, untuk membuktikan bahwa bahkan dewa pun bisa dikalahkan. Dan saya ingin melakukannya saat berdiri di hadapan Ino, pemain yang saya hormati. Saya di sini bersama tim ini untuk membawa kebanggaan. Bukan sekadar bersaing, tapi untuk menang. Kami pernah berasa bagaimana rasanya ditakuti, tapi belum lagi dihormati. Untuk benar-benar dihormati, kami perlu kalahkan yang terbaik. Dan itu adalah Ino, lawan yang paling kami hormati, dan gunung yang perlu kami daki. Perjalanan ke puncak bermula dengannya. Gunung di hati kami, suatu hari nanti pasti kami daki.
去年的职业生涯让我经历了太多，身边的队友都各奔东西，唯有我坚守此地。如今我们已臻于完美之境，铸就属于 AG 的王朝。金色的雨已为我们的荣耀而落下，但我们的梦想还没结束。我将带领 AG 建立属于我们的王朝。当别人提到王者荣耀，你会立刻想到一诺这个名字。无懈可击，这就是我。准备好再次向我发起挑战了吗？
I don't think that the problem in here is that Nova Esports is up. I think that the problem in here is that OG Esports is not performing the way that we were expecting.
Yep.
That I think that is the biggest surprise that everyone at home is having. And if I would be the coach, I'm telling you, right now, the yelling would be on.
Oh, really? Oh, really? I think, what are they yelling? Let's go plan B, right? Like that? Because for me, they need to go maybe plan C right now, because I think Nova have reservations in terms of trapping them and picking like certain heroes. Who would have thought about the Milady, right?
Yeah, but Coach Andy is a yelling type, to be honest.
Yeah.
I see him interact with the players. The thing about him yelling is he has a warm type of yelling about it. like that gives you the way that this feels nice.
Do you remember when your parents told you that they were disappointed at you and that used to hurt a lot more than when they were mad and then just yelling at you?
Yep.
Maybe he's gonna have that approach, man, because right now this 2-0 is not even a matter of the 2-0. It's just a matter of the personality. And OG is lacking that personality. What do the casters think about this? What about we hear what Kim Do-fu and Holler have to say?
And we're into game number 3 of this best of 7. Nova Esports in surprising but dominant fashion now taking a 2-0 lead over OG Esports.
Absolutely clinical at this stage, and I do like it how Isaac was talking about the fact that it's not like Nova winning, it's like OG losing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like the OG of old.
I also want to ask Dave, what exactly is warm shouting? I have never experienced warm shouting in my life.
I want to be like, there's some middle ground in terms of like where you're not as angry, because usually when you're going into this one, but Zhang Fei is going to be picked up first.
That one's not a warm shout.
Yeah, definitely not a warm shout. Yeah, I mean, with the umbrella outburst, definitely be so loud yelling, but we're going to have to find out. We're going to talk to Dave offline about that one.
For sure. You know what? His shout is probably going to sound like game number 3. That's the one. And Nova Esports, once again, they go back to stock standard ban. So the Dharma and the Luna, this is, 2 of the comfort picks coming out from Dao Dao as well as Keke. And today, their lives have been made super uncomfortable.
Yeah, uncomfortable for sure. And Dao Dao, I think, was like, hey, let me shine. Let me play my high-flying assassin style jungler in Jing, picking it up. Also, the counter to that one, also a great support just overall. It's the guy with, dare I say, a punchable face with these glasses, the Liang here.
Yes, I agree with you, but once again, Nova Esports, they have brought their cheat sheet here, all the answers that you want. I'll give you the Liang. Who's going to stop you? The Zhang Fei is going to shout at you, the Guan Yu is going to grab you by the neck, and then Musashi is going to slap you in the face. So many answers against the Liang pick for Muchen. Now, Muchen, he has had an impressive record with Liang in the games coming into this stage of the game. But with 3 different answers to one single problem, how are you going to deal with that?
Yeah, I don't know. And this is where the drafting has just been brilliant from Nova Esports. It seems like they've gotten this step up over OG Esports throughout this entire series thus far. But to your point of like, hey, do I want to be yelled at? Do I want to be, like trampled on or, gone on? None of the above, please. If anything, maybe some warm yelling at the end of the day.
Maybe warm chocolate. I think I would like a hot beverage from you. Thank you. I know I'm not doing too well. But of course, with that being said, you don't get all the things that you want in life just by asking for it. You have to fight for it. And OG Esports, tournament life not exactly on the line yet, but they're so close to dropping out of this competition.
It's where you see the cliff. You know it's there, it's definitely within your sights, and you don't want to step closer to it because that would be your peril, right? The doom that would potentially happen here.
But that could also be the leap of faith, spreading your wings and taking the series back.
Okay, true. But if I'm taking that leap of faith, I'm going to make sure I have a parachute or some sort of pillow towards the end of that cave.
And that's Andy's job, right? he gives you the equipment and then you do your best with whatever you can. And now OG coming up with another debut pick, the Angela coming in for the side of OG Esports. A great answer. Number 1, tank shredder. For those of you that don't know, Angela melts tanks like a hot knife through butter. At the same time, also anti-CC when she uses her ultimate, so she cannot be controlled until the ultimate shield that she's been given has been depleted.
Yeah, great mid lane pick here. But if you see an Angela though, who are you looking to kind of counter pick that, especially in the mid lane here?
Anyone with mobility, right? So I mean that's the answer. So there's 2 options you explore. Either you get rid of her shield so that people can CC her, or just straight up move to the side. Sidestep.
Okay. Which is not going to be easy, but I do think that we need to see a little bit more from Wen, especially in that mid lane. I mean, look, everyone from OG, with how things have gone in the first 2 games, everyone needs to step up. But here, last 2 picks from Nova.
Okay, Yuan and Consort. Now, this is a smart pick coming out from Nova Esports. Let me present to you the problem that OG is going to face. Once again, it's the same situation as game number 1, right? With the Donghuang. Now, as a Liang, you have suppression, you're able to get the catch. But who are you supposed to catch on the side of Nova? Everyone on the side of Nova, once again, has a disruption skill. They're able to get the CC on you. Can they actually get the full lockdown onto this Lung, which is going to be piloted on the side of An? Not really. But what do you do in a 1v5 situation, especially as a Lung, when you've expended your infinite vastness, which is that dragon form?
Going into this one, game 3, we know the draft, we know the players on them. Like, look, is this draft gonna be enough for OG Esports to take a game and get back in the series over Nova?
I think it's possible because, look, here's the reality of the situation. Nobody drafts to lose. Everyone wants to win. But in order to do so, you need an advantage. So this early game, once again, very prominent, very important for OG Esports. They cannot perform like they have done in the first 2 games.
All right, that's questionable there because whenever we play our ranked games, some of your draft picks are a little questionable. So when you're saying, hey, nobody wants to lose, you know, it's a little bit confusing there.
It's like an execution error. I'm okay, I'm always learning, right? With HOK, with esports, you either win or you learn, and I have done a lot of learning.
Yeah, definitely a lot of learning. I'm going to say that for sure. But what actually have you learned? Whatever. No, but okay, we're going to go into this one. It's going to be game 3. Can OG Esports strike back and get themselves in this series over and over Esports? We're going to have to find out here.
Yes, it's not about recovery at this point. OG needs to come back swinging against Nova because Nova are looking like an immense challenge for the side of OG.
I mean, they need to play a little bit faster. It seems like Nova Esports have gotten their numbers, especially in the early game. They've been very aggressive.
This first movement by Xuan, so smart. He actually takes a roundabout just to check where OG have started their first buff.
It's going to be huge, right? You just try to take that away as much as possible. And again, CY looking to, you know, it's just that vision, that, you know, that communication where CY understands where those buffs can be, and so that he makes his own rotation down.
So this is a trickle-down effect. Now that CY has taken his own Crimson buff, he now knows the timing, roughly, of Dao Dao's Azure Golem. And I can assure you, we have seen it in Game 1 and 2, Nova are going to be there.
Yeah, they're going to be there. I mean, they're going to contest as much as possible. Dao Dao has not been given any space. I mean, we always talked about the fact that, like, OG Esports, yes, they have a team of all-stars, but Dao Dao is, dare I say, the brightest star. He shines the brightest. So he's going to have a bit more focus from Nova.
Yes, and especially if Dao Dao doesn't have a good game. He's a Jing. He's meant to melt those people down on the side of Nova. If he cannot do that one singular role, okay, there's many roles, but like that main role, then Dao Dao is going to suffer in this game, and OG will start to crumble again.
Yeah, but what is Dao Dao going to do? Like, how are you going to initiate on this Nova lineup? Everybody's kind of like tanky, or they have that sustain, or they have some way to kind of mitigate that potential jump in.
I find it very hard to answer, right? End of the day, look, with the first skill of CY on this Musashi, able to block most projectiles, if not all projectiles in this game, illuminating flash. And that kind of cancels out so many different skill sets when that Chaos Cinders, that second skill stun, not available if it's slashed out. Same thing for An on this Lung. Look, you can throw Flaming Palms, Ride the Wind, Downpour, whatever you want to throw. As long as CY catches that skill in that midst of the illuminating flash, it's all gone.
Yeah, it's going to be gone for sure. And I mean, OG Esports, this is kind of why I'm like, hey, there's a little bit more pressure on them to have that good early game to kind of really take the fight to Nova Esports. If they're behind, then not everyone can freely farm and kind of get going. In this case, it seems like there's a slight edge in favor of Nova here.
Draft-wise, I definitely agree, right? Because there is going to be a lot of difficulty. Like, who are you supposed to stop? And can you stop them consistently? Because Dao Dao is actually a hero on this Jing that is very fearful of control. And once again, I bring you back to the point. They have 5 different members of control on the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, if they're able to get those team fights going, and this is why Dao Dao is like, might not be the full all end all win condition for you. Yes, he will set up the initiations. Yes, he will attract a lot of the CC, but it's going to come up to An to really step up. But here's the Soaring Green Dragon on to 2 members, but they're just going to push them away. They just want the Sprite.
Yeah, OG needs to find an unfair advantage at this point.
Oh, there's the lockdown. They have the control, but they do have enough damage. They do, and Chuan will be killed first, and Keka will cartwheel to safety.
That is what we're talking about for OG fans. You split the damage, you share the damage, and then you get the kills. This is why when on this Angela, beautiful pick, right? Tank Shredder, OG there is some life to them. But Nova, I can assure you, they are still very comfortable in this game.
And one thing about OG's lineup is the fact that they needed that early game start, and Mu Chen will provide. Once he hit level 5, which he did on that time, I mean, he level 4, he had control. He was able to do that in that top lane to kind of lock Xuan down. That's the way you want to do it. Every single time it's off cooldown, you want to be looking for kills.
But the one thing we've ever learned about Nova, the one trait is if Nova makes one mistake, they never make it again. Rarely.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. They definitely learn from their mistakes. Waypit was going potentially in. He's just scouting that out, but he gets killed for his troubles when picking up that kill.
Okay, so now it's a comparison. So OG have a decent, it's not the biggest of leads, but what do they do with this lead, right? Decisions are so important in Honor of Kings, and they need to maintain this lead.
Push the map on, doing a great job, providing that space, putting some chip damage onto that bottom T1, potentially going down for that. I mean, this is exactly where you want to be if you're OG in terms of the early game lead, really taking the fight to Nova.
Yes, be the aggressor and not, be the pressure, not take that pressure coming out from Nova Esports. But once again, even with a 2-kill lead, OG leads by a mere 100 gold.
I mean, it's tiny, but you'll take whatever you can, especially from what we saw from OG before. But here's the Umbrella Outburst. They push back the Stampede. The infinite fast. He just barely gets out, but when not able to get out, he's just a little too static. Dao still up in front with that mirror domain. They'll push back. They find CY. They get the return. They get the nice little knock-up, but Waypit on the return. Xuan go diving on the tower. He's going to go all in, gets the kill on the An.
Is this a bad situation for the side of Nova? I would argue no. I think it's okay. CY did his job. They got down one, and more importantly, they got down An as well. That delays a lot of different things on this side. Take a look at the positioning of this side of Muchi here. Very safe on the backlines, making sure he gets all the hits. But at the same time, CY's ultimate, the duel to the depths, catching out one. That was a very significant marker. Xuan also aiding with the rush, Razor Cavalry, very strong presence here. Not only did he delay the aggression of Dao, he pushed him almost out of his mirror domain. Because if you didn't know, Jing, when you're out the mirror domain, it's cancelled.
Yeah, it's cancelled. I mean, that's the best way to do it, to take him out. And Xuan just understanding that. And like, look at the dive, right? He was going for An. He was like a homing missile. Ensure that if he's going down with the An.
Yeah. So it's a very important marker, right?
The control. They've got him. The Blazing Brilliance right on top. Waypit leaping Saviors away. That was a good attempt, but again, Waypit kind of on the tankier side. But here's the mirror domain from Dao, finding CY. It looks like that's going to be the end of things.
I think OG is starting to recover, right? If you take a look at their decision making now they're backing up Dao. Dao is diving. That's great. But he's not diving alone.
Yeah. But Dao is given the hero that he wants. This is his playstyle. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to be making those moves. And yes, it might be a little too overly aggressive at times, but generally speaking, you got to trust Dao in the end.
So for all the newer players in HOK, you're wondering why are teams fighting? It's actually to get that map control, right? If you time your fights right, the opposing team won't be able to clear the waves, which, funnily enough, is what Nova is doing right now, right? There is a bit of pressure on the T1, and Nova looking for
the Umbrella Outburst, but the flash away, and it looks like Mu Chen will get to safety. Just kind of sensing things were astray, but here's the return. They find Waypit, they do the damage, and they find CY. They get the pick off, but Kuka is down. Xuan with that Soaring Green Dragon under the tower. Here's the mirror domain with Dao, and it looks like An looking to make a play, goes for the Flaming Palm, not able to kill Muji. He gets on his dragon, he's on out of there.
If they get this Crimson Golem, it's a big win for the side of OG, and they do. Dao steals it away like a thief in the night, and with that objective taken, with the Vanguards flying down as well, OG restoring the lead. Now it is a extensive one, 2,000 ahead.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with just how things turned around, right? And the fact that they were able to take down CY, trading for Kuka, this is like you want to trade up, right? You want to slow down CY as much as possible. Muchi's definitely on that list as well, but getting that kill and only trading away your Clash laner, I think they'll be happy. But they have the control, they find CY yet again. He's had a rough time, the unending sorrow, keeping Wendy alive.
Mirror play, and this one is a beauty. Now, Dao, here are two traits that you will see here. Number one, OG is playing exactly how Nova played, which is your buff shows up, we're dead.
Oh, they find Waypit. He leaping Saviors over the wall. Kuke was trying to do some of that damage on, but here's with this Vanguard, they're going to potentially go for this mid T1.
that will be a healthy amount of damage. They get the T1 down as well. And look at the goal lead. 2,000 ahead this time. Individually, Dao leading ahead of CY. And this is where you need to hit those markers and timing.
Did you not believe that Dao was going to bounce back in a must-win game? This is the guy that's going to set things up. He wanted the Jing, and you could tell when they first phase picked it.
Agree. And now, for the first time in, 3 games, I feel like Wen has recovered. There's a little bit more hop at his step, and I'm not talking about the hero pick of Angela.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help them. I mean, you're seeing just like they're being a little bit more aggressive. They're being more assertive with their movements, and especially with this contest, Nova Esports now on the defensive. The Umbrella Hoppers completely miss on this one, but he stampedes forward, gets a nice little connection. The Blazing Brilliance right on top of this, but Juan is going to be killed. The Infinite Fastness on back. 2 members down from Nova. Muchi running for his life. They're going to find Muchi as they get the pick up. The unending sorrow. Wendy just trying to go in, but on with a triple kill.
This Dragon Boy is on fire, and he's not just breathing fire, he's breathing the earth and air as well, water, as it's looking like a downpour for the side of Nova Esports. OG, what a time to recover. 10-4 in terms of the kill score, and we're about 20 seconds away from the 10-minute mark.
10-4, roger that. We're going into this one, but just what a great play there. I mean, the Umbrella Hoppers a little off the mark here, but they get the Stampede on point, but that Blazing Brilliance right in that alleyway. Plus, you're adding the extra damage from Dao, and then on cleanup duty, literally clean up house.
So, you know, that distraction play by KWC at the start was really what was very important, right? Because, okay, yes, Waypit did miss that unbridled outburst, but it was KWC that pulled 3 different members on the side of Nova away from the backline. So actually, CY was on his own when he was trying to go on to win.
Yeah, look at, you see what OG had done? They know they have such a huge lead. They're going to look to take both of the objectives at the same time. Dao was just taking the Tyrant very slowly, ensuring that the rest of them could catch up on that Overlord, taking both, being very greedy, and again, kind of sticking it to Nova Esports, who did that to them last game.
This is exactly what they need to do, right? Look, it doesn't matter how you start the series, you just need to fight back. We want a back and forth, and this is what OG is delivering at this point. Now, Nova, is the game over for them? Definitely not. You never count out Nova.
Never count out Nova, never count out OG. I think that's the biggest thing we've learned. Yes, Nova Esports with 2 very quick games really stuck at 2 OG Esports, and there were some questions of like, oh man, is OG like ready for this? Are they able to kind of contest? And it looks like the answer is to that, yes.
And Xuan now, as well as CY, they have those upgraded items as well. And well, there's a lot of damage on the Wendy.
You're right, a lot. I mean, Dao just going in, just kind of threatening more than anything else. He could potentially just burst in, but he needs to be careful. There's a decent amount of CC on the Nova side.
Yes, in fact, like I said, 5 different members, a lot of CC. But that's exactly what OG is doing. They're so spread out, and it's so hard, right? As Nova, yes, you have 5 different forms of crowd control, but you need to synchronize them together. And OG, based on their positioning, they're not allowing that. And KWC, he's doing a good job. He's giving them information.
Yeah, it's all about that vision, right? And I mean, going into this, I mean, Dao using his mobility to the extreme. He's not trying to take an extended fight, not looking to group up and kind of get caught out. His thing is that he's doing like hit and run as much as possible and making it very uncomfortable because like you might bait out some serious spells from Nova.
Exactly. And the main difference here is Nova's strength is in control, but OG's strength is in suppression. This is where Muchen, look, I have been impressed with his Liang, but today if they can really close the series, I think OG Muchen, a lot more respect for this boy this time.
Yeah, that would be huge for him. I mean, Muchen has been making some serious plays in the KWC thus far. He hasn't had the greatest time. I mean, yes, they're in the lead. He's been able to knock down the right one, but it looks like they're going to go for this one. The Umbrella Hoppers pushing him back. Here's the duel of death, finding a nice little target. They find Wendy, though. He's going to be the first to fall, but they trade away with Wen. Muchen down for the count as well. And now CY on the run. KWC makes a beeline for him, gets the pick off, but it looks like that's going to be a 2 for 2.
And they have not been able to kill out Dao. Okay, they just finished the job. But once again, this is why you don't count out Nova. They survive. OG get the T3 at the top. It is a big win for them, but it's not the end game just yet. Nova will come back.
They'll come back. I mean, it's slowly and steadily, right? But they're down about 6K. That was a great win for them. They had the trade up. That's exactly what you wanted. But here, DJ Kin, break that one down.
All right, so that big unbridled outburst coming up from Wave Pit was what really changed the fight. And in collaboration, teamwork makes the dream work. Xuan actually catching out the backlines as well, pushing them out. CY, unfortunately, he had to give his life, but his job was done. They opened up the door to push Ark away from the fight. And with that distraction as well, Dao, he had to do a 1v1 against Xuan, and Dao was very low. There was no chance.
Yeah, no chance at that point. And he was trying to get away, but Xuan is just too fast on that horse, not letting him go, and he just got the better of him. Xuan, again, he's been doing a great job, like saying, hey, we're losing, but I'm going to continue to play to the bitter end with this 5-3-2.
So at this point, look, 12.7k, he's 6 slotted, and that's Dao I'm talking about, right? This Jing is fully at max strength in terms of power spikes. It's really about the item swaps. But 14 minutes in, the T3 at the bottom, open for the taking, and OG, they have a good advantage.
Yeah, they're going to take the Shadow Tyrant here, and OG looking for more, trying to get the knock-up onto Wave Pit, who Leaping Saviors away. And with that Oak Bolt, I think they're not going to go for too much. The Razor Cavalry, they find On in a bad spot, nowhere to get On, and he's not able to get out on that Dragon, and now Nova Esports on the chase.
What was he doing there? He had no flash, he had no business being there. On might have made the biggest blunder in this game.
I mean, got caught out here, but I mean, the minions were potentially looking to end the game. If anything, it might have been just kind of like a bit of a bait in that sense of just slowing or trying to go for that cheeky win. Nova Esports are up to it. Now they're going to focus on this Overlord.
Okay, this is a difficult situation for OG. They do not have
the control. They have the nice little damage. The Blazing Brilliance, and Wave Pit is going to be down. He got stuck out. The Unending Sorrow on 4. They find Kuka in return, but now CY just going to step out of that pit. Wendy's been killed as well. It's a 2-for-2.
Okay, so at this point, Wave Pit and Wendy, they did have to tank Wen. Unfortunately, it was Wendy who was standing in the front. Oh,
he's going to go Golden Chuan under the tower, though. They haven't even taken the top T1, so they need to take that. But it looks like the Overlord will be picked up for Nova Esports here.
Okay, that's some breathing space for the side of Nova, right? Because look, it's 2 bleeding wounds on the top and the bottom. And with Dao, oh, what's the call?
Oh, looks like they want to go for Xuan. He's the mirror domain, but he's going to step on out of this one. But Xuan gets picked off. Dao with just too much damage at this stage.
And Muchen, he is the hunter now. He does have his ultimate, so he's looking for that opening. Have they spotted out CY? I think. Oh,
I don't
with
think so.
The shadows, the Fog of War.
Oh, the Fog of War is too much. They're looking for him, but the search party, and it looks like CY in the perfect spot, the pocket. He's not able to be seen, and CY gets out of there.
Right beside each other. I mean, it's like they had their backs facing each other. And if they had gotten a kill onto CY at this point, it would have been super problematic for Nova.
Yeah, I don't know if they could have come back from that one. If CY goes down in that situation, right, getting that pick off with that numbers advantage, and then OG would be able to continue on. I mean, they already have the lanes like pushing throughout.
Yeah, like, and he's not exactly the rich guy you're looking for. He's 9,500. He is not 6 slotted. Yes, he does have the Blood Rage, but against suppression, what does that do?
Yeah, not really too much at this point, right? But he does need to stay. He just needs a little bit more time, and this is why Nova Esports. Yes, you have the mid T3. You don't have a lot of opportunities to make any more mistakes from this point on, but Nova Esports, again, just looking for a single pickoff to kind of start this comeback.
Which is why Wave Pit as well as Xuan have very important roles here, right? CY is trying to find that opening as well. Right now, I think he can dive from the window.
They're going to go the Umbrella Outburst, the pushback. Juan finds Dao. He's not going to look to dive for that tower, but Kuka in a bad spot, looking to get serious on this one, but he might have been caught out, tries to go all in for Muji, and Muji outdashes him. Just too much at this point. The Infinite Fast is on back. Wen with the Blazing Brilliance right on top, but he's going to go golden, just stay alive at least a little bit longer. But Nova Esports have gotten that pick off, and they have a power play.
How is Nova doing this? They are behind, but they are putting pressure onto OG. And once again, the TP back, they know that they just have to manage these waves coming in at the bottom. And once again, they are maintaining the defense through offense, right? Their buffs are left untouched. OG now has to deal with the Shadow Overlord, and the map is still, after a while, in favor of OG, but it's the pressure that's coming from Nova that is unbelievable.
Unbelievable. The S3 and MKL champions, there's a reason why this team are the champions, because they're so resilient. They're able to find ways to come back into games and to just pull them out from under you.
It rarely feels like Nova is at a disadvantage.
That's true. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be on, but Dao gets that steal. His Sage's Sanctuary, he might be going out for this one. It looks like he will be killed, but he trades his life away for that Shadow Tyrant.
I'm not sure if that was worth it, but I think OG makes a very conscious decision not to stick with him, right? Do not bring Death's Door to us. Wave Pit!
Yeah, he's going to get back to safety. And yeah, you're right in the sense that like nobody else wanted to die with Dao Dao. It was a suicide mission. He was successful, but now they find Juan in a, they're going to do a little bit of damage. And Keka trades his life away, finds Wendy, but now Muchi's a little bit low, and it looks like he wants to go. He's going to go immune, at least for now, but he kind of gets the pick off, and it looks like OG finding opportunities, but they're on the run.
While they're running, the minions are doing the work. The T3 in the middle being taken down as we speak. Now, Nova, they have tried their best. They will be able to defend the T3 in the middle. But OG, once again, playing to their strengths this time.
Playing to their strengths, but Nova actually coming out a little bit on top. But with these lanes that are pushing, it's going to be tough for Nova Esports to really make that true contest. Now, Dao Dao looking to cut off the angle of retreat. He's going to wait in the brush, and he's just going to chill for now.
Yeah, OG, they have a little bit of difficulty here for the next 15 seconds, but it's the Azure Golem that is more important for them, right? Right now, it's about, hey, can we delay this growth on the side of Nova? They cannot be allowed to take this Shadow Overlord because the next big objective, final showdown, Tempest Dragon.
Tempest Dragon definitely within that. Definitely, we're going to probably see one. I mean, it's about 45 seconds away. I don't think either of these teams will really take any sort of fight before that happens, but it looks like they're going to bomb rush the Shadow Overlord here.
With the Primal Bond down, right out of cooldown, it is going to be OG taking it with relative ease. Now, the question is, with this advantage, how much more do they push Nova?
Yeah, if they need to do, I mean, take the blue buff, that's going to be a great start for them on actually taking that away from Dao Dao at that point. But the Tempest Dragon about to spawn in about 15 or so seconds. OG, if anything, they need to kind of push some pressure down. That Vanguard is still there in the bottom lane.
Exactly, and it's 80 seconds of Primal Bond for them, right? They cannot allow Nova to take it. Nova has an advantage to take the Tempest Dragon if OG makes a mistake.
Yeah, but nobody's actually rotating. CY was potentially going for that recall. The Vanguard is still there in the bottom lane, but OG using that space to potentially go. Here's the dual death, finding Muchen. He's going to go golden, at least for now. The Blazing Brilliance just pushing them back. Dao Dao not able to really find the target. They go onto Waypit, who's taking most of this. Nice little stampede onto 4. The infinite fastness on back, and Keck has been picked off. Muchen's going to be next on that list. They found Dao Dao as well, and 3 members down from OG, and Nova Esports looking to dive deep into the mid T3 here.
One blunder, the save comes in from Xuan to save the base as well. Nova, this is the time. And look, there's 3 members down. An and 1, can they actually do it?
There are no minions at this point, and here Sage's Sanctuary onto An. They've already gotten Wen, and Nova Esports, they get the ace, and Nova Esports looking to close this game and this series. You thought they were out? Nova Esports are like, not just yet.
10 seconds, and the base will be wrecked at this point. OG, they cannot do it. It's Nova. They take game number 3, and we are at match point.
Never count out the champions, right? I think that's the biggest thing that we've learned, is that even when OG, everything was going right, everything in terms of heroes, playstyle, execution, early game, but Nova Esports finding ways. It's those tiny little gaps, and they're able to always bounce back.
And this was the hardest game out of the series for the first 3 games, right? Look, OG was looking pretty strong. It felt like they had some life in their step as well, but it was consistently broken down. And look, there wasn't too many mistakes made by OG in this game. It's something you can count with your 10 fingers.
Yeah, look, I mean, going into this series, I did not have Nova Esports 4-0, OG, right? I always thought that they were able to kind of counter, but OG, even in this game where they had so many advantages, they had this huge early game lead, up about 4K at the 9-minute mark. Everything looked great for OG, and you were thinking, how does Nova come back?
Yep, look, they were frustrated. Muji was frustrated, CY was frustrated, but still, they rallied their teammates and, they recovered. And once again, never make the mistake of counting out Nova. Nova, when they hit the strides, it's so painful to play against. And one of the rare times that you actually see Keke under stress at this point. This ultimate by Waypit saved the game. And this one was something out of the extraordinary, a comeback. But that's from us. I want to see what the desk thinks. Isaac, take it away.
I am really looking forward to see what's going to happen in the next game, because this 3rd one, I had it for OG. I was 99% sure that OG was going to have it, and Nova showing us that you should never count them out with that 1%, just making the decision just to turn it around One little mistake, and that was it. OG's Esports, that comeback has turned into a 3-0 advantage for Nova.
Oh my god, what a series. 8,000 gold advantage. All gone in one team fight. I mean, I wouldn't say one team fight, but one and then another one. It starts shrinking little by little, and then one team fight is over. I have one word for this game. Yep. It's called, one phrase. Calm down, okay?
Calm down?
Yes, you look at OG, they're on the edge, man. The nerve is on the edge. You can feel it. Like, we are so far away from the stadium, but you can feel, like, they're so nervous on the stage. You can look at the players' expression, facial expressions. Yeah. I want to see their heart rate right now. I bet their heart rate is beating like they're running on a treadmill.
I noticed that also. It's so easy to say that you need to reset, but with a big stage like this, it's like super difficult to do. I have one phrase to say also. The MKL champions are like this. It's Nova. It's Nova. They're like Vince Carter, bro. Like, it's Nova. Look at that. They changed the blueprint.
Yeah,
that's commendable for the side of OG. Like, of course, they changed their strategy. Finally, they went on full damage, burst damage on the Angela, stun on the Liang.
Yeah.
But when we saw the consortium, we were like, oh, another trap was set.
I think that's the issue, right? Like, they used a very interesting composition. They used the Liang plus the Angela. So you have suppression plus burst damage. As long as they can find one of the members from the other team, that's going to be done, right? Like, we thought that we would just by taking away the Princess Frost, then it was going to be problem solved. But then they just brought in the Angela, and that was the other option for that combo.
You know, I want to mention, we're watching this highlight right here. This is one example why I said for OG, they have to calm down and reset. Because this is unorthodox for a team that trained with Team Wolves in the KPL region, right? I mean, if you watch the KPL region, the teams play together. They fight as a unit. Whereas you watch OG today, there are multiple different battlefield every single team fight. They're not fighting the same target. They're a little bit separated every step along the way, and that's why for Team Nova they're able to find the opportunity, find the opening to come back.
That was very evident at the 14th minute, I think it was, over there on the Crimson Golem area, and stepping in too deep, and then just being solo taken, and then everyone here is like, what just happened? There was not even like a moment for a fight. It was just like him just wandering around and just being caught by Nova Esports.
Yeah, it's kind of like their curse, right? They're always like this. So we're talking about OG. We don't want to use the term choke, right? But they're always like this. Last time we saw them against Twisted Minds on their region, I think that was the West finals, right? They also lost that fight back in S3. They lost the 3-1. They went Golden State Warriors up against Cleveland Cavaliers. The same story. But man, Anne, on that specific situation, I want to also talk about Shuhan stepping up again, another level. Shuhan 2 times in a row. The first flank was with the outbursts. I think that was around 12 minutes. And then for another minute, he managed to pick off Anne, who was alone.
Yeah, exactly.
That was so vital in this game.
Those are the little openings, right? Like, they find those little openings and then they just push it through. The Angela pick, I like it a lot. I'm telling you, a lot of people thought that Princess Frost was out, so the Liang combo was not going to happen. That Angela right over there, a great option, because that still keeps open the Princess Frost option for OG.
You know what? I want to actually take it further with Angela pick, because there's also Scepter that was picking his first item compared to the previous series when we have Milady, another unorthodox pick, unusual pick, where you have Massive Agony as first item. The difference is when you play a burst mage like Angela, you want to have one-shot burst, one-shot damage. And that's what Angela offers. Scepter just boosts that effect to another level. So when you're playing at home, try to copy this build, and have a great game.
That first item gotta be the Scepter of Reverberation, right? And if you're actually looking for different other mages like Milady, then that item is gonna be Mask of Agony, right?
Yeah, because the plan was whoever is in front just burst down. Angela ultimate, you have the Jing Mirror Dimension. Also, you can definitely spend all of those. But the only thing that Nova needs to do is to survive the burst. If they manage to like get a little bit of HP, they can definitely do the comeback. That's
but
what,
the thing about this is that it was working for OG Esports, right? Like the whole game, it was working all the way until minute 19. They were in control. They had the Vanguards coming in, taking on the Crystal. In that last fight, Guan Yu was not even close to it because he was back in the high ground cleaning wave. And then they take in this fight, they lose it, they're just completely vanished, and they allow Nova just to, without actually deserving it, because Nova did not deserve it, just come in and take the victory.
You're absolutely right there, Isaac, because it was working. Win's position was perfect. You saw the ultimate hitting multiple targets in a line, and they were winning those team fight. That's why I said they have to calm down. I mean, not just towards the late game, you have On going in, doing very odd, interesting moves. You also have Cook, who saw one team fight. When everyone was retreating, he went in 1 versus 5. Almost traded. I mean, like, I was just shocked. I was like, yo, is there communicated? Is not communicated? What happened there?
There is no reason for any of this to be happening. You have already such a big advantage. You're 2-0 down. You need to calm down and really just start taking whatever that you can and then just push for the high ground. There is no reason why they needed to rush for that. Look, they come in the 1920 and then it's going to be Shadow Overlord for them. They just needed to wait for the Tempest Dragon and then just seal the deal. And they were unable to do that. Again, it's very easy for us just to be talking about this as we already just saw this. It's very easy for us just from the comfort of our couch to be saying all of this, but it needs to be said. And I know that everyone at home is having the exact same questions as we have.
Man, I feel bad for OG. They can't really play what they want to play right now, especially Keke. Like, Shuan is just on another level. First of all, in the early stages, they shut it down, the entire gameplay that Nova wants, especially CY. He was 0-3, but again, Nova outwitted them. It seems like Nova wants this more.
What I like about this game 3 is that there is some light at the end of the tunnel. You already started seeing OG on that comeback, and I like that. I like the fact that in Game 3, the attitude was different. The personality came back out again. It was the OG that we're actually used to. But we need to seal the deal. Personality is not going to put you in top 4. Wins is going to put you in top 4. And what a best way than just giving away 3 and then taking 4. Can that happen, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, if Nova can do it, OG can do it, all right? I still believe my boys to take this further, take us to Game 7. But hey, if we end on a 4-0 series, that just showed how much Nova have improved. Remember, it's $130,000 to $200,000 difference, okay? You just have to win one game.
That's huge. That's huge. Well, for me, I don't believe that. For me, it is going to be 4-0. It's Nova. It ain't Nova till it's Nova.
Let's wait and see what is going to happen. We can already have the bans and the picks coming in. Let's take the BP and send it to Holler and Kindofu.
That's right. I love it. It's not over till it's Nova, and it's looking like a potential 4-0. We are at series point here, ladies and gentlemen, for Nova Esports. Yeah, OG Esports, they need a, 4 rabbits out of their hat right now. They just need to pull out any sort of miracle play. I mean, they need to start with just this game, start with baby steps, get themselves back in. Because right now, if you're looking at even the players, they look a little shaken up. This is not a miracle. This is going to be a fairy tale ending for OG Esports fans because they have to, like you said, 4 in a row. And it's not just any team, it is Nova. So, OG Esports, they're going to start with their best foot forward. The pay comes out. Tigress, ready to land some blows.
Yeah, Dao is like, let me work. Let me get on my heroes. And they're going to prioritize it as quickly as possible. I mean, this pay will set the tone. Dao, again, if we saw what happened in Game 3, they had a great early start. They weren't able to close it out because, again, Nova just too strong in the end. But picking up the pay here, this is looking like a good sign thus far for OG, right?
Okay, so if you're inexperienced in Honor of Kings, you just joined. One of the power strengths on the side of Pei is the fact that he's able to deal burst. And with the composition that Nova have gotten for themselves at this point, it's looking like a Dolia-Dun combination, which is going to be very hard to play against as a Pei. But OG Esports, I like this combination. If you haven't tried this, Guan Yu and Yixing together, this is another domination duo. You can swap the Guan Yu for the the Dharma as well. But essentially, the Guan Yu is going to gather everyone into the box or chessboard of Yixing, and then you just have a field time.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of control. I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing for both of these lineups. We just kind of helping support the Dao Pei really do that damage with all of the control and CC that you provide. It's going to really come back to, again, how does Keke and Wen really just help support Dao in the end?
But it's a double-edged sword. It goes back and forth. Because if you take a look at the strength of a Dun and Dolia combination, the Unruly Blade, that's the name of the ultimate for Dun, he is actually going to be able to maneuver in and out of situations with relative ease, which means number one, it's hard for the Guan Yu to catch you. It's also hard for Yixing to get in a perfect board because you're all over the place. And with that confusion, who's going to benefit? It's going to be Muji. D-Rens here, golden token, minus 25% on your physical and magical defense. You are going to be taken down.
Yeah, but I just kind of feel like Dune has largely not been the same Dune of old, right? He was definitely one of the top meta junglers. The tank style was definitely there, but it seems like things have kind of evolved. I mean, yes, he's been nerfed a little bit, and that's kind of affected his play, but teams have been good to just kind of deal with him.
You know what? I think you will see the reason, and you will see why this Dune is good.
Well, of course, because it's run by, of course, CY, right? Yeah, so, I mean, a little different. I just think that throughout the KWC, we haven't really seen him really strive. It's a good hero overall, but you really need the rest of the team to help support, have the damage in mind, because he's not the greatest damage dealer. He's like a tanky boy with his stuns.
That's true, and this is why Sun Ce has picked up as well, right? Because there's an immense amount of control. At the same time, your rotational speed is pretty fast because of your set sail. That's your ultimate for Sun Ce. You also have a knockup on your first skill. First or second, either one of these, I'm not sure, I forgot. But at this point, OG Esports want to play with mobility. Lianpo and Aaron. Now, Aaron, you guys that are not new, they are new to Honor of Kings. Aaron is a farm laner. They can play magic damage or physical damage as well. Now, depending on what they're comfortable with on the side of OG Esports, they want to exploit this strength because Aaron is one of the most mobile farm laners, able to land massive amounts of damage starting from the mid to late game as well.
Yeah, and this is going to actually be the first Aaron pick that we've seen in the KWC thus far. Yes, we've seen it in the KPL, but the first time on this grand stage. But is this the hero that you really want as your final pick, as your carry? Everything on the line, this is the hero you want.
I understand the concept of it, right? If she gets to her power spike levels, yes, Erin's very hard to deal with. She can actually get out of a lot of sticky situations, namely Dun diving on her, Sun Ce diving on her, no problem. But this final pick, the Kongming, is a Wendy special. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Wendy, Wendy is one of the best mid laners in the entire KWC. And if you want to, fact check me, take a look at this guy's performance. Not just this series so far, but just across the board. Nova, this to me is a very strong lineup. But OG can turn this around as long as they have a early gold lead, because then the Lianpo will be tanky, Mushin will be able to block a lot of shots coming out from Wendy. So it's all about the gold. Can they find those advantages?
I think they can. I mean, when you have Dao with that pay, he's definitely going to set the tone, right? And he's going to be aggressive, he's going to push things out, just providing the space for the rest of the team to get farm. Obviously, if they fall behind early, I think that they just crumble, because it's a very early game setup lineup.
So what you will see here is that Keke is going to try and help out in the mid lane, right? Get that fast clear, allow the Pei to jump into the jungle on the side of Nova, which you can see Nova is fully prepared for. They're matching and mirroring the moves.
Yeah, they know. They know. It was about to happen on this one, but it looks like game 4. Everything on the line. OG Esports, if they lose this, they are out of the KWC.
And this is not the way you want to exit a tournament. Likewise, on the side of Nova, in fact, it's the complete opposite, right? What a way to enter into the semi-finals with a 4-0 win against your opponent, regardless of who it is.
Let's hold our horses a bit. Let's give a little OG a little bit more credit. I mean, yes, things have not looked great. They bounced back in Game 3. Things were looking on the up and up, but Nova Esports just finding almost every little thread, every sort of luck to get themselves back in and to win that one and to pull away that victory.
Of course, and this is where OG needs to play a little bit cleaner, right? It has been the slightest of differences in just maybe 1 or 2 decisions between OG and Nova, and this is how close the series is. Yes, it's 3-0 for Nova, but the games have been quite close, at least for the last one.
Okay, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you had to be like, hey, someone from OG needs to step up, who is it in this game?
It has to be Muchen, right? Once again, he's the disruptor.
We'll see. Okay, it looks like they've got 4 members. The Burst Ram, they're fighting Muchen. They're doing a decent amount. He flashes away. Kuka looking for that revenge with that Soaring Green Dragon, but now Nova on the run. Xuan taking a lot of damage in that sense. He's a little on the lower end, but OG not able to find the kills.
Both teams wanted to push the advantage, right? So both teams are also very lucky that, look, the mid laners are not 4 yet, and this one really was a confidence test for both sides, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to burn out your common spell?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to, just to avoid a first blood. I mean, Muchen was aggressive. He had a decent amount of stuns to slow down the assault of Nova Esports. It could have been worse.
So thank you for answering that, because this puts Nova in a great position, right? Muchen is now flashless for the next few seconds, and we are approaching the time where Nova members will hit number 4. Level 4, Wendy's 4. Winning strategy, this could be a big turnaround.
Yeah, that just sounds weird. The dude is flashless. But I get you. It is a huge common spell. I mean, it is a bit early in that sense. And I mean, it's not the end of the world. He just needs to be a little bit more careful. He does have Burst Ram if he wants to get to safety. He should be fine in that regard. But let's focus a little bit on this Kongmin mid pick by Wendy here.
Yes.
Obviously, it's got a lot of burst. It really adds to that value. I was talking about how Dune was not the greatest damage dealer, but he kind of like helps out in that department of the damage dealing.
Yes, and Muchi, he doesn't know that Wen and Ana here, and he might regret. Oh, he knows.
Oh, he knows. The taking liberties, and I mean, at some point you got to go back to your lane. You got to make that assault. But Muchi, like the spider senses were tingling.
Yes, and I want to point you at CY's itemization. So clear to know that, hey, Wen is going to be doing a lot of damage. So he prioritizes that Long Night Guardian top item first.
Oh, the unruly blade, CY. Looks like they want to go for On. They're looking for that first blood. Windslash on top of them, and it like gets the snipe out. Wendy gets first blood.
The beauty of this is that they funnel it into Wendy. Nobody touched the Aaron. On was not.
Set sail. They actually looking for more, though. Tremor Smash away, keeping Muchen alive, but they've been pushed back. Now it looks like the assault from Kuka looking for that flank. Xuano's a little on the lower end, needs to be careful, but here comes CY like a superhero. Misses the wind slash, though, and Nova Esports scare them away, but I think that's going to be the end of this fight.
CY literally saved the day. He's at level 7, so he is a immense threat to not just one, but the rest of the team, with the exception of Dao Dao here. And with this reset, now both junglers will be looking to take their buffs instead. The Tyrant's not the prio right now.
Yeah. And CY actually a little bit behind in terms of the level lead with Dao Dao taking advantage. Again, that early game spike is actually key for them. But now Muchen, providing that vision, sees that the Tyrant is being started here.
He has flash though.
He has flash. He's looking to go for this one. He gets on top, but Dao Dao with that take. CY still up in front, looking to go for Wen, who's looking to just run away. He's going to go immune at least for now, but he gets picked up. Wendy finds him out. Nova Esports getting the kills, and now CY, he's going to be assaulted on this one, but Xuan not going to be able to kind of keep him alive. Oh, he will. He stays alive here.
Look, this is why Nova is so strong, right? They always play the advantage. They are now outnumbering the side of OG. They know when to put pressure, and even if you have the flash of Muchen, you know that he wants to go in for the aggressive take. But because of all that funneling into Wendy, he is a force to be reckoned with. So very little options for OG to explore. It might not look like much, but Nova, very smart on all fronts.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about Wendy getting all that farm, and he has a 1.2k advantage over Wen in that mid lane, is the fact that he's going to be able to burst down Dao Dao. Very squishy. Glass cannon type, yes, it does a ton of damage on this pay, but if you're taking like a winning strategy to the face, you're not going to have a great time.
Yeah, but and look at that, right? With the lifesteal available on Wendy's itemization, he's also able to tank the ultimates coming out from An, and that is not a good sign. OG now once again put in the same box, same problem that Nova has questioned them for 4 games in a row.
Yeah, and 1k net worth lead by Nova just overall. They've been kind of exerting dominance in that sense, but it comes back to that map control, how they play across the map and finding that farm. Because look at how he's just kind of sticking around. They're not able to farm at this point. They're all just kind of grouped together.
Yes, and Nova, threatening to fight. And that's the thing, they're threatening and they get to choose.
Yeah, this is the best part, right? Just like not really even taking the fight, but they have to respect you. But DAO taking the bottom T1, that's going to be a huge win for them. They need to get back in, get those towers.
Yeah, so it's one apiece, but with that trade on the top.
Oh, Wendy in a bad spot. He's going to be gone on here. KWC looking to go for back to safety, but DAO is going to be caught out. Here's the Tremor Smash looking to go in. Nice little knock-up. They get onto Wendy, and the pushback, the heroic charge onto CY, living up to the name. But Nova Esports not able to get a return kill.
So once again, OG, they recover. They get the shutdown onto Wendy. This is a monumental moment, right? This is potentially an opening to recover and find a pathway back into this best-of-7 series.
Yeah, and you were complimenting Wendy. You were like, oh, look at this guy. He's like money bags or whatever. And of course, OG heard that, and they're like, we're going to focus him and kill him, right?
Of course, right? You need to find the appropriate target. I mean, target prior is very important at the highest level gameplay. And look, we are on the side of Nova here. They have polished their axes, they have sharpened the steel, and they're ready to go for the killing blow.
I mean, they're looking to go for this one. They flash away, keeping Wen alive. That board is going to be set, but he is solo, cannot fight, and they want another target. They find DAO, and Nova with the pick off. They're continuing on. They take the mid T1 as well.
With no minions, and once again, they play the same card. Numbers advantage. A 5v1. OG, you want to fight? We'll fight. 5v1.
I mean, but DAO was like, why are you kind of being that aggressive? And like, I mean, yeah, you were near the tower, but with 5 members of Nova, you got to give them a little bit more respect, right?
No, but this is where all your accumulated efforts bear fruit. Right? Look, you are now leading the series 3-0. OG feels the pressure. They need to win this game. They have to find an opening.
They need to find an opening, but at the same time, you need to ensure that you're staying alive. You're doing a calculated risk type of play more than anything else, and staying alive is going to be key because DAO, again, it's more farm going the way of Nova, slowing this pay down even more.
Well, the risk is going to be increasing now with a 1,000 goal lead.
Oh, in the top lane, Set Sail finds the connection. KWC, he's trying to dash away, but he's going to get sniped out. Wendy with yet another kill.
Yeah, very happy trading for the side of Nova. They don't really care about the T2. They're gonna just melt the jungle down because their own jungle is empty. There is no recovery for DAO. And Nova, they see the opening. They want to put pressure here.
They're gonna put pressure on this top T2. Muchi's doing some serious work. An is gonna be there. He's gonna try to deal with the minions, slow this game down, but DAO trying to sneak a Tyrant.
It's a consolation prize if there's any. At this point, both the Azure Golems are in the hands of Nova. One in CY, which he needs, the other in Wendy. There is going to be a lot of cooldown reduction for this guy.
Yeah, look at this one. It looks like the potential assault from Muchen, just dealing with the minions. Again, slowing it down, slowing the pace. But here's the Set Sail. He's looking around. He's wrapping around the parking lot. He's going to look to go for this one. Goes over the wall, doesn't connect.
Scary situation. Nova, they're very ready to fight at this point. They have all the common spells.
And this is going to be the Crimson. This is going to be the next big fight here. CY still up in front. He's going to be knocked up back with that taking liberties. The unruly blade, the blood rage on top of him. He is not scared. He wants to go. He trades his life away. He's going to trade for Wen. And now they're on a full-out retreat. OG back in their base. The winning strategy is going to be connected onto DAO, but does not kill.
The only safety net for the side of OG now is the fact that there is only one wave of minions marching down in the mid. This T2 will be under pressure. They should be able to take it before any defense comes through.
Yeah, nothing really OG could do, especially after that last assault. They had to retreat, regroup, heal back up to get back in this one, but they couldn't protect that mid T2. And again, Nova Esports in control of this game.
Yes, and you know, the saying is honor and power is never given, it is taken. And Nova have taken full control of this game.
Okay, what is that quote from? Actually, I don't even know.
One of the books I've read.
Okay, all right. I'm surprised you read a book. But okay, here we can think of the knockup of the Set Sail right onto KWC. There, he's trying to go for this one, but he's dashing away. He does get away. He has that speed. He is going to be fine. But this is an opening for the Tyrant yet again for Nova Esports here.
But what a play! They can't do anything. So they not only they force a fight. OG are not in fighting shape. They have to give up the Tyrant, and once again Nova reestablishes control. And there is no more opening. OG cannot take the Overlord.
Can't take anything at this point. I mean, Nova Esports, great movement, right? Just understanding that the Overlord was going to be the next thing. Yes, they have the Primal Bond on them, but they don't care. Nova Esports are so far up right now that they're willing to risk it here.
And funnily, I know DAO is at the top of the gold chart, but you know what? Nova's answer? Numbers. You can be the top of the farm, but it's just you alone.
Yeah, you alone at this point. There's nothing really that OG can do. They're pretty much just watching at this point. I mean, if anything, maybe you look to push the bottom lane, create a little bit more space, but at this point, at some point, you need to be overly aggressive split pushing.
I mean, if I'm on the side of OG, the opening now has to come from Wen and Keke. This combination needs to work. Assisting with the Radiant from Muchen is definitely going to be helpful, but they need the flank, which is why Xuan's positioning this game so clean. He has eyes on Keke. It's like a spy cam.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of scary. I don't think they actually have CCTV. I mean, he does see them across playing, but yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. His game sense is unreal, right? Understanding where he needs to be. I mean, yes, he's kind of in the back right now, but he's off the map. And so OG know that if they're ever able to just kind of, initiate, Xuan might be coming in with that boat at a moment's notice and could just like shake up everything in that team fight.
Yes, and very smart decision. Nova put the Overlord on the bottom. They have a buff in that lane as well. And because they have the advantage, they are willing to fight at this lane.
Yeah, and they're going to take this bottom T2. Nova Esports just complete control. The map control has been on point. With these Vanguards, OG really don't have any space to breathe.
Yeah, perfect foundations, perfect form from Nova. They're looking for that opening.
They're looking for the opening here, but with that Vanguard, they're putting a little bit of pressure. Here's the boat. It goes over the wall, connecting on a 3. They want to go for this one, and they find him. The flash away. Wen trying to stay alive, but they've taken the bottom T3. They haven't gotten a kill thus far, but they've been throttled back. They're in their fountain, and they need to heal up, but Nova Esports taking the mid T3. They make move to the top.
Big wins all across the map. Right now, as long as they don't die, it's fine. Nova take another big win. It's not about getting the kills, it's wrecking the base. And OG have no answers.
I mean, Xuan was down for the count. That was like the biggest thing, but his boat was on point. That winning strategy onto Keke, he's going to be taking that one. But again, they've taken everything what they want, which is the mid and the bottom T3. And yes, they traded away Xuan's life, but that is a trade he will take any day of the week.
So Nova, once again, this is not a lesson. This is a curriculum, a course that OG cannot pass.
Yeah, cannot pass at this point. It's not looking good at this stage. Nova Esports, they're so close. One team fight away from making it into the top 4.
Probably so. CY now already has the Blood Rage. He was tough to kill before. He's practically impossible to kill at this point. And this provides so much room because Muji, Wendy, they're all having the time of their lives. And that pick, we didn't talk about this in the early parts of the game, but Waypit, the double Wendy refresh on that winning strategy seems to be the answer that OG just cannot solve.
It's just too much burst. I mean, OG, like, you can't really survive that, and that's kind of why, the rest of OG aren't able to take a really good team fight, and they go the winning strategy right onto Muchen, who's trying to just get back to safety. He does stay alive, but they've been pushed away. Here's the secondary one. Ana's going to have to go golden for that, but Xuan gets the catch, gets the boat, finds Dao Dao, but now here comes Keke looking for the save. Pushes him away, but it looks like he's going to be going in. He's going to use the Razor Cavalry to push them back, but now Keke on the run. He's going to be chased. Nova Esports are like, actually, we're just going to take this top T3.
Yep, he wants to buy time, but there is no time. OG now a barren base. The players have the heal. Keke is so low. And right now, 5-man strong across Nova. Here to lay the law.
I mean, on down for about 30 seconds. That's an eternity at this stage. Here are the minions. Nova Esports putting pressure on that Crystal. They're looking to focus this down. What can they do? The Tremor Smash is on up, but Muchen is just trying to stay alive more than anything else. And now with the Crystal, Nova Esports will make it into the top 4.
4-0 to move into the top 4. Nova Esports fans, what more can you ask for?
What more can you ask for indeed? I mean, this is the team. I mean, they were the S3 champions, MKL champions, and now they've made it to the top 4. This was the global team that everyone had their eyes on.
Right now, across the global stage, right? If there's any team that has a chance to put up a strong performance against the giants that are coming from KPL, that dream is gonna come from Team Nova Esports.
I mean, look, they look ready, they look poised, they look well coordinated. This is a team that's really finding their stride. They've been very difficult to beat. Any team has been able to try to find a single win. I think they've lost one game thus far in the Group Kings to OG, but that is pretty much it.
Yep. Almost a clean record with no blemishes, right? Coming into this, they have not lost a single series. Now, the lesson that is OG, passed with full ace, 100 marks on the side of Nova Esports. They're looking to put this level of performance in the next stage of the game for KWC 2025.
Yeah, I mean, more than just pass at this point. That was like an A+, like group project that was like flawless, right? That was exactly what you wanted to have done.
Not S?
I mean, we're going to go with an A+, just the traditional grading system, but that was a great game. Let us go to Mara, who's going to interview the player here.
Here we are with Xuan. Congratulations, another win for you. Now I'm going to remind you, and I want to ask you about it. During the playoffs bracket draw, when OG got you, everybody started cheering out loud and they were hugging each other. They were happy to get you, but now you defeated them. Did that add extra fuel to today's motivation? Did you take that personally? Is that why you're so strong today?
这个是那个问题哦。Kita nak kasih orang tahu kami bukan victim.
What he said is we need to let everybody knows we are not the weak team. You are not easy to win us. Yeah, so that's why this motivates us so we can get 4-0 today.
You are still undefeated. What is the key to your winning mentality and how do you guys stay composed? Because in game 3, we kind of got scared there with a 5K goal deficit, but you're still winning all throughout, staying composed. What is the secret?
在第3局的时候，就是我们是经济差很多嘛，然后是落后嘛，大比分落后嘛。那什么原因，然后可以让你稳住你的心性，然后可以来一个就是翻盘？
中文吗？我觉得是我们互相心态都很好吧，然后会在局内怎么说呢？就是不会就是不急吧，然后一直死命的找机会，结果对面还真的给我们机会了。
So we will calm down ourselves, and then we will not brand each other. We will believe in our teammate, and we will find the opportunity, find a chance to come back.
And I hope you keep believing in your teammates because you've done amazing. And we're going to see you in the next round. Once again, congratulations. And now we're going to be talking about that a little bit more. So we're going to head back to our panel. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Xuan. And thank you very much to Nova Esports on a masterclass on how to play fast-paced best of 7s. They came in, they took 4 games, they took 4 dubs, they sent OG Esports back home, and they just sealed the ticket to the top 4 of our KWC 2025. Impressions of that last game?
Again, guys, 2 words. It's Nova. Right after game number 2, I think it was definitely over. Team Nova, they tilted OG.
Look at the key.
There you go.
That is the moment that people don't like seeing.
Man.
The moment where the dreams of OG Esports are being crushed, the same as that key right over there.
The dream gone. Key gone. Path to victory gone in one moment.
It's OG's Nova nightmare. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. And that sealed the deal. Yeah.
OG Esports, they were really happy when they picked Nova. And I imagine that they were not expecting this result. They were expecting a completely different story. But the story today was a horror story for them.
It's a horror show, really. You're absolutely right. Because I think that the point of the game is they were too nervous for OG on stage. And it never got to the point where they were to reverse. Even when they're 8,000 gold ahead in game 3, somehow they threw it all away. So this is not the end, though, for OG. In fact, this is just the beginning. You saw the announcement video. We all watched the announcement video. There's more tournaments than ever before. So this is a good opportunity for them to step it up.
You know what I think, Dave? I think this is my theory. I think that OG Esports came into game 1 very confident. They really thought that they had this. They came with a clear strategy. And that first game is just the same as in boxing. You come into the ring and then the first hit that you receive, it just completely makes your knees just go weak.
Yeah.
And then your legs are not the same for the whole fight.
Yeah.
And I feel like OG Esports wasn't unable to recover from that.
Yeah, I think in a best of 7 setup, like game 1, you need to like kind of warm up. But for game number 2, it's very important because that's kind of like the statement game that Nova wants to give OG. It is Nova outwitting them, always 2 steps ahead in every move, even picking up I think this Kong Ming.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the last pick.
Yes,
this is how
the last pick
confident Nova is.
It's such a big. It showed that Nova is such a big stage team, right? This team has demonstrated over and over again they're able to keep cool and then play to their win condition, execute the game plan flawlessly, and they actually really leveled up into this gameplay. They're showing that they're ready for KPL level competition.
And look at that 100% on the team fight rate for Wendy on this Kong Ming. At around the middle stages of the game, he was like 50% dealing all. He's dealing almost all of the damage.
Wow.
Of their team.
A lot of people thought that it was going to be a Dahlia Duen kind of composition, but it was actually a Dahlia Kong Ming composition. Kong Ming just like on that unending ultimate. That was too much for OG.
Now, we gotta talk about Kong Ming as a character. If you have not played it, this is one of the most OG characters in Honor of Kings.
Yeah, true.
It's so popular all across the world, and it's so fun and so easy to use.
Yeah.
If you're still trying to find a character to pick up in Honor of Kings, this is it. Because people people thought of Kong Ming is just assassin. You have to get up close to get the passive. But actually, once you're farmed, you can poke so good. And I have to highlight the player who played this character, Wendy.
Yeah.
Even last game when he was on Yu Huan and when the team was behind, somehow Wendy was ahead on gold. He is probably the richest mid lane in the entire KWC so far.
I would love to go and check on that data because the truth is that Wendy, today's 4 performances have been top level, and I would love to go and compare them to the group stage, right? Because Wendy, I cannot remember right now like one game where Wendy was like, oh yeah, he played badly. No, every single game, the lowest is just like, okay, that was an average normal presentation. But every single game, he's just coming and just kind of like racing the bar right over there.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that we've been talking about the Kong Ming pick. It was not the hero back in S3, even in our region like PKL. It was not really picked, but right now here in EWC, KWC, it's probably the flavor, a special flavor in the mid lane. But I think it's still a risky pick. But
of course,
with Nova managing to really pull it off, it goes to show that they're really on the next level. They are targeting the unlockable characters. They want to get to TT Global.
I think people find a way how to best maximize the output of Kong Ming, right? You have to do it in the front line, soaking insane amount of damage, and a Kong Ming in the back line, find the opportunity to poke, and most importantly, the ultimate is an execute. Because a lot of times in this game, it's really hard to execute a kill. You didn't get somebody low, but how do you finish it off? And Kong Ming is literally the definition of execution. If you can get someone low, you can clean the entire team.
And what happens when he gets the kill on that ultimate?
It refreshes.
Yeah, it refreshes 3 seconds cooldown. But if it doesn't get the kill, you have the Dahlia reset also.
And that's the thing, and that's the composition that we did not know up until that last minute that Kong Ming came out. And that was what OG Esports just couldn't resolve. They were expecting the Dahlia Duen, but it was a Dahlia and Kong Ming, and it was just ultimate after ultimate after ultimate. And since they didn't have the gold advantage, they did not have the items to really create that magical shield that they needed in order to survive.
For sure. I do feel that for this game, especially game number 4, OG is not up against Nova anymore. They're up against themselves. It's really hard to reset right after that game number 3. It's unlike the Group Kings stage that they had, I think the game 2 comeback. Almost the same situation where we go to 20 minutes, but right now it's a big no-no. It's just Nova putting the nail on the coffin.
That was it. Nothing else to do, right?
But then again, I would love to give props to OG. Getting here is not an easy feat to do.
Of course.
For sure.
Right? They lost the West qualifiers, but they won the East. So still huge props to Dao Dao. I'm a huge fan. Huge fan when they visited the Philippines. But yeah, GG's to OG.
I am really looking forward to hear what Coco has to say about this whole game. I know that Eruption had an opportunity to talk to him, so what about if we check on that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here backstage with one other Kuka of OG Esports. And I know it's a tough loss, but my question for you right now is, I know it's hard to explain and comprehend the things that are going through your mind, but what is the hardest thing going against a team like Nova Esports? I know that we've played them in the past, and it's always the same result. What is the hardest thing that is going against a team like Nova Esports?
Che quello che ti ha chiesto è praticamente quello più difficile di giocare contro Nova Team. Questa cosa più difficile di fare contro di loro. Lui sa che a questo momento sulla testa tua ci stanno tanti pensieri, però vuoi sapere almeno una cosa che tu dici, questo sempre è difficile da farlo contro di loro.
Per me noi manca la pazienza e un po' di coraggio contro di loro.
Posto?
Forse serve un po' di tempo per allenare.
Okay. He says that the most difficult thing to achieve is the patience to win the matches, and maybe some skills, but he also thinks that the patience is the most difficult thing to achieve.
No, definitely, because patience wins everything, right? And also comes with timing. My last question is, what is your game plan, or now coming offered a defeat, but for the next tournaments, what is the blueprint there, or how are we going to bounce back from this?
L'ultima domanda che ti ha chiesto è cosa ti piacerebbe da fare o come raggiungerebbe per il prossimo campionato, il prossimo tournament, per essere al livello di loro, cosa volete cambiare? C'è un'altra cosa che voi dovete fare per stare al livello di loro? Una cosa da cambiare?
Qualcosa da cambiare?
Sì, sul team, su di te.
No, per me non dobbiamo cambiare nessuno, solo che noi dobbiamo diventare più forti, dobbiamo allenare. Siamo noi che è il problema.
Okay. He told me that they don't want to change anything. They are good as a team. They feel strong, but they want to be stronger. So they have to practice and train more confident
and be more confident.
Yeah.
And just what he said, be more patient.
Be more patient. Yes.
Kaka, thank you very much for your time, and I just want to say that keep your head up high. At this stage, you guys have made the playoffs, even though it wasn't the result that you guys wanted. But keep your head up high as pros. You guys will get there one day. Thank you very much. Thanks, Kaka. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Grazie.
Grazie. Back to you guys.
Grazie. Thank you very much, Keko, on an amazing interview. Thank you very much. It was just very, very direct. What do you need to do? Just become more patient. That's it. Understand that in this moment, you might have the mechanics. You might have the understanding of the game, but the decisions need to be better. And that comes with patience. You just need to practice, work really hard, and understand that in some moments, you just need to breathe.
At the end of the day, it's again, it's black and white, right? For esports, you win some, you lose some. But props, of course, to OG for taking that interview. It's really hard to do that interview with such a devastating loss. 0-4, you didn't really get to perform, really didn't get to play, right? So still, OG, I salute you guys. But for Team Nova, it seems like they're hungry too.
I gotta say, though,
hungry to get this.
Yeah, even though OG lost this series, but Coco has captured the hearts of tens of thousands of viewers. Of course. Okay?
Yeah.
Make sure to follow OG and follow this team's journey in the next tournament because they're hungry for more. Like we're saying today, the key is to calm down and they're going to work on that, I think, going to the next tournament, because this team got the skills, they got the mechanics, they got the micros, they got the looks. It's all about bringing it out, right?
I think that we will not stop hearing from Coco. For sure, we're not going to stop hearing from him. But from whom we've been hearing the whole day has been from our Sony Series MVP, Xuan. Xuan, from Nova Esports, Xuan is going to be our Sony Series MVP.
He really did out everything Keke in the entire series, not even in this series, but also in the previous match that they had in the Kings group. Shuhan just pulled off a lot of key moments here, especially in game number 3 on that Guan Yu pick. There you go. That's it.
Yep.
He definitely gave the opportunity to Nova to do the comeback that they want.
You got to remember that Guan Yu in that moment was really behind in gold.
Yes.
And he was still able just to come in clutch moment.
And also, this player is so versatile. He can play so many different characters. And because he understands all the heroes in such a deep level, he's able to know how to counter them. So in the 3rd game, I believe, when he played Sun Ce, or the 4th game, he had a stun, I think the 4th game.
Correct. Yes.
And he was able to counter the Guan Yu from Kuka, right? When Kuka find everybody low, he's about to come in, he popped the stun at the right moment to cancel, and then did it again with another CC. This guy is so goated, and I think I'm looking forward to their performance in the next step.
Yeah.
Right now, Nova Esports already sealing the deal and coming in as top 4 of our KWC 2025. They're going to be waiting for tomorrow's result. They're going to be fighting against the winner between TT Global and Team Vitality.
Yeah. Again, I've been talking about TT Global. Actually, I'm not undermining Team Vitality, but let's face it, Teal, we need the real talk. Come on. We need to be real, right? So for tomorrow, for sure, TT Global, maybe 95%. Because this is a secret character, right? We're now going to the secret stages of the tournament. Right? TT Global versus Team Vitality, and AG and versus Alpha.
I'm telling you, TT Global against Team Vitality, it's going to be tomorrow's first game. TT Global against Team Vitality. And then right after that, the second game is going to bring us AGAL against Alpha 7 Esports.
I mentioned at the beginning of the day, these two teams are the gold standard of competitive Honor of Kings.
Of course, yeah.
And they understand how to play the game so well every step along the way. Not just a draft. Tomorrow is really, you want to mark on the calendar, get all your friends ready, entire community, do watch parties, whatnot. This is it. This is a time to learn.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's a time for other teams to breathe and really think about how they go to next step against these top teams.
I do feel that Team Vitality and Team Alpha 7, they're aware of this. They know what they're getting at. They know what's going to happen for tomorrow.
Yes.
And I do feel that they just need to have fun and play their hearts out. Play it like, if you know what I mean, like maybe nothing to lose, nothing to win. So there's no pressure on them.
I love that mentality.
Because they will definitely go up against the big boss, or in games, the final boss. There's a reason why these two teams are already in the playoffs.
Of course.
Come on, man.
I think that we need to understand that as long as they do not feel the pressure, there is no pressure. That's it. Just don't feel the pressure in that. Just come in, enjoy the game, take it as what it is, a top 8 performance. If they are here, it's not because they were given that for free. They're here because they deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us today. This has been our quarterfinals, day 1. We've already have 2 teams already in the top 4, and we're really looking forward to know which other 2 teams are going to be here tomorrow. We'll see you at the same time with the same energy. But before we leave, what about if you stay with us and look at the Qiddiya top plays of the day? Have a good night.